It's all down to Mitchie to try to deny that. He's unable to deny the plan. Red, he's able to run down the time.
Here it starts again. One kill already done. Next kill already done. Numbers do usually win out, so they are going to pick it up out through the wall.
Camera in position.
Get behind me!
Tango located.
Hostiles in sight!
Ladies, gentlemen, and Rainbow Six Siege fans, welcome to season number 3. That's right, we are back with more LPL Pro, a whole new season. We got some familiar faces, we got some old teams, some new teams. Familiar faces here indeed, actually.
Correct.
I'm Matt Smite Ross, this is Mr. Cthulu. We are indeed back, and we will be bringing you all the action throughout the season, so we hope to see you through our journey so far. Cthulhu, man, I mean, how good does it feel back to be on season 3? How much has changed since last season?
Exactly, yeah. It feels good to be back, honestly, Smite. Look, the all new format, we got all new graphics, all new looks. You get to see more of us as well, and we get to, you know, meme it up, maybe occasionally a little bit, get to see some of the newer teams, and just, in general, have a jolly good time.
Oh, but dude, it's not even about, you know, the show, the format, and all that. The game itself is so different.
Yes, there's a few more changes that came around to Siege with Operation Shadow Legacy, like the rework of Thatcher, like the secondary hard breach device, Ping 2.0, plenty more things, as well as that. Melusi and Ace are going to be now coming into the competitive pool.
Well, yeah, so it's going to be super different to last season. I'm really keen to see how it shakes up everything here for the LPL Pro teams. But guys, if you're just joining us for the season, or maybe you want a bit of a refresher on how things work here, well, let me learn you a thing or two about how this tournament's going to work. Because, of course, we have got 8 teams, and it is going to be a round robin. So that means it's going to take 7 weeks, and every round is going to be a best of 2. So you're always going to have that shot to come back and make it a draw, but you want that 2-0. I believe it's still giving you the 3 points rather than just the 1 point.
Yeah.
So 2-0, definitely way better than just getting a draw, but hey, look, you'll take a point where you can get it. But of course, after that, we're going to be having the playoffs as well. So, you know, we'll still be taking the top 4, bringing them over, seeing, you know, putting them into, you know, best of 5s. I hope it's best of 5. It might be best of 3. But taking them through the playoffs to see if they can get through that elimination phase. Feeling pretty good about this format, eh?
Yeah, this is definitely looking real nice. I'm definitely excited for some of the newer teams that got brought in on board, so which we are going to be talking about a little bit later. But yeah, this is definitely looking like a really solid overall, just brand spanking new season.
Oh man, it feels so good to be on it as well. Also, I get to stand this season. Really, really fun. I love standing while casting. But guys, what players love is cash, and they are playing for cash this season. So let's take a look at how much they're going to be playing for. That prize pool sitting right up in first place, $3,000 dues here. I mean, look, that is a lot of money. That is stuck right up there in first place. The teams are going to be really keen to get that one. You do not want to walk away at second place. I mean, it's still pretty sweet. Still $1,000, right? So you're still going to be able to earn some money, but that's going to be a big grand final. That's a difference of $2,000, Cthulhu.
Yeah, that's quite a hefty difference as well. And also even bigger difference is if you end up just landing on the 3rd or 4th place, which is comparative even to the 2nd place, that's still also quite a hefty drop on the money.
It makes it even more important to make that top 4 cut, right?
Exactly.
Because if you don't, you're not earning any cash.
Precisely, yeah. It's definitely going to be quite a race for that top 4 position to really get the team sorted themselves out.
Now, I did say if you don't make the top 4, you're not making any cash, but Cthulhu, there is one more way players are going to be able to earn themselves some cash. That's right. You may have seen it on some of the other LPL Pro broadcasts, but this season, every LPL Pro stream is going to have the Vodafone MVP Awards. So one player at the end of every season is going to be walking away with an extra $250 thanks to Vodafone. So cheer to those guys for setting us up for yet another way for players to show up. And I like having the individual award, right?
Yes.
Because, I mean, it's one thing, you know, you always want to see the teams that can make it to the top and who's the best. But I mean, so many times we see individual player performances that need to be recognized.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, we've seen even throughout the season 2 as well, some of the players that maybe have not really made it to that top 4 position, but still had a few really stellar performances. And this is going to be yet another opportunity to reward them for those really good performances, even if they say really couldn't make it to the playoffs, say, but still kind of as a participation award, you could say.
Well, it's more than a participation award.
In a certain sense.
Yeah, I suppose,
certain
but
sense.
it's going to keep them going all the way to the very end, the very last game of the round robin. So even if they're out, they're still going to be going hard. But we've talked up, how things are going to be working, how much money everyone's playing for. But there's one very important ingredient we might be missing here, Cthulhu, and that is some of the teams. And we actually caught up with some of them to get their thoughts on the season. So let's go ahead and meet some of these teams.
Hello, my name's Jesse. Most of you know me as Sawyer, and I play for XJ Gaming.
My name's Ashley Dougal, I go by Minxie, and I'm the captain for ShadowNet.
Hi guys, my name's Sushi, otherwise known as Joshua Campion, and I'm currently playing for Team Ferox. Much like any other LPL season, we're always really confident. We have a lot more experience than any other players, meaning on game day we're actually going to show up and not make silly mistakes like other teams will.
One more shot on to shoot. He's got to line this one up, and I think he's got it.
We feel confident. We always back ourselves. We always do. You gotta. If not, there's no point really playing if you don't think that you can win. Sometimes you gotta be realistic, but yeah, I think we've got a pretty good chance.
Sawyer takes out 3 kills, and it should just be business as usual right now.
A lot more confident than we were last season. We've got a roster sorted out now that we didn't have last season, so we're hoping that we can push it.
Although Minxie seems to not have an issue with that.
This season, our biggest threat to losing a match 2 would probably be Bazaar. They recently lost President, but I still believe they have the kind of structure that is needed in the Siege scene.
I definitely think it'll be Skyfire. We're not comfortable against playing their kind of play style, and last season they gave us a hell of a beating, so we're hoping that we've improved enough to be able to put up a better fight, but I definitely think they're going to be the ones for us to watch.
Just going off paper and knowing the players, I'd say PC would be our biggest threat. They would probably punish our mistakes the most out of any team. I'd say probably limit us to how we would be able to play the way we want to play.
And so there we have it. We've got some returning teams, and it's really good to see some of them as well. And cool to hear their thoughts on it too, and even put some of the faces to some of the names that we see every week. We were saying before the broadcast started, I did not think Sushi was going to look like that. Because we only voice interviewed him last season, and he's got a real... I don't want to say unique, but it's very Sushi voice. And I didn't expect that, but look, it's cool to finally see what some of these players look like. Cool to see that teams like ShadowNet, they've sorted out their roster. I know that was a big issue for them last season, but now they've got it going. I'm actually really excited to see what they can pull off. Of course, spoiler alert, the ShadowNet game is tomorrow night, so if you're a ShadowNet fan, still watch tonight, but you'll be
stick
really,
around. We still got a few bangers.
You'll still be pretty keen for that one. But let's talk about some of the matches we'll see tonight, because we've got some really good ones, and we're actually opening up with a pretty crazy one. That's right, Ferox versus PC419, and then second up, it is of course going to be Skyfire versus one of the new teams, maybe with some familiar players, Rafflecopter, and expecting a whole lot of memes on this team. Look, the name alone should be enough for it. But Cthulhu, let's talk about some of these matches. First one's just a banger to open on, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, Ferox versus PC419 is going to be a really good one. Let's have a look at the roster itself. For Ferox, it is Shade, Sushi, Todd, Oda, and Nazgul. So Oda is actually one of the returning members from the old Ferox lineup back in Season 1. And Nazgul is one of the recent additions to the team as well. And he hasn't been seen on a whole lot of star rosters, say, throughout Pro League, but he's been a pretty long-running member of the general competitive community in ANZ.
All right, so maybe a player to look out for tonight, even
Possibly,
maybe over the whole season, just to see how he's going to be able to perform. Now, of course, these guys are going to need some opponents, Cthulhu, so let's take a look at their roster. It's going to be PC419. And holy crap. All right, so it's going to be Vlad, Steffi T, Pun, Tesla, and Luna. Now, my question, Cthulhu, is does Luna have hair as well?
No, probably not.
Probably not.
Just sticking to the same aesthetic of PC419 at this point. But look, all of those players, all jokes aside, are Really talented. Luna, in particular, as well. She has been part of Noble, previously Sinister, and she was able to show some really good performance as well. So her addition to PC419, personally for me, is very exciting.
Oh, it's so exciting because I mean you've seen Luna around a whole lot, but guys, let's take a look. More individual level, of course. We're going to look at a key player matchup, and now I know this is an exciting one. I believe I think it's Shade versus Tesla as we bring it up now. Yeah, Shade versus Tesla. So, question is, does Shade have more hair than Tesla? Because Tesla's got a bit on the chin.
Yeah, Tesla did a bit of a conversion from the top of the head to the facial hair, a bit of a transplant there. With Shade, I mean, that's going to be a question whether he had a haircut or not.
Well, judging by that picture there,
yeah,
you know, if that's his real picture, of course. But okay, let's talk about the players actually in game. How do they match up?
Honestly, I'll have to say that it could be a pretty even matchup. Tesla probably could be lacking maybe a few higher tier experiences comparative to Shade, but with PC419, their whole main thing is that they are bringing in some new blood plus some kind of professional knowledge, I suppose, from the scene, and into that kind of a mishmash of the players within a roster. So with them, they might have the element of surprise that will be playing against Ferox's kind of game knowledge, I suppose, or game experience.
All right, well, maybe Tesla going to be looking for a bit of leadership in here up against, his matchup in Shade. But I'm keen to see how it plays out. There's one more thing we got to do before we get into the game, though, guys. Let's find out where we're going to be playing. So let's take a look at those map picks. And I know you're really personally excited for this one. You saw the videos before, because we're kicking things off on nowhere else but Villa. So we saw a lot of Villa last season. Later on, of course, in the second map, we'll be going to Coastline. But I want to focus here on Villa, because we saw a lot of Villa in Season 2.
Yeah, Villa last season was pretty much just a staple map throughout the whole Season 2. But it was one of those maps that a whole lot of teams kind of approached in a very different way, really, because they some teams would really go for a vertical play, some teams would really go for a very kind of just straightforward way of just gunning things down, and some people just liked explosives with the C4s from below.
We see so much C4.
We've seen a whole lot of C4. So yeah, this is going to be a very good kind of introduction to Season 2, but hey, overall, let's dive in straight into the game and see how will it really actually shape up, because we're already going straight into it, as videos will also be gone in a moment. So yeah, there we go. So first things first, it's a ban phase. So it's blue team, I believe that is going to be PC419 actually on attack, and Ferox are going to be on the defense, I believe, at least according to names. But yeah, it's Thatcher going to be banned out first, as we are going to be seeing him to be gone and won't be played out. Even though after his rework, he has been a he's seen a pretty different change of pace, rather, given that his playout has been very much. Sorry, his pace has been different.
Well,
he disables the batteries. Yeah.
He's been mega nerfed, right? I mean,
it's arguably been a bit of a nerf, or arguably just making him get out of the general kind of pace differently. Yeah, Ace being the second ban from the side of the attack will be seeing himself out of there.
So what? I mean, we haven't seen Ace in competitive a whole lot. Why is he getting banned straight away?
Ace is one of those players, operators that can just really, well, he's the second person who can do the remote hard breaching. Let's start things off with, and as well as that, his breaching charges can open up nearly thermite-sized holes, so you can pretty much just waltz in if you have just the right positioning on those charges, and he gets 3 of them.
Yeah. Now, also important to note is that as we see the pulse ban come through, Echo's actually being disabled this week as well, so he's not allowed.
Yeah.
So, seeing the pulse ban come in, what do you think about that one?
Yeah, pulse ban should be a pretty interesting one, given that the man was pretty much just completely outed from. It can be pretty powerful and got outed out of this game, but he would have been a pretty big game changer, I gotta say.
Yeah, well, maybe we're going to have to wait for a few games to actually see if he does pop up, but let's take a look at some of the picks coming through already here for game number 1 here on Villa Ferox versus PC 419. So we're just sorting out that overlay for you guys, just to make sure the names are popping up. It is episode 1, of course, so a little bit of breathing room here, but as we're about to jump right into it. Let's take a look. Malusi's been hovered already, very likely to go through. We've been talking about, you know, this new operator being fairly powerful here on defense. So let's kick it off. Let's get into the match itself and get in there. Round number 1, the season, of course. Thanks to a whole lot of our sponsors as well, WD Black, Sky City, Vodafone Conquer, and of course Extrafy, who have been helping us out get the Season 3 underway. But there it is. So it is PC419 on the blue side.
Correct.
Ferox
Yes.
on the orange side.
Yeah. So this whole roster of PC419, funnily enough, well, Luna won't be playing it out for today. So instead it will be Shaq making a return to the roster. But I mean, last time Shaq played out with PC419 in, I believe, just before the playoffs of Season 2. This has been, he did see a pretty good performance overall, so I gotta say that he still earned his position at PC.
All right, let's kick things off here. So round number 1, going to be important for PC419 to really set the pace. Remember, Ferox going to be the team to beat this season for sure. PC419, the results last season, I think, probably would have disappointed them. It would have disappointed them. They just missed out on the playoffs, so they want to come in here, kick it off with a bang. If they get a good round against Ferox, that could be their ticket in. But we'll have to see as we start off on round number 1 already, and, well, we're just waiting for the entry, of course. Things are a little quiet here so far.
Yeah, the usual kind of meta as of previously was the fact that you take control of the study and then kind of use it as the foothold to go in for the push. Here, though, it's a two-man ground push with Iana as well, and some fragging from down the below, which could actually take the life of Mute, but no, instead just deals quite a whole lot of damage to Todd, which will be forcing him out of his position. So that is already a good beginning for Tesla here.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take that, and you'll take this as well. So PC419, what a good entry. Coming straight off the back of Shaq here. They've got Shade out of the way. No more Valkyrie, no more powerful guns. And, well, I think that sets themselves up for a good little execute as we near the end.
Yeah, here we are already seeing the Melusi gadget come into play as well to slow things down and let the defense know where the push could be happening. Already, Iana's hologram will be droning out quite a fair few things, and Todd managing to even out the man count should make things a whole lot interesting here between PC419 and Ferox, given that Odaving is still very much alive with that T5 SMG and could do quite a hefty amount of damage on that 90 hallway.
Oh, and it's always rough to lose your buck here as well. You'd love to shoot through the floor just all day, all along, but now they don't have that option, so they may just have to execute a little quicker in maybe a scenario where maybe they're not so keen on.
I would more so would be interested to see how maybe Shaq could use his breaching charges to get rid of Todd's position, because a single right on point breaching charge would get rid of the Mute, but it seems that PC419 don't really care about it. Steffi to get rid of Oda. It means now the rest of Ferox are going to be sitting around the site, and now it's a free real estate for PC419 to take.
Yeah, and it's getting easier and easier right now as yet another one falls. It's just a half health Todd, and he's going to go for glory with the C4, but it is a whiff, and he's going to have to use the old tried and true gun to get the job done. And unfortunately, that one's not going to happen either. PC419 have set round 1 up for themselves for victory here. It's their one to lose. They've just got to walk in and execute. They've got so much time, but Todd trying to even things up. There it is. They get the final 2 kills, and they take out round number 1.
Round number 1 indeed. Yeah, that was very good execution by PC419 at the very beginning. Got a little bit sloppy somewhere halfway down the line, but overall this definitely looked pretty solid for them to kick things off. Although I've been talking about it for pretty much at this point 2 seasons in a row. First round jitters could be completely different and just the used to set the general pace of the game, and maybe a Nook pick.
Maybe.
Okay, probably a 6 pick at this point. Tesla, I don't recollect him playing a whole lot. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so he will be switching over to IQ, which is actually a really good decision. Okay, never mind.
That's even more poggers.
Bait me even more. It's Amaru that will be coming out.
Well, why would he bring out Amaru here? Tell me.
Well, Amaru is very much of a momentum operator, I gotta say, because her whole gimmick is that she can very quickly repel in through either the hatches or the windows and kind of just swing in and go for the gunfight straight away, especially after her buff, where she pretty much nearly instantly pulls out her gun. So here, with the rest of the lineup, this could work, but PC419 will really need to be on point with their timings, because otherwise what Tesla done essentially is just turn himself into a solo entry fragger kind of thing.
That's really do or die, isn't it?
It's do or die, yeah, essentially. And call me pessimistic, but I'm not too hopeful about that pick.
Oh look, I'm keen to see an Amaru pop off. I am absolutely keen. So we'll have to hold our breath and maybe just waiting to see if they can catch Ferox by surprise with it. They may have seen it already, but of course, we're just going to have to see how they handle it. Remember, it took a while for PC419 to get the opening in. It took a while for them to get a few of the first entry frags. That might be a whole lot quicker with Amaru if he does get the pop-off. Tesla does manage to get it, but I feel like that's not going to happen, as he's going to be the first one to die.
First one to die, indeed. It is currently working out quite well here for PC419. They are, well, not really looking good.
Really,
not at all, yeah. I just completely waffled on that one. But yeah, Tesla, like I said, it was do or die. Unfortunately for Tesla, that meant death.
Yeah, so a little unfortunate. Now they've got to work with the 4v5. There's still over 2 minutes, and you know, we've seen 4v5s. One is totally not impossible, but I mean, Ferox have set it up perfectly well. They kind of let Tesla fly into them, grab the kill, and just take it into a 5v4. So this was fantastic for them.
It's looking, yeah. Ferox managed to finally change things around for himself just to get things on the way. There's another swing by Nazgul as well, getting rid of Vlad, and well, that's your Iana, that's your Infinite Drones at this point, pretty much out of the way. So now all down to Pan and Shaq, as Shaq already fell. It's a double kill for Sushi, so Pan is the last man standing, and well, for him, against 5 members of Ferox, things are certainly not looking all too pretty here at all, gotta say.
I mean, it's been a bit of a wash in this round, right? I mean, no one's even touched. Let's change that up right now. Now we have someone finally going down. Pun? Okay.
Okay.
That's 2 kills. I mean, you never want to count anyone out in a 1v5. You never want to do that, but I mean, look at his health. And now they should know exactly where he should be. He may be able to position. He's got a minute to go. So, I mean, if he wants to make the dream play, he has the opportunity, but I feel like Ferox has every tool in the belt right now to easily secure this win here. It's totally their round to lose. They've set it up perfectly for themselves, and there they go. They clean it out. You maybe get a little scared from a quick double kill like that by Pun, but then you sit back and realize, wait, we still have 3 people here.
Yeah. Yeah, for Pan, it was a solid beginning for the clutch, but yeah, unfortunately, the severe loss of health in the second gunfight, plus the fact that he kind of went for a whole lot of pre-fires, revealed his position and pretty much set up all his fate there and then. So, but well, either way, it's still a 1-1, so it's still a very much of a beginning for the matchup for tonight, and we're already seeing quite a few saucy gunfights.
I mean, we didn't really see too much from PC419 in that one, right? Because, I mean, off the back, like right off the start of the round, it was a 4v5. So it's already hard to put too much worth in that round because everything else fell apart. I mean, Ferox, to their credit, did everything right. They cleaned it up. They slipped up with a double kill on them, unfortunately, but now the question is, can they get it done when they don't just have Amaru flying into you for first blood pretty easily, right? Now, we're going to see if they can handle the full 5v5. You know, you say first round jitters, well, neither team has that excuse anymore. They've got to get it done here on round number 3. I'm keen to see what PC419 do, because they did some really cool things in round 1.
Yeah, they managed to get the coordination down pat pretty well overall. They were pretty methodical. That's the main thing throughout the first round. They were able to just push in duos or in trios, whereas second round was kind of just all over the place. Tesla went for that Amaru pick, which didn't pay off in any shape or form. And so now that he's kind of back to a bit more of a conventional pick, which is the Nomad, he could really make a change here, but again, it's all dependent on how PC419 as a whole will be able to perform, because Ferox right now, they were able to punish them very quickly and very swiftly.
We got Steffi T over, almost lonesome over here. He's near a few of them on the ground floor, but it's mostly just going to be droning for a little bit of info, making sure everything's good. You want to check out those stairs, as always. I mean, very important to secure the stairs, and I mean, pretty much every map, let's get real, but certainly on Villa here as well. So now they've got all their information. It's time to execute. It's time to go inside and get what I would say the real first round. Oh boy! Hang on there.
Good
just
night.
Totally taken out. It's Tesla again.
Yeah, Tesla again. The poor man just cannot catch a break. didn't really check. The one time they don't check that position, they get pre-fired from there. So now at the very least, Vlad with the buck is very much alive as well. So he should be able to dish out quite some punishment from down below.
Yeah, but it's still a 4v5, so whether he's going to be able to get that position safely is going to be the real question. So we'll see if he can get it done. Remember, it was about this time as well that they lost the buck a little earlier on. In round, I believe it was round 1. They did still win, but it was a little bit rough. You can already see it's Todd just hanging out. Although both players do seem to know something's up. They know that someone's hanging around. But here goes Vlad. He's going to start opening things up, giving himself a few little cheeky angles, flushing the defenders out of their little hidey holes, their little corners, and forcing them into awkward spots so that PC419, they're going to need every advantage they can get Cthulhu here to win this 4v5.
Yeah, any advantage is really needed here. The vertical play is certainly going to be quite advantageous here for Vlad. I certainly do think that he might bring in that needed change, but right now the rest of 419 squad needs to really start to get going, really, because if they stay around the ground floor for any time longer, this is going to be their demise. Steffi T just got picked off by a fantastic long shot from Nazgul, so that's already another L that they took. Finally, Nazgul does manage to fall back, so we are now in a 3v5, yeah.
The madman, he's just pushing forward.
Oh,
and look at
he's
that!
just going off.
He gets rewarded for it too. A double kill so far. Does he get punished? No, it looks like he's going to survive. Oh my god, look at this man. He knows it's a 5v2. He knows he can pop off, but that's what happens. That's the risk of making those pushes like that. But it's 30 seconds to go, Cthulhu. 2v4 here. Shaq going to try and find a way to make it work with Pun. But as you can see, Ferox, they're waiting patiently. They know with 20 seconds to go, they're going to have to make the risky pushes, and Todd will punish the first one. And now all up to Pun. He's going to see if he can get one feel-good kill here. Maybe he can get it, but no. Oh no, he does get it. He does get the kill, but it's traded back immediately, winning Ferox the round.
Correct. Now, here's another thing that I just kind of realized as well, funnily enough. Ferox's setup for the AVG defense is no longer a full-on reinforcement of the outside of walls into the study.
Ooh.
Only a single patch of wall has been reinforced, the rest left as a soft, and they used it as the angles for the crossfire as well, which I only just now noticed, but that is also shows how some of the maybe operators, some general kind of play has been changed around. And the choice of Melusi as well has been slowing things down for the attack a few times, but overall, I mean, this is looking pretty solid overall. What's also funny, by the way, I was talking back before kind of the main season released and the Oceanic Nationals started. I was talking to a few of the Noble players, how they were talking about how kind of general meta has changed ever since the introduction of Ace and Melusi to the play, and now it's more so the assumption of that the walls are going to get open one way or another.
Oh yeah.
There's no way of like countering all of the hard breaches nowadays. So it's more so preparing that plan B as to what are you going to do and when are you going to do it when the breaches do come through.
There's so many more ways to open the breaches.
Oh yeah, you can pretty much run now a 4-man breaching squad with Thatcher as well, or Kali.
Well, not in this game. You can't play Thatcher in this one.
Yeah, not in. Well, yeah, true. But actually, matter of fact, you can run a 5-man hard breaching squad and bring in, say, a Monty or a Ying or a Lion with the secondary hard breach device. That stuff is nuts. I gotta tell you.
Oh, I just mean the amount of possibilities with the hard breach item is ridiculous, right? But we'll have to see which team is going to be pulling it out. I'm keen to see. But here we are, round number 4. And this is one where PC419 certainly want to bring it back. They got a little bit washed in round 2 and in round 3. Round 1 was certainly good, but this is a great opening. Shaq, he punishes anyone trying to take a peek outside.
Okay, yeah, Shaq, especially with a gun that is the Org with a new holo. Now that is one way to rub in the insult.
Yeah. Didn't even mention that either. All the new sights as well since last season.
Yeah, we got to get a cheeky preview on the 1.5 site as well as the 2x scope, but now we get to see the holo as well. So it will be a feels-good moment here for Shaq to kick things off. So feeling quite nice and magical overall, but so far, I mean, there is still some roaming on the ground floor as Oda is trying to contest, but already a long-range angle from the library, especially with the Yana droning right up ahead. Things are certainly looking pretty sweet here.
Yeah, and just 2 easy catches right now has set PC419 up. Oh, hang on. Some team names are being swapped around. Let's take a look at this in a second. But it set them up for a really good little entry here. I mean, obviously 5v3 is always great, but the fact is they traded it for basically nothing. Just a few bullets in their chamber.
Exactly, yeah. Only a few bullets were traded out. No health damage was dealt to PC. So yeah, this is looking good right now for PC 419. Ferox, on the other hand, they're not too particularly happy about those two losses, and these are the two fresh introductions to the roster as well. So that is on the kind of initial performance. That is going to be not looking too good.
That's right. Okay, and as you guys can see, the right team name is going up here again, but we'll take a little bit of a breath here, Cthulhu, because this round is looking like it's pretty done here for PC 419. I mean, they've lost now a little bit of health, well, most of his health bar on Vlad, but other than that, they've really paid basically nothing. So, I mean, look, 5v2, that's pretty awesome, but importantly, it gets them that second round back on the board, which is, I mean, one, it feels good. It means you're not saying, oh, round one was just a bit of a fluke, but I want to point out how easy they made this round for themselves.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Shaq getting that peak at the start, obviously great. But as we can see, I mean, look at that
on
man.
the quad.
Does he get the ace though? Is the real question here.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Are
Yeah.
they gonna give it to him, or is Todd gonna make him work for it? No, Todd, you dirty boy. Dirty boy. But look, with that, maybe Todd's bringing some hope back, but that's the diffuser planted. They know where he is, and look at his health bar. So while Shaq might not get his ace, this should be the win for PC 419. This should be the next round coming up. And there it is.
There it is, yeah. Vlad getting rid of Todd at the end. Did manage to shut him down. But yeah, this was one of the rather more dominant rounds from PC 419.
It started so strong.
Yeah, they started off so well. I mean, reading into the spawn peak that Ferox tried to do, then kind of allowing essentially Shaq pretty much wipe the floor with the remainder of Ferox. This is certainly a good day for PC 419 to kick things off.
I mean, Shaq's fitting in pretty well in the rounds that his team's doing well.
Correct, yes.
Of course, it's always a little rough to show off your talents when, like, say you're starting off basically on a 4v5, like in round 2, or, you know, round 3 as well. I think that happened too, but it wasn't an Amaru, like, shooting through a window.
Yeah.
But same sort of deal. So I want to see how he goes on more of the even rounds, like that one that we saw, where it does kind of go the distance. But, I mean, strong rounds from both teams, but we haven't really seen one that goes down to the wire. It feels like players are just getting caught out at the start of rounds, and it sets their team up to lose. You know, obviously the other team with the pick, easily to get the win.
Yeah. The thing with the PC 419 as well is just they are the moment they are able to work as a single unit, then they are doing good. The moment that unit is starting to fall apart, this is where kind of you can see some of the disconnections of the coordination between the players. Ferox, they have the ability to go for solo plays. So this is kind of the big difference here between these two rosters. And right now it seems that the team play is a little bit overpowering the solo play that we could be seeing here.
Well, I mean, it's only overpowering it so much to get the rounds even. So, you know, who knows how far it's going to be going right now, but that's also going to be a question when we swap sides. I'm keen to see what goes on there. But we've got 2 more rounds in this half, and so far it's tied up. And here in round number 5, we haven't got a spawn peak kill just yet. We haven't got just a kill right off the bat, so we might get one of those long-ass fights here. Oh, here we go. Are we going to see Todd find his kill through the wall? He's been trying quite hard, and this is kind of what you're talking about with all the soft walls being left unreinforced. We've got now Sushi's lost a chunk of health, but I mean, almost a minute in, we're going to have to start seeing PC 419 either push forward a little bit, or this is going to happen, where you're getting people pushing up on your angles.
Yeah, right now it's just a combo for the Storm. There is some information being gathered, and the Ferox are kind of having a few of their health pools kind of chipped away at, but it's Nazgul to open up the scoreline here. That's Tesla gone, but Shaq, fantastic refrag. Nearly gets a second one, but it's Vlad to go down, Steffi to follow up. It's just all over the place. This is what I want. This is the meat grind. This is what I was waiting for, like at least 3 competitive seasons for that 22nd meta to go away.
Now, the great thing for PC 419, or maybe not so great, was that they have more than half the round. They've lost a player now, so without Steffi T, might be a little bit harder. Shaq's also only on about half health. Oh no, and Pun. Oh, look at his health. Oh, he gets dropped down. But look at that. He somehow manages to survive. And with that, Ferox will pick up the next round. That one was certainly a meat grinder, Cthulhu.
Oh yeah, that is one way to call it. Big props to Shaq. Sorry, not Shaq. Shade. Shade. This time it was Shade, the captain, I believe. Well, or rather ex-captain, as far as I remember. Susha, I think he's the IGL. But yeah, Shade definitely keeping up his prowess overall. Certainly looking quite crisp there.
Oh yeah. Now so that one was one of the rounds I was waiting for to see really what it's going to look like under pressure. It seems like players like Shade are totally fine. I mean, you can see the amount of fire he was under. Still managed to pick up 2 kills pretty easily there. You know, even though the numbers go down, they still managed to find a way back in. We got a few 6 picks coming out, but I mean, it doesn't make the comps look any crazier than they usually do. This is pretty normal, standard stuff so far, but this is really going to be a back and forth so far. I want to see PC419 start to swing back, see if they can handle the pressure.
PC419, they have the ability to swing like that, like you called it, but it seems that the moment they try to either improvise or try to go for kind of like spontaneous almost plays. Oh, my goodness! Wait, hold on.
How did you do
Wait,
that?
you can do that? Because I was under the impression that you can't really stand on these on the wooden railings because they would fall under you, but apparently not. LPL Pro showing you, ladies and gentlemen, even more so spots. Shout out to Coconut Bra probably as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, all the dirty little tricks. They stay secret for a little while, and then he puts a video out.
And then you see all the teams adapting that.
And then you queue for ranked, and people are trying to do ridiculous things, and then you lose.
Look, I'm gonna be real here. Ranked right now is not safe with all of the angles. I mean, I partially dedicated to that when I did the whole Oregon spots video, but yeah, look, Siege. The only way to describe it is what it is.
Well, PC419 is certainly not happy with what it is right now because they want one more round. They want to leave this half with at least a 3-3 scoreline. I mean, it's going to be real rough moving into a 2-4, but let's kick things off. They've had great rounds before from the beginning. In fact, a lot of the 2 rounds that they have won have been incredibly one-sided to them. They got an easy start. One of the rounds, they just got a kill right off the bat. In fact, it was just Shaq getting a quad kill right until the very end.
Correct.
So it feels like if PC419 don't get the ball rolling straight away, their chances kind of dwindle.
Yeah, they stall out, and things certainly don't work in that favor for them, really. The moment they lose their momentum, things get a bit rough, but it seems that they have a pretty good idea about how do they want to approach this. They set up things down at the ground floor, but if Todd will get extra aggressive and will actually nail his shots, this push will be pretty much shut down as, oh no, that is embarrassing.
Not get that? I mean, you just always assume they get it, but I mean, hey, that's a bit rough. All right, going to take off the cheeky Malusi trap, and now they've got the stairways cleared. By the way, we've also taken out one of the defenders as well. Shade now off the table. That Valk gone. And that's always a great character to get out of the way. Steph BT right behind the barrier, trying to find anyone that he can. But right now, he's in a bit of a cheeky little position here. Uh-oh. He wants to go around this corner really badly, and there's only a minute to go. They need to drone the final spots. They need to get that intel.
Yeah, unfortunately here for Steffi, he won't be able to get rid of that Maestro camera anytime soon, but this could be actually the biggest issue, because the moment that Maestro camera will go down, this is the only time when PC419 will go in for the push, and already Odie is able to punish them. That's Vlad off the board, and that is your Iana, and I don't think she used her frag grenades either at all, so yeah, this is going to be quite a huge issue here. Todd downing Steffi, actually, will be draining even more so time. 25 seconds remaining, and right now, PC419 are certainly stalling out once again.
They don't have time. They don't have time, but Todd got greedy, and so he gets punished for that one, and maybe this is how PC419 find a way back in. Steffi's back up. Barely any health, but another one for Tesla means this is now doable for sure. 10 seconds to go. They've got to get in and get that plant going soon, but they've just lost someone. Steffi T down, but just one defender in the way. 2 seconds, the plant's going down. Does it get cancelled? It doesn't look like it right now, but it's going to be Sushi hunting them down. 1 kill. He's got a 1v2 on his hands right now, and we know if anyone can do it, Sushi certainly can. But look at that health bar, and his position completely compromised. What a turnaround there by PC419. I thought they were out of time.
Yeah, they were almost out of time. They nearly got completely cancelled there on that game. And right now, well, things certainly did not work out for Ferox there at all. Albeit they got really close to sorting that out, but well.
I mean, they pretty much had it. I mean, Todd got really greedy, I gotta say. He pushed forward, he thought he could get the kill, He wanted to confirm that one onto Steffi. Like,
Yeah, it wasn't rather he wanted to confirm on Steffi, because if he wanted to confirm, he would have just shot. But he wanted to get that double kill. He knew that they would be bunching up there, trying to get him back up amongst all that chaos. But yeah, let's just say PC419 read into that, firstly. And secondly, yeah, he definitely did get gritty, which partially could be addressed to just his general playstyle. He is one of those players that could get quite aggressive.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
all right, well, let's swap sides now. Go ahead and put PC419 on the defense right now, and let's see how it changes things up. I mean, already you can kind of see mostly some similar operators, but I mean, look, you're throwing things out like an Ella. You've got Kaya's now coming in as well, so
And
this
Smoke.
feels like a very different defensive strategy.
Yeah, this is a bit more active utility, I suppose. We are seeing Vlad kind of bringing in those smokes to try to deny remotely some of the plans. Kayas are certainly going to be assisting with some of the breach denials, albeit that, well, there's not going to be a whole lot of breaching, I suppose, with Sushi being the only breacher. But look, we'll have to see how will it really perform. The main thing that I'm kind of more so interested is the fact that there's no choice to bring in, say, Kali or... Yeah, well, Kali probably is the main thing, as there's no really yet another kind of alternative to a Thatcher, I suppose. Well, actually Twitch. But Twitch is currently out of meta. Although, I gotta say, I've been vibing with her F2 as of recently. The 1.5 scope on that thing with the flash hider is actually quite neato.
I mean, it's a good gun already.
Yes, but with like after all of the nerfs, with the recoil nerf, with the fact that it's now at 25 rounds, ooh, it can still be deadly. That's what I'm saying.
Well, Vlad not quite hit by a deadly shot, although dropped down to just over a bar of health, and so going to be rough. You really want to keep the smoke alive to near the end. You want to make sure you've got those gas grenades to just deny the plant, like buy that extra 30 seconds at least. I mean, that's so massive to have at the end of the round.
Yeah, sure is. Yeah, that HP difference is certainly going to come in at the worst possible time for him, probably when the clutch comes out.
That's
First
early.
gas grenade comes around, so that is already trying to slow things down for the push. So this could be huge, but right now it didn't really reach far enough to not allow Ash to get rid of that ballistic shield. So that was an easy riddance. So right now there's no control over the main stairs. There's barely any control at that entrance to the hallway. So if there's going to be another breaching charge, say from below, Vlad is going to be a goner.
Yeah, I feel like PC419 set this up really well. It's bought them up so much time at the cost of one gas grenade. Now there's questions in Ferox's minds. They're sitting there thinking, are they just around the corner here? Can we maybe contest the stairs or something? But, you know, clock's ticking, guys. You can't think forever. And so now they've got to go in and start committing to a push here. About a minute to go. They're dropping Vlad lower and lower here. They're never trading any damage back either.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the fact that Vlad's still alive, oh my god, through the... Well, actually, no, that's not it. But it is a kill. It's not going to secure Vlad, though, so he's still alive. Oh, here we go.
Oh, that was close.
He almost got it. He almost got it, and it would have been worth it.
Yeah, it would have been worth it indeed, but thankfully for Tesla, he was able to run away pretty much scot-free there without dealing any damage. But there's a thing I wanted to mention as well. Ferox are playing still a very much of an old playstyle. That 22nd minute, they're playing very much carefully about how they want to clear out the utility before they make any pushes. But it seems that Nazgul is not really fazed by that in any shape or form. There could be another gunfight, but he does not expect that. At the very least, there's a trade, but Oda does get the team kill as well, though, which is quite unfortunate. 2v3, make it a 1v4 actually, nil v4. And it's the win for Ferox as they are now getting back into leading the charge. But oh man, that was really down to the last few moments.
I mean, there was like 5 seconds left, wasn't there?
Correct,
So,
yeah.
I mean, crazy that they'd leave it so long, but I mean, PC419, to their credit, bought a whole lot of time with that smoke. I mean, denying a whole lot of pushes. It's interesting how they were using it, because usually you see smoke just sit back until like the last 30 seconds and then start chucking him out. I feel like Vlad maybe felt like he was in, I don't know, risk of dying or something.
It could be that, yeah. He felt a little bit threatened there and kind of went for a few premature kind of grenade throws. And interestingly enough, we actually do see a bit of a swap around between the few players. So it's Vlad now rather going to be on that fragging role per se in face of Jaeger, and then Shaq is going to be on a smoke. Which Shaq has been pretty much on those kind of odd jobs ever since the beginning of this map. He was on IQ pretty much throughout the most of the first half, and seeing him now move on to the smoke position doesn't really surprise me. So I'm actually more so, I'm kind of keen to see how will he rather perform here comparative to how he did on the attack.
But we also get to see Vlad on the Jaeger, and that's what I think that's the main reason they're doing this, is because they want to put a strong player on that roaming fragger, get those kills nice and easily, and then pop out. I mean, that's how PC419 have won rounds at all, is just getting early kills, and then just boosting out of there, using the numbers advantage through the rest of the round. But I mean, with the last round going really down to the wire, I mean, yeah, Ferox made it. You know, you look at who's alive and who's dead at the end, and you know, Ferox had heaps of people, but it was still so close. It could have easily gone the other way. So they want to get those kills early, and Vlad on Jaeger might be the answer to that.
Yeah, we'll have to see because, well, relying on a single person to get majority of the frags is not particularly the good thing. I mean, PC419 tried to do that, and, well, Shaq did it for one of the rounds, but it's still a bit of a questionable thing to really do.
Okay, well, remember last time we saw PC419 buy themselves a little bit of time around this mark here. Not too much time into the round here. They'd already lost a whole lot of health on the smoke, who was now played by Shaq this time. He's got a full health bar, so he's stayed safe so far. I wonder if he's going to play a way more defensive kind of smoke as well. I mean, we talk about that player swap a little bit.
Yeah.
And the playstyle difference might be enough here as well. So, luckily, we haven't seen anyone drop super down on health just yet. So it's already looking pretty good for PC419.
Yeah, that's a good beginning.
I mean, remember how much time they did buy.
True.
So if they can do that with 5 people, maybe it's going to be the difference.
Might just be able to do it. So yeah, another thing is the fact that Wamai is banned. So that is another thing that could be also affecting a few of the plays. Generally speaking, PC419 could have possibly gone for that Wamai and Jaeger combination pick if it would have been available, but alas, that's not the case.
Yeah, but as we know, Ferox are pretty onto it for clearing out utility. I mean, the IQ makes it nice and easy. You're on billet as well, so all these soft floors, you're going to find any traps that are left on the ground, any utility on the ground.
Oh, man. Oh, Tesla, please. Oh, Tesla, no, whips the shots and will be forced to fall back from his position. That is a little bit unfortunate there. Meanwhile, it's a full massacre by Nazgul, who did manage to find himself a double kill before Vlad took him out. So already the damage has been dealt, but that's Shaq, that's Valkyrie, that is the Kayad, all gone. No utility has been used whatsoever, no C4s, no gas grenades, and right now it's all down to the gunfights, which are being currently lost by PC419.
Yeah, and time might be low, but we saw Ferox in this position before. They've made it a 3v1 now. They just got to find that one last member, being Vlad, and they found him. They found him, but he's found them too. But now he's got to get that 1v2 done, and just like the last few rounds, his position is revealed. At least he's got a full health bar.
Yeah, at the very least he can take a few more gunfights against Shade. Namely, he should be able to get the shots. So right now, one of the players is planting. So right now, it could be for a brief amount of time, a 1v1 situation. A few shots could be landing, but just turns away at the final second. And well, that's all she wrote for that round. Ferox do score a very nice round at the end. Very good recovery overall. And big props to Shade as well for running the disruption throughout that whole round.
Yeah, and it all kind of popped off very quickly. So a very strong execute by Ferox. I want to, shout out PC419, particularly Vlad for almost bringing it back. But I mean, even then, just the advantage that Ferox got in that moment was just too much to overcome. And so now we're staring down at 3 for 5. We're very close to getting that match point. Ferox very close to securing at least overtime, which is a big deal in these matches. So this round could be very, very important. As you can see from the operators, though, it looks like no one's really keen to change up their strategy just yet. They're still keeping Vlad on a Jaeger as well. I think that's a great idea. It was very successful.
As many bombs as they can.
But not successful enough.
Yeah, it seems that both the lineups are kind of locked in on their rosters more so. They're not planning to really make any amends, any changes. PC419 were more so leaning towards doing that during their attack, but it seems that defense is certainly not looking yet fully maybe solidified, or maybe they haven't really fully discussed what are their kind of comfort zone, I suppose, for this specific map. Because bear in mind, this is also kind of well, both of the teams have taken quite a bit of a break before they made a return to LPL Pro. For Ferox, it was less of a break, given that they have been competing in Oceanic Nationals as well. So I would have to say that Ferox have a partial advantage here, just because they're a bit more
warmed up.
Warmed up. Yeah, that's probably the right way to call it. Yeah.
Well, PC4 and I are going to have to certainly heat up a lot. I mean, look, it looked okay in the first half. They had me in the first half.
Yeah.
But second half here, this I think is what they do kind of need to do though, is they need to find these moments where they can find some kills here. But it is actually just going to be a cam thrown out, nothing else too crazy. Maybe someone's going to take advantage of it, but no, 30 seconds in and we haven't seen it just yet. So Ferox have had some good freedom in the first half of the last few rounds, and it looks like they're getting it again.
True. Yeah, they certainly looking like they seem to be projecting their kind of general trajectory of whether they want to go pretty clearly. So here for PC419, it's more so just how do they want to kind of wrap their defenses around that push per se.
Vlad's got to be careful here.
Yeah, Vlad's position could have been a little bit dangerous there, but thankfully he still had at least one more charge in his ADS. So if he would have been spammed, it would have been still pretty good. And, well, he does manage to find that swing onto Nazgul, so that's an RIP for the Ashe. And no cover at all from Shade, surprisingly enough.
Todd just firing down the line. There's also one gas grenade now down. They're going to be running down the ADS as well. You can see Ferox certainly want to move through this door. But they're going to have to wait for the regroup because, of course, Todd now outside. You certainly don't want to be pushing without him, especially because you've lost Nazgul. This is the first time we've seen PC419 with an advantage in this half so far. So 5v4. They've kept Vlad alive, which I think is very important as well, because now he can roam around in the second half of this round and be such a nuisance. It's something that Ferox have to deal with before they go for that push. Some of these walls are now starting to open up, and this could be Ferox maybe trying to get some picks on the site.
Ooh. Yeah. Maybe the attempt is being made, but Shade actually lands a really nice shot onto Vlad. Oh my goodness. Shutting the Jaeger down is going to be certainly adding quite an advantage. There's another gunfight being made here, and Oda, a little bit of a misfire there. At the very least, gives the position of one of the defenders very nicely and very swiftly for Todd to get rid of. And
last gas grenade.
Yeah, last gas grenade as well being run out, and right now quite a hefty amount of damage, gotta say, being traded around, albeit PC419 at a man disadvantage.
And there's still 35 seconds left, Cthulhu, so Ferox can execute this cleanly to get it done, but now we're starting to see them push out here. It's Oda making the swing, but you can see Shaq hanging pretty far back here. He's just waiting, and he's going to make the peek, and now he's evened the score up, but he will trade his life for it. But look at the health bars on PC419. Pun, basically no health. Make that 0 health. Shade with a triple kill. Will he make it a quad if he can find Tesla? Well, no, Tesla's going to find him instead. And there it is. The round now secured once more.
Once more indeed, yeah, Ferox ramping up the numbers now here.
Match
certainly
point.
Looking pretty confident. Yeah, match point as well to add up to to add salt to the injury, I suppose, of PC419, who started things off so well in the first half, but have not been able to gain a single round throughout the second half, whilst they were on defense out of all the things.
That looked like it was the one. That looked like that was the round.
Exactly, yeah. This looked like it was one of the rather closer rounds for PC419 to take, but unfortunately for them, rather, Ferox just ripped it out from their hands.
I mean, just finding Vlad near the end with like a minute to go through the floor. That was beautiful, and that set themselves up for the win there. They're also very good at draining the utility. I mean, not just things like the ADS, but the gas grenades are coming out so early.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's the beauty of how Ferox play, and that's their kind of experience, I suppose, in the OCN as well. They already learned how to play against a multitude of different metas, a multitude of different play styles, and they know when to go in for that utility drain, when to go in for the swing. It's more so right now just the adjustment and kind of fitting in the chemistry of some of the newer players, like Oda, like Nazgul. Similar thing could technically be said about PC419, albeit they are playing with the same roster that they did back in Season 2 round robin. So, yeah, it can't really be addressed in a similar way compared to Ferox if Ferox would have been losing, but it seems that the fresh additions to the roster has finally kind of started paying dividends.
Yeah, and it's always rough with your first matches against Ferox. You want to be running this new roster. It's going to be rough because you could have had it later on in the rounds. Maybe been warmed up here to pick up a win, but unfortunately, at least so far, it looks like Ferox are getting the upper hand. we're going to move into what could be the final round here on Villa.
Possibly.
We'll be going to Coastline after this, but PC 419 certainly have it in them to bring it to overtime, but they've got to win 3 rounds in a row, Cthulhu.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row is quite a tall order here for PC 419, especially after their most recent performance during the second half. It's certainly not looking particularly well, albeit not all is lost, not all hope is lost, rather. It's not a 6-1 scoreline, so there's still, it's not as big of a point gap, I suppose, but
that was in the first half.
It is in the first half, yeah, that is correct, and they don't really have any more chances really to fail. So this is going to be kind of a do or die situation here, at least in map number 1, with already so much breaching already been done.
Oh yeah, it's like, you know, when you see those, oh my god, the smoke. Oh man, just forcing him off the window. I mean, it's going to buy a little bit of extra time, but again, it's like they're baiting out these gas grenades so early, they didn't even really take any damage from one single point back. And now they're going to try and find something through the floor, and it just goes down again in flames. So now Ferox 2 members down. Again, we're looking at a position where it's like, this is the round for PC 419 to win.
This is probably even a better round, really.
That's way better.
That's heaps better, even compared to the previous round for PC 419. Now that they got the vertical play down pat, they should be able to control the general pace of the round. They still have 2 of the, actually no gas grenades, my bad. But they still have at least a single C4 and 2 impacts here. So Steffi could make a few rotations, maybe dish out a few bits of damage. But right now he's in the lockers room and he should be able to get a drop on Todd. And if that's the case, then all down to Sushi and Oda, and that is going to be a really deadly moment here for Ferox if they won't be able to pull off any kind of any crossfire. Steffi finally does go in for the swing, so he gets rid of it. There goes Shaq as well, getting himself his second kill. All down to Sushi, the man who was the main interviewee, but even he can't talk himself out of this kind of sticky situation. So that is the first round out of the 3 that are needed for PC 419 to get themselves close to that 6-6 draw.
And that one totally flawless as well. In fact, I think even damage-wise, I'm not sure they even took a point of damage in that one. So really cleanly executed there by PC 419. Shows they can bring it back here. It shows they're not out just yet. The last few rounds before that were looking pretty grim. Even for Ferox there, where they looked like maybe they weren't going to bring it back. But, I mean, 2 kills very early on in that round set them up for a pretty good victory. But they're still in the same situation, Cthulhu. They still can't afford to lose another round.
Yeah, they can't really afford to lose a whole lot of thing here for themselves. Still 2 more rounds to go. I mean, it's getting closer and closer, but I do not want to really jinx them in any shape or form, because this is definitely going to be still quite a rough road here for PC 419 to really make any adjustments or make any changes, rather, before potentially the end of the map.
Yeah, well, I was kind of mentioning this a few rounds ago, is that PC 419 should be looking maybe for the kills at the start of the round, a little earlier on, because it feels like Ferox, they're getting kind of the freedom to walk around. Last round, not so much, and I think that was great by PC 419. The kills came out nice and early.
I think it's actually more so of an issue that PC 419 are giving away too much ground. If they would have expanded, say, their defense, say, if they defending statuary, expand on to the master bedroom, expand further into maybe bathroom, expand into AVG. Have more ground to essentially give away first before you fall back and drain time that way. That will be probably a better idea here for PC 419, because they know how to play the anchor defense. They know how to set up their crossfire. But the way how they're playing right now, they're trying to play reactive and go for a counter play. But Ferox, they know how to play against that. This is their strong suit in countering the counter play. And PC 419 are playing exactly into their cards.
Okay, well, we've seen PC 419 open up a few floors, get a little bit further forward, maybe trying to catch Ferox as they enter the building, but it looks like so far, at least for Oda, he's going to have pretty easy steps inside, but he's going to be very cautious about this. Still throwing out utilities, still seeing if there's any ADS lying around, or if anyone's going to pop their head through that door, because he'd love to have that happen. He'd love to rip their head off and then secure the match point round for Ferox.
See, here's another thing. Todd has been consistently sitting at that Astro window for 3 rounds in a row and has been able to get a few kills. If you can't really counter that, reinforce maybe a few a few walls into Astro and allow yourself to have that more of a breathing room rather than allowing Todd to open that wall up and get a frag on you, especially thanks to Shade, who's going to be also applying pressure from down below. So there's a few things that PC419 could have done here, but maybe it's just me being the backseat gamer trying to kind of suggest a few ideas that could be good, but also could be extremely horrible.
Oh man, Shade, he was really looking hard for something there.
Oh, Vlad.
Oh, Vlad.
Oh, Vlad,
You had your hands over your mouth like you were worried for Vlad, but no need to worry, my friend. Certainly no more need to worry as they get yet another one from Steffi T. We're looking at the same situation as last round. That's a 5v3. Oh no, it's a 4v3. That's a little awkward, and things are falling down pretty quickly. They make it a good trade. And that, I believe, was the last gas grenade. If not, there's maybe one left, because he's already used one for sure.
Yeah.
And look at how much time is left. 50 seconds.
Still 50 seconds remaining. There's the final gas grenade coming out, so no more of the utility remaining, but so much health already drained from Sushi. And Oda right now, I mean, 2v4 is still workable. We've seen a few clutches, but right now, Pun just doesn't forgive that at all. There's another frag on for Shaq, and well, PC419 only one round away from closing the deal here.
Do they bring it back? Do they really bring it back? I mean, it's certainly possible, right? It would be 3 rounds in a row. They've done 2 so far, and they could take us to overtime here. So Ferox may be sweating a little bit because it feels like their approach has maybe been stifled a little bit.
Yeah, the comeback train is well and truly in place here for PC419, and sure enough, Ferox here looking a little bit lost here, given that, well, might be, maybe it's just the fact that they are kind of at a question of, well, it's our map pick. We were the ones leading it. We were doing the same strat. How come are they countering it? I wouldn't know at all. No.
But I mean, you were saying things like, you know, how Todd would sit at the same window 3 rounds in a row.
I was rather being more sarcastic about it. Finally, PC419, after what, like 3 rounds in a row, read into their play and finally started countering it.
They were reading into it in the round before that as well. They chucked a gas grenade at the window too, so it feels like they are catching them. The question is, do Ferox change things up? Do they try the same thing and maybe try to execute better, or try to deal with what PC419 are doing? I mean, if they're going to do it this round, if they want to close it out, or they're going to overtime.
Yeah, this could be a huge thing for both teams, actually, matter of fact. PC419, yeah, they should be able to draw it out to a 6-6 scoreline. For Ferox, they want to close it out just without any issues or whatever. So yeah, this is their last chance to really do so, and well, I mean, AVG is a pretty good side. They managed to really play it out really well, and I believe this was actually the side where they were able to take it in a very confident manner. But the introduction of Goyo to the defending roster, this definitely threw in a bit of a... could throw a spanner in the works, but also that... I just saw that triple stack of Jaeger devices on the main stairs, which got taken off one of them, but still, dual stack on the main stairs, that could definitely create a very healthy position to hold.
Yeah, and you always want to hold the stairs. It's one of the most important positions to hold in Siege here, but once more, we're opening things up. Barons want to get it done in this round here. But of course, PC419 stepped it up 2 rounds in a row, and they forced them back a little bit. Now, the addition of Goyo, I want to add, is going to buy them even more time. It's like, you add that with Smoke, it's just the ultimate time-delaying composition.
Yeah. It's kind of more so like, yeah, you can play him out as somewhat of a static Smoke, I suppose. A bit more visible. Oh, there's quite a few pings.
They're like, alright, nope, we're not going that way.
Yeah, so don't go for a utility dump on the main stairs, albeit that it could be a rather very powerful place to really go for that. Instead, it's actually, well, they figured out that the ballistic shield is not going to be saved in any shape or form by the ADS devices, so that's a new avenue for them to go in for the peak. For the Zofia of Todd as well, he's going to be going for a push very soon, and that whole position, that whole 90 hallway plus the entrance to the Aviator from the, I believe, from northern position is going to be pretty much free real estate.
Pretty much clear. Pretty much easy to go on in, but Cthulhu, draw your eyes to the clock at the top of the screen because there's 1 minute 15 to go, and we just talked about how Goyo is going to make it waste even more time. Opening kill, though, it's going to be onto Vlad, so that's a great start. We're losing now off the table, but you really want that Smoke, you really want that Goyo, but now we're even. They send one back, getting rid of IQ.
Todd hasn't gotten rid of the default camera as well, so there's going to be all the information for PC419 to really know where the Zoff is going to be pushing in. And with Shaq already getting rid of Sushi as well, that is going to be definitely making things a whole lot tougher. Another kill for Shaq, that's a double as well. Oda going down. It's all down to the final player, that is Todd. The Zofia of Ferox is down for the challenge. 35 seconds and 4 frags to be found. This is going to be quite a tall order here. Finds one. That's a 3v1 now.
30
double
seconds,
kill.
though.
30 seconds remaining and 3 more kills for the ace. Could be a very almost impossible task to really perform here. Now that they are going to be going in for a few swings. Free fires coming out. 15 seconds. Not a whole lot of chances here as they all dwindling by the second. And well, Todd right now looking at potentially just forfeiting that whole round. And well, with a few prone positions as well. This is going to be all that she wrote. Defenders win the round number 12, and we are heading to the draw of the regular rounds.
That's right. We get to go all the way to overtime, and who knows, judging by how this series has gone, this could go all the way to round number 15. We're going to kick things off. PC419 still sitting on defense now, so this one is going to be a fun one. Ferox are going to have another opportunity to kick it off on attack here before they get to go back onto defense, but it just hasn't looked successful at all for them the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, Ferox have almost dropped down all of their kind of efforts. Really, it's not looking too particularly fresh them here as just as how well they've grabbed those 3 rounds initially in the second half. In the same kind of fashion, they dropped the next 3 rounds in the second half, and well, here we are, I suppose, with the overtime. With Ferox now still sticking to the attack on the ROT side, but now I have a few questions about what is happening. Definitely, I'll be messaging Sushi after the end of tonight's broadcast to ask what happened.
Well, I mean, maybe we'll see on map 2.
Maybe we'll see on map 2, because yeah, Coastline is definitely going to be quite a change of pace, but that is PC419's map picks. This is their comfort ground where they should be able to really frag out, I reckon.
10 seconds.
All right, PC419, they've worked hard to bring it to overtime here. Having to win 3 rounds in a row is not an easy task. And you're sitting there, the opponent's on match point, but they did it. They did it, and they should be feeling pretty good. Ferox themselves, I mean, they've got to stay composed here. Because on the flip side, it never feels good to be sitting one round away from just taking the whole map.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they let it slip away. They've got a chance to bring it back in overtime. What is this though? Vlad is so pushed up.
Yeah, Vlad just wants to get those frags. He wants to be really up in the face of the attack. And well, if there was a repel, he could have actually possibly gotten the frag. Right now, it's more so just
Bomb located by
a
attack.
game of chicken, I suppose, between the 2 teams and whether one of them gets the frag or not. But right now, yeah, it's just both the teams kind of trying to feel each one another out just to figure out where to apply the right amount of pressure.
Yeah, well, things are looking good for PC419. They usually manage to do pretty well in the rounds. They don't lose someone straight away. In fact, they do pretty well in the rounds. They get a kill straight away. And so with that, Todd now off the table. That's super annoying. I mean, Todd was one of the more clutch players from previous seasons and even previous rounds. So now Ferox, sitting here in the first round of overtime, have got to get a 4v5 done. They still have a lot of time, so that's okay. They can take this one carefully because they're going to have to.
Correct. Well, plenty of angles opened up on the side of Ferox, as they are the ones to try to maybe find those openings. There's the initial gunfight against Pun,
Attackers have
Shade,
located
to
a
try
bomb.
to find revenge for his fallen comrade, that is Todd. And well, right now already a push in. Very nice first frag on very first opening rather in the side, but Steffi does manage to shut things down pretty swiftly. So Oda now being gone, it's a 3v4, and all 3 players of Ferox are very much disconnected from each one another. So right now this is going to be looking a little bit rough here.
Yeah, the important thing is they get a trade back, and that's all they're really looking for. They can afford it. A minute to go now, and defense still has plenty of tools. They have lost the smoke though. Sorry, that's the that's the smoke is now gone, so that's going to be a little rough. They would have loved to have that, but still though, 4 people. Plenty of bodies. I mean, you talked about how disconnected they are. They've now got to deal with things like lesion mines, although Ferox is still swinging back. They've now got Steffi T out of there. They're now pushing onto the site, and kills are just coming left, right, and center here as Shade picks up yet another one. It's not for free though, as it's traded back, but only one defender remains. It's Shaq. Can he stand up to the challenge now today in the final 1v1? No, he can't. He will fall, and it will be Ferox to pick up the first round of overtime and the first attacking round in a while.
Yes, correct. Yeah, they finally managed to break the general pace of PC419 and finally managed to kind of reclaim their lead here in the first game on their own map pick out of all the places as well. So now with them being back at the overtime match point, again, they need only a single round, but they've been at that mentality for pretty much the last quarter of the map, and
it's been like 4 rounds?
3. Well, yeah, 4 rounds.
4 rounds, including that one.
Including that one, yeah. 4 rounds, and only now they're making the grand return, I suppose, to their lead.
Well, that was a comeback round too. They were sitting at a pretty big disadvantage, I gotta say. I mean, the positions are a little awkward, but I mean, they managed to make the crossfires happen, which is always pretty fun. Now, we get the Martin Coppin special with Mozzie coming out here, Diddly D. So we'll see if that's going to be a bit of a difference maker here. I mean, Mozzie can certainly pop off. It can.
We're gonna be getting a little bit of a rehost here just to get things all set up. So apologies for that. Unfortunately, Bugs is still there to haunt us even throughout multitude of broadcasts. But
we were so close.
We were so close, yeah, to the closure of the first map. But I mean, it still gives us quite some time to really talk about what just overall kind of unveiled here, because well, Ferox showed that they are good at the solo plays, like I mentioned before. Whilst they were all disconnected from each one another during that last round, they were able to make quite a large comeback.
It was like three different solo plays.
3 different solo plays, yeah.
But what I want to talk about, I was going to save this for after the round, especially if it was PC419 that won. But
yeah.
If they win here, I mean, even just one map win should feel really good. I mean, this is Ferox we're talking about, a team which is terrifying to go in against this season, right? PC419 just missing playoffs last season, also very rough. So to come in here and at least draw with Ferox, I'd say that's okay in their book, because they can take that and go into the rest of the rounds here, warm up a little bit, crush some of the lower ranked teams, and then hopefully make playoffs. But of course, they don't want to go down to an O. They're staring down a pretty crazy defeat. We'll probably talk about it more after after Villa, especially if PC419 do win. But for Ferox, though, I think for them, anything less than a 2-0 isn't really acceptable. But even so far, PC419 have kept it competitive.
But think of it this way. Ferox did have a bit of a rough / slow beginning in the previous season as well. And then they were able to climb back up to position 1 on the leaderboard. So I have a feeling that maybe it's a similar thing here, because whilst previously they were kind of more so, they got to concentrate on LPL Pro, now they're kind of splitting their duties between VOD reviewing, or maybe not VOD reviewing, for LPL Pro and the Oceanic National. So it's double the work for them. And maybe it's they're kind of the quote-unquote aim juice maybe occasionally running out here, which could also be affecting the kind of the general mentality, I suppose.
I mean, it's a scale on both sides, right?
It's a scale on both sides.
You're not getting target VOD reviews against the specific teams in the league, maybe.
Yeah.
But you're also getting a hell of a lot more practice. So,
exactly.
It's which one do you value more? I mean, we can see already we're talking about just solo plays and mechanical godliness already. So that side of it's really paying off, the practice side. Whether they're, specifically targeting PC419 in some of the VOD reviews could be up to debate. I mean, you've said we haven't even seen PC419 a whole lot compared to Ferox, who've got games out there.
Yeah. There are still plenty of games out there. Yeah, PC419 may have finally gotten kind of the wind of how things are being played, or what's the general kind of pace there. And funnily enough, I'd actually say that this very matchup, this early into the season for PC419, is a good thing. Oh, really, they knock out one of their rather tougher opponents, and if they're able to run away with maybe a single map, or rather maybe even a win, this already sets them up pretty well, because the rest of the teams are definitely going to be either their kind of own skill level, or maybe slightly lower, because I would have to say that probably out of all of those teams that we get to see, probably Skyfire and maybe Exto, and Ferox most definitely are like I suppose the holy trinity of like the difficult opponents to play within this season.
Yeah, but then on the flip side, it's like, would PC419 reach a potential later on in the round robin to, you know, go ahead and defeat Ferox? Do they want to warm up first? Or, I mean, this game so far shows maybe they don't need to warm up so much because they're coming pretty close. But maybe that difference would have been there, you know, for 3, 4, maybe 6 weeks into the season, right?
Look, I gotta say that though. I'm still yet to see how is the actual like the new lineup going to work out for PC419, because we got teased Luna's appearance.
Well, that's
on
the thing,
this
Shaq
roster.
as well.
And
He's himself.
Shaq is the one to replace her for at least this matchup. I definitely think that there's a few things that can be done. I'm definitely still curious about how would Luna fit into the roster and whether she's just a stand-in for the roster or whether she's a permanent appearance here. So yeah, I'll have to say that everything is still yet to be seen. It's very much still the first episode of LPL Pro Season 3. So right now it's more so just I suppose the beginning, the formation of the storylines within the season.
Yeah, I mean, we have a few storylines from last season as well, which is always fun as we jump back in. Just 1 or 2 more rounds to go, so a little bit annoying we have to wait for that one, but that's okay. We know these things happen, but it does give a little bit of breathing room for, well, PC419, who've got to win now 2 rounds in a row, but they've been in this position before.
Yeah, exactly. This has been pretty much their whole run for the most of it. Actually,
Entire second half.
Entire second half, indeed. Yeah, and even in the first half, they were a little bit struggling to even keep up with Ferox. I mean, they just barely were able to sort themselves out with that 3-3 scoreline.
I mean, to be fair though, the few rounds they did win on attack were very heavily in their favor.
Correct,
I mean, they smashed through some of the entries. I mean, Shaq popped off in one of the rounds.
That quad kill was nuts.
Yeah, again, that's going to be up for discussion on, you know, Shaq coming back in week 2, but I think we'll talk about that later on, because now we're getting back into what could be the final round here, because we've got Ferox here sitting on match point. They're on defense. It's been a while, not half a map since we've seen them on defense, but hey, they had a pretty solid defense, and when things didn't go immediately PC419's way, Ferox were fine to take pretty much all the other rounds.
Correct, yeah. So it's going to be very much relying on the initial momentum that PC419 should be able to set here. Otherwise, yeah, this is certainly looking like one of the rounds that Ferox would just be able to shut down pretty quickly, pretty swiftly. So yeah, things are going to be looking pretty interesting here in just a short few moments as the prep phase is ending. So for Ferox, they just need to keep playing their game. I mean, bringing in a Mozzie here is going to be a slight change of pace, but I'm pretty sure we saw at least one of the Mozzie plays previously when Ferox were defending, and that I like that kind. I like that kind of setup.
Oh yeah, I mean, another good thing for PC419 as well is Yana's now here, which against the Mozzie, it's kind of like a backup drone, right?
Yeah, that's one way, yeah, to kind of not counter but rather avoid the Mozzie drone or rather Mozzie pass.
It means if you get your drones pested. Is that
Yeah,
what you call it,
I
guess?
mean, I suppose, captured.
Captured, I guess is another way to say it. You have that backup, right?
Yeah.
You're not stuck with no eyeballs at all. You've got the hologram. But now we'll see if that even happens, if we even get to that. There's a whole lot of gunfire going down already, but no one has taken any damage yet. So PC419 still staying safe. They're moving down the 90-degree hallway right now. They've got position on the stairs as well. So these positions they're marching forward for PC419.
PC419 right now are going to be maybe a little bit struggling to find that initial frag, because right now Ferox are just sitting tight, really. There's a few aggressive moves that are being made, and Todd does tank a little bit of a damage, but apart from losing out on one of the holograms of Iana, not much damage has been dealt to PC419, which is a solid beginning for them.
Yeah, they've dropped Todd down to about half health, which is quite nice as well. You definitely want to get rid of that guy, Legion as well. Taking him out early is always nice. They haven't secured it just yet, so he's going to be still pumping out those goo mines all over the place, which is certainly going to be super annoying as the round goes on. And we know that some of these rounds will come right down to the wire, and it looks like this one's going to be no different. Still 5v5 with just barely over a minute to go right now. And we've got PC419 starting to move forward here. They're really hunting for some of these peeks through the doorways, but they're going to have to get a little more intel right now. Now is certainly the time to grab that intel.
like what Ferox though did, they
Rush contact.
expanded a little bit further away from their side and were able to drain quite a fair bit of time, but that didn't really save Nazgul at all, as Steffi T was able to hunt them down without losing any amount of health. So right now, with Todd on half health and only 3 players of Ferox being on full health, things might get rough a little bit in a little bit, but with 33 seconds remaining, Ferox could really turn things around pretty quickly. At the moment, PC419 will start trying to get a little bit in a hurry. But oh what a Kobe from Pun! That is a fantastic grenade onto Sushi, and only a single person actually on site.
That might have just secured them around that kill there. Now they've got 4 people. The health bars are a little rough. Vlad showing a big example of that as he's dropped it down. He's only down, so maybe they can get him back up. The plant now going down as the clock ticks down. Will they be able to secure it as their teammates fall down around them? The diffuser gets planted. They've secured that one. They're now hunting down the remaining members, but Todd keeps the trades going and keeps falling down too. Now it's just up to Shade to see if he can secure this round. The C4 will not get anyone at all. 30 seconds for him to find this 1v2 here, but they know exactly where he is. He's got to move up the stairs. This is an aggressive push, but unfortunately sometimes they don't pay off. Round number 15, Cthulhu.
Round number 15 indeed. Steffi being the MVP of that whole round, being able to get the opening kill as well as the closing kill here for PC419, able to keep pushing them on. The final, very last round, overtime match point, both of the teams on 7-7, and this is the round which will be seeing us, well, seeing one of the teams rather come out victorious here.
Well, seeing us as the winners, of course, because we get to watch some.
We get to watch all of this, yeah.
We get to see some quality siege. I mean, what a treat, though, Cthulhu, that we get overtime in our very first map here in season number 3. I mean, we already knew the matchup was going to be a banger, Ferox versus PC419, but overtime to round number 15, didn't expect that.
Oh yeah. To kick things off as well on the very first map of season 3 as well. That is one way to.
Can we have it in season 1 as well? Way back. I mean, you know, that's a long time to remember.
It's a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. But yeah, I do have slight memories of a very close game as well on season 1. Yeah, okay. All right.
You can trust me.
All right, I'll trust you on that one. Well, what we also will be trusting is that we will be seeing yet another Staturian trophy defense with slight adjustments. I'm definitely curious how will this defense really play out. On the Lucy device, 2 Jaeger ADSs and a ballistic shield as well to have a pixel angle onto the walk-in closet. So that is quite a saucy setup here from the defense of PC419. And well, right now it's, funnily enough, I reckon PC might actually take this round, just because so far they were the ones to ramp up the momentum. They were the ones to actually get the dub both on their offense and the defense.
But last time we saw defense though, Ferox,
True.
You know, Ferox when they were on attack did pretty well. Here they are again. I want to point out though, PC419, they got a lot of stuff to deal with. You know, obviously the gas grenades are going to be super annoying later on, but you got the Jaeger ADS, the boom mines, just stuff all over the place. Some Malusi traps. So Shade on IQ, he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah. Shade is going to be definitely one of the main players to really watch out for, because he will be the one to try to get rid of the utility from down below before any of the utility will be used here. Funnily enough, actually, the ballistic shield is gone, and so are the ADSs, so
that's quick.
That was a very quick riddance of that very position, and this could really throw in a spanner in the works of PC if they are not going to be too careful, or rather Vlad, if Vlad won't be too careful, because right now, that guy, he wants to get himself some more kills. He wants to go down with a bang here.
Oh, but I mean, you can't really afford to play any differently here in round number 15. This is certainly, I mean, we've been saying do or die a few times, but absolutely for both teams right now, that's what it is. We're already just about halfway into the round, and Vlad now just taking the first points of damage, so that roaming Jaeger may be found, but there it goes. It's going to be Pun finding the first kill. On the Shade as well, so hopefully that IQ got all that work done that we were talking about before, because now it's off the table, now it's not going to be available, and they've got to finish out the second half here with still probably some utility. And we saw one gas grenade be thrown out. I think they've still got 2 more.
Yeah, Shade was one of the key players that I would have said that he would be the one to make the change here. With him out, certainly Ferox are going to be looking at a bit of a slightly grid situation, but not everything is lost yet. There's still a minute to go, so they still have a few ways to really go about taking the site. So plenty of ways to approach, plenty of gunfights to take in a matter of, what now, 50 seconds. So not everything is lost, but definitely a few adjustments do need to be made, and Sushi is the man for that job. He's already going in for the sprint and will be trying to apply some pressure from the 90 hallway, which is completely, I believe, unprotected from PC419. There it is. Yeah, there's the frag. There's a pretty easy one as well. That's like, but right now, the Melissa device will be also notifying them of the play. Pun finding his double kill, though.
This could be it.
This could be it, with Oda down, total low on health. Sushi's the only person to really go in for the play, whereas PC419 have two very healthy operators.
Oh man, Sushi's gonna be careful. He could be the only one to make a difference here. 13 seconds left, and that's one more defender down. They just need to deal with two more. It's a 2v2. The plant now going down. He can't stop it. He's got 5 seconds. He's just trying to bait out the kills, but now he's gonna sit there and put in the code, and he's gonna hope that he doesn't get shot in the face. And I think, no,
that is
they
about
do.
it.
They cancel it.
They canceled it, yeah. Canceled just like the chance to win that map for Ferox. And well, PC419 very nicely done there for themselves, being able to completely shut things down, and my goodness.
Down to the wire.
Down to the wire, exactly. Down to the final seconds, as well, as they were just able to drain out the time. And well, there we go. I mean, 8-7 scoreline.
Oh man, I mean, look, overtime all the way. I mean, we thought that Ferox just pretty much had it done once they got to the attacking half. They won 3 in a row. They were on match point for half the second half. I mean, that's going to be a rough one to lose.
Oh,
You were literally one step away from victory for almost half of that game. And that has got to be crushing to lose it out in what was essentially almost a 1v1 at the end there. I mean, oh man, that is rough. But I mean, hey, look, props to PC419. They pick it up, and I was saying we wanted to talk about this a little bit, but we're gonna have to wait because we've got a break coming up, and once we are back from that break, we're gonna be hitting up Coastline. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are one map into our very first matchup of Season 3 here at LPL Pro. That's right, it's Rainbow Six Siege and Cthulhu. We just saw overtime victory for PC419. They got it done just at the very end there. They were hanging on by a thread for a lot of that map.
Oh, yeah.
But eventually they did take down Ferox. So
yeah,
that's one win on the board already for PC419.
Correct. Yeah, they were able to take control of the final bits of the round, especially in overtime, really, really well there. And look, props to PC419 for a very confident start here, really, for their run in Season 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's just also against Ferox is like a pretty crazy way to win. Yeah, they did it just barely, but I mean, look, you're stoked with that. I was saying before, like, PC419 are going to be really happy with at least just one win here. I mean, it was going to be one of the harder matchups. They knew that from the start. To get it in the very first round is always going to be rough. But they've evened it. They've made it at the very worst.
Yes.
Ferox are going to pick up the same amount of points as them.
Correct.
So that's fine. Ferox, though, are going to be mad.
Ooh, yeah.
Ferox are going to be pissed. They just lost it just barely, and we talked about how it was on a thread. Well, Ferox are one step away from victory for a lot of that match. So,
oh, yeah.
Look, they got to come back and obviously win. They want to win Coastline, which is going to be our second map.
Yeah.
To get that draw. I was saying before as well, Ferox certainly won a 2-0 from the start.
Definitely.
That's off the table now. But if they get 0-2'd, oh, that's going to be rough. I mean, Ferox had a rough start last season, but I'm not
they
sure
didn't
like
get
this.
too old like this.
Yeah.
It's not by PC419 out of all of the teams as well, gotta say.
Not that PC419 are down there or anything.
Yes. Yeah, not to discredit them, but comparative to their general performance during Season 2, PC419 are already making some really good progress here, I gotta say. And especially on the map pick that was by Ferox, that was Villa. To win it out, that is a gut punch there for PC419. And now, for Ferox. And PC419 now going on to their own map pick, their own comfort ground, and which is a little bit more straightforward, I would have to say. The coastline has been already so overstretched to the point where, like, at this point, it's just straight gunfight.
Yeah, just who's better at clicking?
Who's better at clicking heads? And actually, for that matter, right now, if I would have been asked between Ferox and PC419, I would actually say that they are both on the equal level.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about the individual player skill coming out from Ferox.
Yeah.
Now, that certainly picked them up a lot of rounds when we were back over on Villa. So, does that translate here into Coastline? Because, I mean, we talk about how it's down to gunfights and maybe the players are even, but maybe the positioning comes into it.
Let's have a look, actually.
Oh, you
The
got
game
it ready for us.
Yeah, we actually just got it ready, all prepared. We actually did get just the bans rolling already for the first set. We do see PC419 who banned out Ace, and then it's a Hibana who got banned out by Ferox. So with Ferox now banning out as well Valkyrie as well, things are certainly looking pretty interesting. I mean, with Ace as well being banned out, that is also a very interesting thing to see, given that the man is certainly not particularly well. He's strong. His weapon is amazing. He's a 2-speed, so with him out of the equation, things might be also also looking quite strong. Well, without him, rather, it's going to be a bit more of a rather stable thing. Yeah, well, kitchen and service entrance is going to be picked here, as right now we are going to be seeing PC419 on the dub. I believe this is going to be it.
All right, well, that's right. As we just bear with us, guys, here as we're grabbing the overlay ready right now. We're just yelling at production, who, by the way, is also Cthulu, as he jumps down to type it in. But yeah, I mean, we talked about it a whole lot. You know, Coastline being a bit of a fun one here, a little bit more on the frags and the firefights. So now we can see some of the picks coming out here, Cthulhu. I mean, does anyone stand out to you here?
Bomb located by
looking at the
Amaru is coming out.
Amaru, but this time from Nazgul. That is a very interesting one to pick. Another thing is Shaq on the mirror for kitchen. I mean, I've been yelling about it for God knows how long. People who watched the Women's League as well by XP Esports would have heard me, almost whinge about it at this point. That mirror on this very side is easily counterable.
5 seconds left before.
But the moment I say that, Shaq says psych, goes in for the top floor, goes to the penthouse, and we'll be playing a vertical game, which exactly where mirror is very strong.
Now, do you think this is where, like, maybe PC4 are trying to bait out? They're trying to bait out their opponents?
Could be, yeah. Right now, yeah, it could be the play here. But we'll have to see. There's already quite a push actually coming out, as there's already the first frag. That is Pun finding the shot onto Steffi T, and that is not a good beginning here for PC419.
Yeah, losing out 2 people already. I mean, they did trade one back. The Amaru, unfortunately, not quite paying off here for Ferox. A little bit rough, of course, but they still have the numbers advantage, and that is always a whole lot of fun here. The drone's still picking up a whole lot of value too. They're spotting out, getting the intel, and now trying to make that intel pay off. A few bangs through the wall, and look at that, another kill in the bag right now. Ferox, a very strong start here on Coastline for the first round on attack, and yet another one falls. And it felt like right from the get-go, Ferox just had control of this round. Maybe we see Todd bring it back, but maybe we don't either. And that is Ferox grabbing a very quick round one. Remember, we knew Ferox are going to be coming back with a vengeance here, and I think that is a good example of it.
Yeah, that is a solid example, really making it quite a statement and a half here for themselves here against PC419, especially after such an upset on map number 1. Certainly going to be a solid start here.
Does he still go for it?
Yeah, he's still gonna go for it. I mean, I'm not too particularly sure whether Amaru is one of those kind of planned picks, or maybe it's just Nazgul just saying, yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna send it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the Amaru.
Maybe Amaru is not feeling him though.
Well, I think Amaru's not feeling anyone tonight, at least so far. He's been very unsuccessful in the both rounds he's been played. Been killed pretty much straight away, the very first kill as well, so it is gonna be picked up again though. So it is coming through.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
I wonder if we're going to see it pull up again, because it's not going to be a surprise this time at all. I mean, PC419 should be ready for this.
Well, we'll have to see, because last time it took 3 rounds for PC419 to figure out what to really expect from Ferox and to counter them. So I'm not too hopeful just yet for PC419 to make quick amends to their play, but apart from that, gotta say, I mean, that lineup is certainly looking quite positive, at least utility-wise, and with T5 SMG having the 1.5 times scope for the Legion, ooh, you could take quite a few long-range
5 seconds
gunfights.
left.
Yeah, and PC419, I mean, they're packing up all the traps as well. They've got so much stuff to deal with. Once again, they really love pulling these out. No IQ for Ferox this time, which means that they may be having to deal with things the old-fashioned way, just shooting them not through a wall, or at least not knowing that they're through the wall. Here's the question, though. Does Nazgul survive? Looks like he's going to be able to jump on through. Just nice and quickly here. He is dashing through the building right now, see if there's anyone hanging out below him, and he'll find out that there's probably not. It's not there.
Oda to follow suit as well should be able to just get a fair few openings fairly quickly. I like the fact that Amaro was more so used as the entry frag. Vlad's roam, though, could really shut things down here for the vertical play of Ferox, so we'll have to see how it will really play out. Also, another thing, a storyline to be formed, Vlad versus Oda, 2 ex-teammates from the original Ferox.
That's true. So, especially with how tight the last round was, it's going to be real interesting. I mean, there's got to be a bit of blood between these two players. See if they can pull it out. There's, again, a little bit more information, but explosions everywhere. And, well, that's going to mean Sushi wants to get the heck out of Dodge and move out of there, so... Already a minute down, they've got a little bit of information, but that's quite good. But what's even better is picking up a kill on the Step ET and downing him nice and quickly. So, again, we've got a pretty solid numbers advantage. This time, though, Nazgul stayed alive.
Yeah, with Nazgul staying alive, this is good, and already using more of his Gara hook to just bait in some shots. Oh, right now, this could have been huge, but Vlad only picks up a single frag onto Oda. Doesn't know that there's still shade, knows now that there's plenty of pre-fire coming out. But in a 4v3, this could still be very much turned around. There's still a minute and 17 seconds to go. And with Shaq and Sushi trading things out, this could be huge. Back to a 2 versus 2. Vlad doing an absolutely phenomenal job here. But with a single person being on site, it could be taken pretty quickly here by Ferox, given that Sushi and Nazgul are now all together and rendezvous.
Yeah, they're going to get the plant down nice and easily. So now it's on PC419 to go for the retake here. They've got Shaq alive, and Shaq has been popping off. Well, what a caster curse. What a caster curse, Cthulhu. Shaq's popping off. Oh, yeah, popping his head off.
Yeah, Shaq got his head shot, but, well, for Ferox, this is a good sign. Already a 2-point lead that early on into the round, certainly signaling that they just might have finally got back into the swing of things and finally managed to get themselves warmed up for all of those gunfights. Like I said, this is a complete switch of pace from Villa, and with that in mind, it is definitely going to take quite some time for PC419 to adjust as well.
And here's the fun thing, Cthulhu, is that now I've got an example of Ferox winning when they're ahead and winning when they're behind. So now we know that they're feeling pretty comfortable on coastline, kind of no matter the situation. It's not like they're relying on like a nice early pick, get a nice 5v4 or 5v3 even going. They've done both. So they're setting themselves up nice and easily, at least so far in this first half. But I mean, we saw something similar when we were back on Villa. So now it's time for PC419 to start swinging back. They came kind of close in that round, but I feel like they just got to hold on to those leads a little bit better.
Yeah, they definitely need to keep their momentum in check. They need to keep the information stream rather more so up for themselves, the PC419 squad, because Ferox are able to just roll them pretty quickly in a very methodical manner, I gotta say.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, so we'll see if this one's going to be one of those very one-sided rounds for Ferox, or if it's going to be one where they claw it back, or the third option, Cthulhu, which is that PC419 actually just get a win. Yeah.
Could be. I wouldn't exclude that potential, really.
I mean, anything's possible, right? I mean, Shaq and Vlad had some pretty good stuff going on. Vlad particularly in the... Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Good night.
Hey, you know,
Bomb located by attackers.
I won't get $1 million in 1 second. You can't cast a curse of that, apparently, but I mean, look, they get rid of the armor, which is quite nice, yeah, for PC419. That's a good start, but that's what it looked like in round number 1.
Yeah, but this time, comparative to round number 1, or round number 2 for that matter, they're actually bringing in a clash for this for this very round, and that is going to be quite a slowdown in all shape or forms. Albeit, doesn't really slow down Shade from getting rid of Shaq as he tries to roam around the blue bar. So right now, this is, I mean, back to the even ground.
No, but that's good though, because the biggest thorn in the side for Ferox in the last round was that Jaeger. It was Vlad last time, but this time it's Shaq. They take him out of the way. They've evened things up. They've done it before with Nazgul dead on Amaru, so that's fine. It's no problem. The real question is how they're going to deal with the clash. They've already chucked a few nades over at it, but the question is, are they going to have enough? Are they going to have the angles? Because as it gets lower and lower to like a 2v2 and a 1v1 and all that, that's where Clash really shines. So they don't want to let it get to that point.
Yeah, they want to keep the damage control to minimum here. Well, Todd goes in for the aggressive swing back to his previous Ash main roots. Finally able to find a shot, but so is Vlad actually, able to shut things down pretty swiftly. Back to a 3 versus 3. Vlad is just going absolutely nuts here on those flanks, on those kind of flex plays comparative to his opposition, and it's just an absolute roll here.
Man, poor Oda has been stuck out on the balcony for so long, just sitting there with a Clash shield and the only door he can go through. Oh no, Sushi walks over the goo mine and then walks straight into some bullets as well. Again, PC419, they have the lead. We've seen this before, Cthulhu. We've seen a 2v3 be alright, but this time, is it going to be enough? Because is the Clash going to be in the way? Can you really deal with that when you're at a numbers disadvantage? Vlad is popping off again. Not going to curse it this time. He's going to take a look outside. Nobody's there right now, but he's going ham, he's going hard, and he's going home as he gets put into the ground.
Yeah, finally, PC419 able to break the curse, and yeah, poor Oda. Vlad even acknowledges that Oda just gets bullied through and through here.
Oda was on the duty of like, just sit at that door and make sure Clash doesn't go anywhere else. You know,
and Clash did end up still going anywhere.
Well, he killed him, but maybe throw a nade at him occasionally. But it's Clash. It's super annoying to get rid of. Yeah. And then yeah, the end Vlad. I mean, tries to go for, I'm not going to say the hero play, but maybe the Poggers play. But yeah, manages to snag the round there as well after, I mean, Vlad had a great performance in that one. It's now the first one on the board for PC419 as well. So once more, you know, your morale's getting a bit back. You're saying, all right, but guys, we can do this. You know, we're not going to throw rounds like we did in round number, I think it was 2, where, you know, they almost had it. They almost had it, but now they do have it. Vlad, a big part of it too. And Nazgul's still on an Amaru.
Yeah. Amaru once again being picked is it worked out a few times, but it's at this point Amaru is such a niche kind of operator pick that the more you pick her, the more the opposition kind of expects her. And right now, the way how things are really unveiling here, it looks like PC419 have already managed to kind of nail the pace down there. They know exactly where that Amaru could be going in. So unless Nazgul decides to go in for a complete polar opposite swing, say into Hookah Lounge, he won't be seeing any kind of success really, at least not in my eyes just yet.
Yeah, well, despite that, I mean, his team has still picked up 2 rounds anyway, so
true.
The question now is like, if he does start to pop off, he does get one of those crazy montages you get put up on Reddit the next day, is that going to be a huge difference here? I mean, it could really propel Ferox into the easiest round they've ever had if he pops off. But Nazgul needs to find that magical window, needs to find that magical moment and that magical montage. So he's going to have to chill out for a little bit here, maybe catch them by surprise, because it hasn't been working the last few rounds, but he wants to make it work, so we'll see if he can do it. PC419, though, stepping up here for round number 3, and now on round number 4. Not much has changed so far. Keep your eyes on Vlad. He did a lot of work last round. I expect it to happen here again.
I'm curious, how will Nazgul rather play his role here? Because right now he's in a bit more of a peculiar situation. He doesn't have, from the get-go, the full control of the penthouse and theater. Instead, he now needs to almost earn it. And with a G8 suppressor, I mean, DPS is certainly not going to be the most favorable, albeit the solid rate of fire off that G8 150 rounder is not a bad thing either. So right now, as soon as they take control of that, the penthouse, this could be all that is needed. With Tesla off the board as well, that is, I believe, one of the few players that was in the penthouse, make it actually the only person in the penthouse and theater. So, well, that's full control of the top floor.
And one man down too. I mean, we're back to the 5v4 here. These have always looked really good for Ferox. So again, we're looking at some of the roamers. This time it's very likely going to be Shaq. And, well, there's the first kill coming out by Steffi T here. So they've evened it up again. Taking away that sledge. That's all good. Oda now off the table. So 1 minute to go. We got a 4v4 to happen here. Do Ferox have the tools to get it done here? They're a little split up, but you can imagine they're going to be looking to group together, get that last bit of intel down, open up a few more holes, and then execute.
Execute indeed, yeah. Right now, with the loss of both two fairly important operators as well. That is the Sledge and the
Steffi?
And the Legion. Steffi just goes absolutely hard here, getting rid of Todd and Shade as well. So just like that, Ferox's push is certainly not looking too sweet. Steffi making it a triple. Could he make it a quad though? That is a big question. Because right now it's all down to Sushi. He was the man who tried to clutch it up last time as well and was almost able to pull it off, but unfortunately to no avail. Maybe here on a bit more, maybe slightly predictable map, he should be able to get a dub, but with 15 seconds remaining, 4 frags is almost impossible to perform.
Yeah, you basically needed that nade to hit like 4 people and all kill them. And it was not going to happen, so yeah, I mean, look, again, it was Ferox take a pretty easy lead at the start with the 5v4, and then suddenly you see PC419 say, look, we're not done just yet. You know, you can't just get one numbers advantage, so they stick it out on defense. And Steffi's, it's his turn to go nuts.
Yeah, Steffi's just going absolutely hard right now. He decided to maybe trade a few MVP plays with people like Vlad, like Shaq also, and decided, yeah, you know what? Villa was your show. Now let me take quick control over that, and let me just get a few highlight plays for maybe my own montage as well. So we'll have to see how will he continue to progress here. But yeah, overall this is certainly looking pretty good right now for Steffi. I mean, a 2-2 scoreline, like you said, 2 rounds in a row, matter of fact, that is already quite a way to clap back at Ferox.
Yeah, and just kind of in the same way I said, you know, we've seen Ferox win rounds on kind of both positions, winning or losing. So is PC419 now. They've come back from behind, which is the real one you've got to test, is whether they can come back from behind. Because most teams can just take a lead and just take it all the way to the end, right? You get the numbers advantage, they don't throw it, but, you know, sometimes it can be a bit of a weakness for a team, so I do want to see PC419 get a very clean round where they get a lead from the start and don't throw anything away. But, I mean, look, we've still got a bit of time for that, for sure. But Ferox's openers have always been very, very solid, except for when they lose Nazgul, that's a little bit rough, but they didn't last time. They got a good opening. It was just after that PC419 swung back.
I'm genuinely curious about whether it's actually part of, like, say, strat pool, or whether it's just kind of, yeah, go for your own solo play and kind of try to adjust. Because, yeah, I mean, I've criticized the Amaru pick before, but it worked out on a few occasions, so I wouldn't be fully discrediting the Amaru pick here by Nazgul, but at the same time, I'm still very much confused/curious about what is kind of the drive behind that. There's a C4 to be thrown out. Can it land? Oh, just nearly. Doesn't deal any kind of damage, unfortunately, for PC419, but at the very same fact, it does force Ferox to start moving rather into the building rather than just sticking around outside.
A bit of a Hail Mary play, though, because if it did connect, it would have been so good, but unfortunately, they're now down on C4. A little rough, but I mean, it happens, and overall, you haven't really lost anything but that, so it's okay. Like you said, you've also kind of pushed Ferox, kind of kicked them up the bum and said, all right, time to go. So now they are going, and they're definitely moving forward pretty hard and not really being stopped by PC419 just yet. So it looks like we're going to be going down to that 5v5 clash near the end, but hasn't been too much of the round just yet. We're nearing just a little under half of it. Now we're getting the positions, and this is what we're looking for Ferox. That's, again, we've seen this before. They get the first kill. It's on to Shaq on that Jaeger. But PC419 have come back from this before, Cthulu.
Oh yeah, PC419 were able to really redeem themselves on a fair few occasions, able to really swing the favor into their hands and able to slow down the momentum. Albeit now it's going to be a very difficult task with minute and 17 to go, where for Ferox it's just plenty amount of time to really make a rotation, make a few adjustments to their push. And with Todd finding another shot onto Steffi T and potentially Shade finding the shot as well, could be a huge one. There's a plethora of trades are also coming out. 4v1 situation with Tesla being the last person standing, but already it's full control of the site for Ferox. And right now with the hunt by Shade, he will be quite successful, picking up that kill and a very clean victory with Ferox returning back to the lead.
Yeah, that's kind of what it should look like once you get the first opening kill, right? Ferox, they go in there, they get Shaq, they get the Jaeger off the board. Again, one of those thorns in the side you now don't have to deal with. And just sets them up nice and well. The position that they had as well just did not seem contested really at all for PC419. So with that, they kind of walk through, get the job done. Now we're in the last round of the first half, and oh, I thought we were going to see the clash come out. Maybe we will, but probably not here.
Yeah, maybe we'll.
Well, we're guaranteed one of those three picks there, which would have been
there it is.
interesting. Yeah, the Ashe is kind of normal, but Blackbeard gets to come in alongside the Armoru, but that's been every round. But Blackbeard now coming in, and Clash does actually get locked in.
Yeah, Clash does get locked in, yeah, and with Blackbeard appearance, it looks like Ferox are kind of maybe getting a little bit desperate, because usually when Blackbeard does make an appearance, it's more so of just adding maybe a little bit of a crutch to whenever you go into a gunfight. It's a bad thing to really say adding a crutch, but sometimes this is what you need for some of the techs. For example, here on Hookah Lounge, control of that hookah window is going to be huge, especially if you have that ballistic shield.
Yeah, and don't forget as well with the new hard breach item, if anyone's bringing it.
That's right, yeah. Asgul is actually bringing in that secondary hard breach device.
So if they can get a good spot for that, it's like the perfect window size for the Blackbeard shield. You can just sit in there, you've got a whole new angle in a place that teams might not even be used to yet.
But here's an issue though. The only place where you technically could really effectively place down that hard breach device, it would be on the pool, or rather bar wall. But from there, you are exposed to 3 different angles, which is pretty much unfavorable. And unless the whole team is anchoring, there's no way that you will safely be able to hold the angle. So here, it's rather more so for the convenience of Nazgul maybe to open up that hallway into a hole from VIP onto the billiards room.
A lot of really cheeky window holds here by PC419. Although Tesla may have been found out because someone saw that window blow. Oh, the C4 goes out. It doesn't connect, but it does a ton of damage. He pays his life for it, but is that damage going to be enough?
Tesla became, for a moment, the incarnation of Phil Swift. Well, that's a lot of damage. So
it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. As a matter of fact, it was.
Could have been more, I guess.
Could have been more. Could have been a kill or a down. But either way, Sushi is definitely not be feeling well. And there it is. There's that opening from VIP onto the billiards room. And oh man, it is such a beautiful thing as well. Like just seeing it just open up that perfect crouch hole to vault through.
Welcome to Shadow Legacy.
Welcome to Shadow Legacy. That's one way to actually go for it.
Now, of course, in the meantime, we did see Oda go down, so that Blackbeard's not going to be an option anymore. Looks like that firefight power wasn't enough to secure that win there, but Sushi's also been dropped down pretty low here. They luckily can have him hang back a little bit and just throw out the holograms and just do the Iana things, but first gas grenade now going to be coming out here, and it's split up Ferox.
Yeah, Ferox right now, they've proven already that they can really go for a split play, so it's nothing too unusual here, but it's rather more so, whilst being on still a plentiful amount of time, how are they going to approach the push? They already know that there's one player playing really up close and personal right by the chassis, but right now, with Nazgul finding the shot into Steffi, things are certainly looking pretty well. Already quite a few frags and a trade coming out, with already a flank from Shaq as well coming around. And right now, this is not looking too pretty. People on one end certainly looking like they're just about to lose, and look at this, just full control of the side. For Shaq to go for a retake with only a single bar of health, not looking too particularly favorable for him.
No, it's going to be a very tough one, but you look at the health bars in Ferox and you're like, oh, maybe if he gets the right kills, if he gets Tesla by surprise, Todd by surprise, maybe, but
still,
the second he gets a kill, his position's compromised. He basically needs to kill everyone at once, and you can imagine by now, he's got to beat Ferox, setting everything up. That's the one kill. It's not onto Todd though, so the full health enemy is still there. He's going to be looking for Sushi pretty hard as well, but here's the problem. That defuse is going to happen at some point. Oh, he swings around the corner, but just the angles that they held made it a lose-lose situation for him. There was no way he was going to be able to shoot both of them.
I don't know, unless he did a perfect 180 flick, that was
Even
definitely
then.
not really working out.
Even then, his health was too low.
Even then, yeah, the health was too low, so it was a 1 in a million chance really to really win out. So quite unfortunate for PC419 to lose out the first half of their own map pick with the 4-2 scoreline, but now they are going to be going on to attack, and so far, I mean, throughout even Villa, this has been a very much attacker-sided game.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we're seeing Blackbeard be considered here so far for PC419 coming out again. They're going to see if they can make it work. Quite a different lineup, and okay, so it was considered, but they decided not to go for the Blackbeard. Nomad will pop out instead. Still a whole lot of traps to deal with over on the defense. It's not really any different to what we're used to so far. Maestro might spice things up a little bit. There's cameras, but
Attackers need to locate
I'm
and
really
defuse
looking
as
at this
many bombs
attacking
as they
side
can.
here for PC419. I mean, just you're looking at the difference. Jackal's now getting to come out, so if there's any roaming troubles, PC419 have the tools to deal with it.
PC419 bringing in the Jackal is a pretty good thing. Well, Jackal plus Nomad should make things definitely a whole lot easier to make sure that no roamers, or at least minimum amount of roamers, will be making as much of a difference. Albeit for Ferox, look, they have been pretty clinical about most of their plays. Having that Melusi, having that Mozzie, that Jaeger, those are the 3 kind of big roamers that I see that could potentially make the difference here in the general round. So we'll have to see how will it generally play out, but that angle by Nazgul could bring in a frag or 2.
Do they walk into it, or do they know?
That is such a nail biter moment as well. It's always when those kind of spawn peaks, those kind of long range spawn peaks, is did they see him or did he see them rather?
Okay, does he walk forward? Does he poke his legs out? Looks like Nazgul's not going to be patient enough to wait around and see. It was, of course, the bomb carrier, the diffuser carrier as well, so quite lucky for PC419 to not walk that one out there. They even managed to pick up the first kill. So now, without Shade, Ferox are in a bit of an awkward position. Luckily, he's left all his traps everywhere, so that'll be alright, but, well, it's still 5-4.
Still 5-4, no C4 has been used as well, with Sushi also going down. Pardon, not Sushi, rather Todd. It's already a rough run. Tesla now going down though. That's a good beginning. Nazgul is still sticking around, but will be whipping out the pistol to try to get into a gunfight between himself and Steffi. And a single bullet will pretty much down Steffi. So
There's not
whipping
gonna be
out
a
a pistol,
gunfight.
it would still be a pretty even gunfight. So you either you pull the trigger on a pistol or you pull the trigger on a rifle. So,
well, Steffi booked it out of there anyway, so Nazgul's going to be hanging out there for a while, waiting for his gunfight. Drone's going to come in around and very likely spot him out, see if he's still there. There he is. So all that information now given to his team, and they're going for a push. And it's still PC419 getting more and more enemies emerging down. Just Sushi and Oda now standing in their way, and so much of the round is left for them to go ahead and pick this one up. They just got to make sure they don't lose anyone on that low health. You can see you've got Steffi, you've got Vlad, even Pun's not at full health, so people are going to have to be careful here. But I mean, it's not like Ferox are very healthy either.
Yeah, Ferox is certainly feeling the pressure here. Shag already finding a double kill here whilst being on attack, certainly making quite a difference here comparative to his IQ plays on Villa. So now we'll down to Oda with being half health. Does find a very nice whip on the head, but gets whipped just like that by Steffi T, who was barely in any health. And, well, that was a really good pressure game from PC419, gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, it's always quite nice when you can open it up nice and strongly as well, so it does feel like attack certainly favored by both teams here so far, but we'd probably need a few more rounds to really say that for sure, because remember Ferox won their first 2 attack rounds, and then when they came back it was still a little back and forth, but could be the same story here for PC419 if they pick up a few early rounds and then the defense kind of works it out, but we'll see for now. Again, the composition's really not changing up at all. So, I mean, even between the teams, right? The difference is like, Armor is probably the biggest difference here between the attacking sides. But I mean, you've always got that soft destruction capability just constantly here on Coastline. Buck's one of the best ones for it. So,
Defenders,
you'll be happy to take him
bombs
into
being defused by
Coastline
attackers.
here. And well, now coming into it, I mean, they've started off the half nice and strongly, but it needs to be a strong half to do it.
It needs to be a strong half indeed, yeah. For PC419 specifically, they would want to keep up their momentum. They would want to get we get a 2-0 here to kick things off on their season in a very fashionable manner. And given the fact that Ferox won't be really playing a second game this week, this will be leaving quite a burn on their run throughout the LPL Pro season.
Oh man, getting a 2-0 here for PC419 would be like a dream come true. I mean, it's the best possible situation. It's against probably one of the hardest teams, so I mean, maybe the best way to start here. They've got to close it out though. Map 1 was right down to the wire around 15, so they still got a way to go. They're still on the back foot here, but it's only by 1 round so far. So PC419 again had some pretty solid rounds so far. I want to see it keep up.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers
Quite
recover
a fair
the
few people would want to see them keep up as well in the audience, but for the time being right now, Shaq going in for a solo push will potentially find maybe a frag on the Maestro, but other than that, if he does able to secure the entrance to the kitchen, he could really cut off a fair few rotations here if the defense won't be too careful. Right now, Ferox are actually sitting, majority of them, rather up above, so if Sushi will be taken out pretty quickly, this is where the big play could really happen.
attackers have dropped the bomb
He's got to be
diffuser.
careful here. Like you were saying, he's sitting there all on his lonesome, but PC419 still yet to really commit to the site, really yet to push super far forward. They know the threat from above and the threat from behind is there in the form of the roaming, so they certainly want to take this one carefully, and that's the reason why.
That sounded saucy. That short burst of shots from Todd's 416 carbine is certainly it's
tasty.
That's tasty, yeah. That's yummy. Although I don't think Tesla would appreciate it.
Oh no, I think this is disgusting because now his team's on a 4v5. This has never historically been good for PC419. It's always been Ferox, the team that can really come back. PC419 have had maybe one round and that was back on defense, so on attack, it's always super hard to get that one done. You've lost your sledge. Luckily, you still have plenty of soft wall destruction capabilities and plenty of softer destruction in the forms of flesh. As they managed to even one up, get the mirror out of the way. So now we're back to the 4v4, but only a minute to go, Cthulhu.
Attackers have recovered their
Yeah, PC419 are certainly taking their sweet time to try to maybe get rid of some of the roamers, maybe find a few frags. It's been working out for them for a single round, but so far, I mean, at very least they were able to even out the operator count. So there's that 4 versus 4 in a matter of 35 seconds. Could be a rough one. Todd is the main variable here to keep up with the momentum for Ferox to try to keep them away from taking another L here. As well as that, Shade did manage to really rotate up on the second floor. So right now, if he can get rid of another player off the attack, PC419 will have their fate sealed. Already a triple kill here for Todd. And right now, Shaq is definitely not feeling it well. Should have probably went for a push towards the kitchen and got rid of Sushi early on into the gunfight, but fortunately he didn't know that he was the only player there. And Will Ferox in a very confident play, testing out the crouch button. That's confidence just pouring over the borders as well. Todd is just bringing in everything. Mental warfare, in-game warfare, everything. Just to get the opponent team riled up a little bit.
I mean, that's what I like about some of these top Rainbow Six teams, right? Is that they do like to put a little bit of flavor. They do like to put a little bit of confidence into their matches as well and get into the heads of their opponents. So I think the biggest example of that, at least last season, was Skyfire. But
yes,
it's not like any of the other teams are strangers to it. So look, I'm all for it as long as it's in good taste, as long as you're not being too personal about it. If you're just trying to mess up your opponent's play, then sure, go for it. Get in their heads. So Ferox now 5 rounds.
I mean, we'll have to see whether it was friendly or not after the match.
It's
and
mostly
look up on Twitter. Yeah, we'll see how things will really work out on the social media, because this is where the real warfare really happens.
Oh, look, man, friendly or not, it can affect your gameplay, right?
Oh yeah, most definitely. This is the moment you see the teabag, you're like, oh, the audacity of the man.
Yeah.
How could he? How could he teabag me right after the frag that I didn't really even see coming?
Well, maybe he'll get his chance at a revenge teabag here, because still a few more rounds to go. We've seen, Ferox on the precipice of victory back over on Villa, so even if they hit that match point, 3 rounds ahead.
Seconds left before insertion.
That's not enough to secure a victory.
Imagine if PC419 would
5
repeat the
seconds
same
remaining.
history like
Dude.
on Villa. I would just quit out of LPL Pro straight away.
Getting out.
You would quit? Man, Ferox would quit. I'd know to be so tilting, right? But, I mean, for PC419, the thing is, it's totally possible. It's totally possible.
Definitely. Yeah, we'll have to see how it really perform here, because this is where we, at the very least, will be seeing the decision of rather will Ferox score themselves that match point, or whether PC419 will continue kind of the rivalry and rather shorten the point count.
Attackers
Oh,
have
we actually
located
got
a
the
bomb.
Parks here, which we didn't really mention either. Probably used to just jump back up the hatch if he needs to. Very strong gun, but very much droned out now. Luckily he's on the site, so there's one little bit of information that PC419 can pick up. They're going to need a little more information than just that, though. They want to push in a little further here. You can see them being pretty cautious here. Shaq, a man you want to keep alive. You do not want this man going down, because PC419 have won some rounds off the back of them. So
Swapping maps.
see if he can stick around here. They're now starting to open up some of the floors and open up some of the walls here. So
Attackers dropped the
this is where we might see Ferox having to move out of some of their positions here, but it looks like no one's really there already.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Shaq and Vlad are the ones to lead the show here with 8 frags each, albeit Shaq is on 7 deaths, while Vlad is only on 5, so yeah, that's probably the only difference here. Apart from that, Ferox are definitely looking very consistent. Unfortunately, though, for Oda and Shade, they're only sitting on 3 kills, but they still were able to dedicate quite a whole lot to the success of their team, and well, that difference in the points is also there for the showcase. Sushi being down is not a good beginning, although that could have been close. Yeah, that was a bit of a sketchy spot there for the revival of Sushi, but the way he's back up and running, and rather Shade pays that price for reviving his own teammate. Shaq, like you mentioned before, being the first person to kick things off, is certainly going to make things a little bit more interesting here for PC419, as they are now going to be attempting to spearhead the push for one more time.
Oda. Move forward, just going to clear out the room here. This man has been roaming all game, looking for something, but either had to run away or just doesn't find anyone. So he's hungry like a wolf, and he's looking to feed, and there it is! He feasts on his enemies, but he's blind right now with his hunger, but he's looking for more, and he's camping around. He's had a few teammates fall over, and now the gas grenades are starting to come on out, denying that plant. And their teammates are falling all around him, and he just can't get out of this gas. He can't get out, and so he's going to have to fall down or retreat. And with that, Vlad will pick up a kill, secure yet another one. One defender remains, and it's Sushi with barely any health at all. Maybe he can get the jump on his opponents, but he's going to have to do it on a retake. Oh, he's going in.
Goes to drop down, tries to go in for the pre-fire, but it's Vlad to intercept him and shut him down. Very nicely done, as PC419 will be shortening up the round count as quickly as possible. So there we go. There's round number 9. We're back to only a single round differential here, Smite.
Well, it's not quite like Villa, but it's the same flavor, you know, where you've got PC419 pretty substantially, you know, behind in points, but clawing their way back. We haven't seen Ferox hit that match point just yet. And that round was a little awkward, but still a little bit close there. I mean, it came down to the wire again. It was just a 1v2 near the end, so kind of close in that sort of sense. But PC419 again pushing out. Again, Shaq getting that opening frag, and I think that one was massive. Also the down onto Sushi as well.
Oh, yeah.
Nice and early. I mean,
Attackers need to
let's talk about that revive as well. I mean,
Yeah, that was
sitting in the doorway, man.
I'm genuinely curious as to how did Sushi not die.
I mean, they must have known that they couldn't push forward.
Either that, or just because the fact that there's no kind of indication that he got down could also be the indicator that they kind of just went for a pre-fire, got him down, and just went on running through the 90s. But look, yeah, I mean, this has been overall still a very good play and an overall victory here for PC419 in that round. But they still need one more round to even out the scoreline. And they still need, what, like 7 more, sorry, not 7, 3 more rounds to make it to 7 rounds and win match number 2. So it's not out of, sorry, it's not in the realm of impossibility. So
yeah, and we've seen them win several rounds in a row before, despite being put on the back foot, so they're all right. Sitting here on defense, though, Ferox are looking for something a little naughty, but they've already, well, they've gotten the call themselves. Oh, are you really going to do a crawl out here? A crawl out for a kill to even it up? Okay. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that is the spot that has been so rarely used that at this point, I don't think PC419 were really realizing that was about to happen. Already at the opposite side of the map, already goes in for the swing. Shade absolutely just beasting right now and just plowing through the opposition. And well, that is already 2 key players, Pun and Vlad, off the board. Shaq and Tesla, the only 2 players remaining to do this off-breach.
Oh man,
Attackers have located
solid plays there coming out from Ferox. Shade, the god, getting 2 kills here so far. I mean, PC419 are just sitting back and they're not even sure what to do right now. I mean, like you said, 3 people, not a whole lot of breaching capabilities. I mean, sure, they've got Thermite if they can get close, but that's, you got 3 people, how are you going to get close? It's going to be rough. PC419 have come back before, but I don't know if this is going to be the one.
Well, at the very least, there's not a whole lot of angles where the roam is happening. Yeah, Shade is just going absolutely huge right now. You could say almost pogging out for his team really here, getting that triple. And
like the youngins say.
Like them youngins say, yeah. 2 boomers sitting on the broadcast.
Yeah, well, look, we'll see if they can get out of this Monka-S situation here. 2 people to go. Maybe the pathway is back in through Nazgul, but no. Shade wants to go for the glory. But unfortunately, the ace won't be there. But hey, look, you know what's still pretty cool is the quad kill.
Oh yeah, it's still a very noteworthy moment here throughout the whole match and the run overall. But there's still quite an effort to be made by Shaq. 50 seconds remaining means he still can take a few of those gunfights in a fairly comfortable manner. But with so many crossfires being done there and with still the gas grenades coming in, Shaq's health has taken quite a beating.
Yeah, I mean, like, he can bait out a few 1v1 gunfights, but I mean, Ferox really going to let you do that in the time remaining? There's 30 seconds to go. At least he's gotten the gas grenades down a little bit, but I mean, his position, it's completely known. His health bar is in shambles. I mean, it's just an impossible situation here. We're going to be looking at Ferox moving on to match point very likely here. And yeah, Shaq knows his chances here. He's going to have to go for a bit of a Hail Mary. There's the last gas grenade. And he can't even go for the Hail Mary because he's got to run through the choking gas.
Exactly. So no matter what, he will be losing his HP. So no matter, might as well just keep up the stats. You know, not to tarnish them any further, really, and just kind of roll with it.
He wants that MVP.
He wants that MVP. Yeah, correct. Ferox, meanwhile, do manage to claim the match point for themselves. So only 1 round away from the victory. But we've said that so many times throughout Villas. So at this point, I'm expecting really a comeback from PC419.
I mean, are you really expecting? Because, I mean, yeah, they've done it before, but that seems like more of a fairy tale sort of thing. Can they do it again? And even then, they still took it all the way to round 15 to get it done. So
true, but the reason why I think about it right now is because there's a much smaller gap between the points here, between the 2 teams. It's only a 6-4, so 2 rounds differential. Yes, it's still quite a pressing matter here for PC419 to try to claw back from, but look, we saw them already pull a comeback. They've done it. They pushed it to overtime, but overtime was their only option at that point. And even here as well, overtime is their only option, and not a whole lot of ground for any mistakes to be made.
Yeah, well, like you said, they've been in the position before for sure, but Ferox, they know how comfortable their position is, but they know that it's not completely safe. So I feel like they've learned their lesson from last time. They know that they can't just sit here and, you know, 1 round away from victory and kind of meme it up or play a little too aggressively than usual. They're going to take this one just like every other round. But the thing is, they know that now.
5 seconds to go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you saw that?
I saw that, and my brain, I think, just made a bit of a break.
I'm trying to work out like why I'm wrong on that, because surely he didn't just put that on the bars.
That's gonna get shot first thing in the free fire.
Right?
It's hard. Maybe it's
Is
one
it
of those
something
moments.
we don't know, or
Not maybe it's one of those moments that it's like it's so big brains that you think that it's small brain.
Oh my god. Yeah. It's like no one's going to expect it.
No one's gonna expect that, so they just put it like
Where's the
bang
final?
on.
Where's the final ADS? I can't find it. Oh, it's there.
It's one of those things like when you're looking for your phone, but it turns out that you all this time you've been holding it in your hand. So it's like maybe a similar thing here could be done. I don't know, but
well, it's super big brain because they've already got a kill.
True. And that is on Steffi.
Yeah, and it definitely correlates, right? That's definitely the reason. But regardless, though, it's also the thermite down, which is always a rough thing to have. They still got plenty of firepower to get in there and get it done, but Oda, in a bit of an awkward position, will be forced back, but he's still got the stairs to go back to. So he'll be all right. He may even catch out someone from PC419 here. Throws out the C4. That should have been down. Did he get himself? Did he knock himself down? No.
I think he damaged himself a little bit, just enough for.
I saw the downed icon, but I think the
Shack.
perspective swapped right at that time, so
Yeah.
it's still a down.
Either way, we're back to a 4 versus 4 here between the two teams. Ferox, they lost the pulse, but at the very least, it's a trade-off pulse for a thermite, which, look, I gotta say, this is a trade in favor of attack, because thermite, losing out thermite on this very side is not as bad of a thing, really. The only thing that you're losing out is flashbangs and another body to make shots.
Yeah.
Or rather, another punching bag. And a big freaking hole. And a big hacking hole, yeah, true. But either way, so let's talk about the living rather than the dead. Shaq already forced another frag for himself, so that is Sushi. Potentially the third one, here he goes. He just goes off. Shade is now down. All down to Nazgul and Todd, but the time is starting to get lower, so technically if they are able to drain out the time, they should be able to grab the win, albeit not very favorable here.
Oh, Todd's position now revealed. He might get the kill. He might get the 3 kills!
What?
Hang on. I was thinking his doom, but there he goes and gets the triple kill. Okay, he does lose his teammate, so he's going to have to get an ace to win here. But they know exactly where he was. That's what I was saying before.
Now, but look at all the rotation holes that he has.
He can move where he wants.
He can go for pretty much everywhere. There's all the pings coming out. There's all the information being given out. There's the pre-fire, but no. Unfortunately for Todd, that is not going to be the case. PC419 deny that, but my goodness, how close they got.
Yeah, so, wow. I mean, still a 2v5 at the end there. Huh, that's super rough though, but match point. We're still sitting on it, Cthulu. Inching closer and closer as PC419. I thought he had it, almost. I couldn't believe it.
He was so close to nailing it. If only those last few shots actually landed on the sledge, that would have been his round for the taking. But unfortunately, that's a whole lot of ifs, and well, poor man Todd just couldn't connect those shots, or rather maybe the game didn't connect those shots, who knows at this point. But what we do know is PC419 are still already one round closer to once again pushing this into a draw. And look, Smite, I'm just gonna stick with my prediction. This is going to be an overtime.
Right.
I'm just gonna stick with that. Feel free to call me out if we'll end up seeing just the conclusion of the game right here, right now. But oh man, this the way how PC419 are playing, this is a completely different playstyle they're bringing in, and more so the fact that it's also partially, I gotta say, I gotta address to Ferox with being a little bit sloppy on a few executions. It seems that some of the changes that they've done to the roster are working out really well, but they still adjust. They're still trying to work out that chemistry. They're still trying to work out the good timings, and especially against the team that is PC419 that I mentioned before. They're bringing in some of the newer blood, mix it with all the experience that they've managed to gain from previous comps. It's seeming to just be a little bit better.
I mean, you speak about rosters, though. I mean, how long is Shaq gonna stick around for? 'Cause I'm liking what I'm seeing from this man.
True, yeah. Shaq has been an absolute amazing addition to the roster, and more so, I'm rather curious if, say, Shaq stays, maybe Tesla leaves for Luna to join. That would be another very interesting iteration of PC419.
I mean, we'll see when they come back in week number 2.
True.
Because right now they've got a game to win. They've got 2 more rounds, or at least 1 more, to close it out to overtime. And then we'll see where it goes from there. But, I mean, look, if you're looking at the last round, PC419 have got the momentum, they've got the ball rolling, and they've got Ferox in the same position as last time, where it's like, oh, you could win, but we're going to take that away from you. So, I mean,
located
Ferox,
by attackers.
usually a team should be super confident with a single match point, but I don't think they have any room to be.
Yeah, look, we'll see that in just a short few moments. Already there's a first blood by Tesla, finally making a resurgence after having a very rough game at the beginning of the map. And Vlad already getting rid of Todd. This is certainly looking like the map could be now going into overtime, but I'll have to hold my breath for a moment as Nazgul just grabbed that frag.
Yeah, just hang on because, you know, that's one kill, and Shaq is also on death's door, so he's sitting there on barely any health. He certainly wants to stay alive. He's Ash, so he's got that small hitbox, but he needs to dodge every bullet because he just can't afford to be shot. Oh, he lets the drone go by. He lets the drone go by. Does he get rewarded for this patience here? Shade? Does he wait for someone to run through the door? I mean, it would be the biggest brain 200 IQ patience play. But unfortunately, oh, no one rewards him, but he does get a shot at a head, but doesn't manage to clip it down. He gets a bit of damage, but that's not enough. Gets a drone. I mean, that's not enough. You need the kill. They're on just one step away. Oh no, he goes through the mirror. He sees his opponent and grabs the kill. It's a 3v3 Cthulhu.
3v3 indeed. That is the full health of Ferox against a tagged up PC419. Ferox certainly starting to claw away that potential victory. Already quite a fair bit of the smoke's already starting to go in. It's Steffi to find a shot onto Nazgul. Back to a 2 versus 3 advantage in favor of PC419, but the plant is starting to go down. We're back to a 2 versus 2 for a little bit, but just a little bit too low, and no, just cannot land it in time. The diffuser is being planted down, and now it's the time is starting to roll in against the defense, but Sushi does manage to down pun. Shaq is low on health. Steffi is also less than 50 HP, so this is definitely looking quite favorable here in a pseudo 2 versus 2.
Yeah, Sushi should be able to pull this one off. Just no health at all. They've got to find out where PC419 are, because look at their health bars. You sneeze on them, they're dead. It's going to be Shade hunting down for them as well, just firing through the walls to see if he can get a shot. And they do close one kill out, but that's one member of Ferox gone. They've lost Shade, and Sushi now, the man who's got to get it done with 5 seconds to go. He's got no other choice but to go for the defuse, and of course, Mayra. No. Okay.
He couldn't have gotten it at all, no.
Yeah.
The diffuser would have ticked away either way, and unfortunately there for Ferox, they couldn't close it out, but got oh so close to doing so. But either way, Smite, we are back to overtime.
I feel like we've been here before.
I feel like we've been here before indeed. This is certainly proving like this is going to be quite a long night of...
Yeah. By the way, guys, it's daylight savings here in New Zealand, so we're here even an hour later than usual. So to the teams, if you keep going to overtime, we might be going home in the morning.
And at this point, esports grind is such that at this point we can keep running till next daytime.
If they give us matches like this, I'll stay till tomorrow night. Maybe have a nap. Before tomorrow's episode, but. Of course, it is overtime, like you were saying. I mean, look, I didn't actually think they were going to do it again. I thought surely Ferox will pick up one of the rounds they just need to win here. But again, now they're back in overtime. So Ferox once more, I mean, I said they were maybe sweating before, but I mean, you got to be really worrying now. I mean, even if statistically it doesn't really matter, you still got to be thinking like, is it going to happen again? Are we really going to get 2-0'd? A round apart in both maps. We'll see.
Look, yeah, we'll have to see how things will develop here because, oh man. DC419 looking so good right now and able to punish Ferox to such an extent where Ferox almost seeming like they're the ones to challenge the Oceanic Nationals teams, and it's PC419 that is rather just having a little bit of a maybe struggle here. Which also, by the way, proves that a few of the teams that are participating in LPL Pro are very much worthy of their time and potentially qualifying for Oceanic Nationals as well.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see some of these teams go further. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk about that soon, because my eyes are glued to the screen right now, you know? These rounds, we saw overtime go one round, then the next, and then all the way to round number 15 back on Villa. So again, I mean, I don't want to say I'm expecting the same thing here because it can certainly go any way, but once more, it's the first step to Ferox grabbing Tesla out of the way. So no Sledge to open up those holes, but I mean, they've got plenty of tools to do that.
Yeah, Sledge being ridden off Tesla is not particularly having a fun time. I mean, 3-12, man was shut down on the regular there.
He's been the first death on his team a few times, so
A fair few times, yes, correct.
a little rough for the guy.
Yeah, a bit rough there for the man, but at the very least, Shaq and Vlad are making quite an effort to keep their team afloat. I mean, both of them already on 13 kills each. That is quite a statement and a half there to be made. So, Ferox, funnily enough, already suffered a bit of a damage as well. That is Todo, being on less than a single bar, which could be a bit of an issue further down the line. But at the very least, he's still able to gun comparative to Tesla.
Well, I mean, if he manages to get out and then roam around, rotate a little bit, stay hidden, he just needs to jump on someone to get one more kill and he's done his job. So, look, it's still possible with even that much health. But, I mean, speaking of low health, look at Vlad's health bar. I mean, look, you can probably say mean words to him to fall over at this point. So he's got to be super careful right now. Of course,
You tell him to remember that. You tell him to remember that Buck lost the frag grenades and he would die.
no. I mean, yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
no, that would be Nico from Noble. That man was the pioneer of the Buck frag grenades.
Honestly, it's everyone that plays Buck.
True,
Rip
but
the frag.
he was rather the more rememberable.
Oh, yeah, of
Is
course.
that even the word?
Memorable?
Memorable,
I think
yeah.
is what you're looking
Thank
for.
you.
It's all right. So, 4v5, and Vlad's on barely any health. Maybe they're going to be looking for Tesla, but I mean, like I said, Tesla could be hiding around the place. They're droning out and finding a few positions here, but there's 35 seconds to go, Cthulhu, and Ferox feel like they are entrenched right now. So everyone's quite split up here on PC419. They're going to start firing some of their utility in because they have to. They have to go in now, and you can see they're getting punished for it. Sushi does go down, but it's a trade, and Ferox are ripping them apart. Just one attacker remains, and even then I can't finish the sentence before he goes down. Ferox, once more, one step away from taking out the map.
So many times getting so close to winning the map and still have it stolen away by PC419 previously. Well, maybe here, but yeah, that's still very much on the fence. But hey, at the very least, my prediction that it went and that it's gonna go into overtime at least came through. So
Yeah, I guess you got me there. Yeah, guess you got me there. All right, so hey, remember how Nazgul always picked Amaro? Well, it's gonna come back here in overtime. So this could be a big difference. It could be the thing that gets it done, but I mean, statistically, it's been a little bit rough for the guy. I'd be keen to see if it does pop off, because if it does pop off, that alone could secure a victory. But well, we're just gonna go back to Buck.
you know what I would have been interested to see though, to make an appearance.
What's that?
Defenders protect your
froze.
bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah. all right.
Nazgul is going in for those swings onto the second floor, ready for a multitude of rounds. Bring in a frost, put her right under, put her traps right under a few of the windows. You guarantee that at least one of them will catch Nazgul. That is, if it won't be drawn down. Because we saw on at least one of the rounds where the observer captured the fact that he just swung in. I didn't see really any outline of the drone. So based off the momentum, based off the element of surprise, they could have been a huge thing to do and at least get the early pick like that onto the
5 seconds remaining.
the Amaru player.
Well, they have to find it another way, because this is going to be the last chance to do it. At least on these sides, because you know, if they PC419 win, then of course the team swap sides. Uh-oh for PC419, that is a bad start, and it's Shaq who's eliminated first. That's quite different to losing Tesla first, because Shaq has been having a monster game, and now he won't be here in what could be his team's most important round.
Correct, yeah. With Vlad being the last remaining top fragging player here for PC419, things might get a little bit rough here down the line, but we'll have to see. Tesla already taking quite a bit of a damage, but Vlad does manage to make a return on the investment. That's Oda gone. That is the sledge and the set of frag grenades out of the game, but there's still Sushi on the Yana, so he could definitely frag out here. But apart from that, really, it's Shade. He's holding a very patient angle. He wants to ensure that he will be able to get the kill onto that Legion. Oh! But instead, he finds the shot onto Vlad and could possibly find a shot onto Legion as well, but Legion is long gone from there and will be attempting to rotate back to the side. The C4 attempt was there, but to no avail, and rather instead will be opening another peaking point for Buck to keep on playing from.
And they've done this with so much time left as well, so Ferox can take their sweet time, make sure they go in here and don't drop this round, don't throw the map away. Make sure they secure this victory. Like you said, all the tools are there. You can get all the information. Iana's totally there to tell you where everyone is. You can go in, bait out a few frags. You look at the enemy team. Tesla's on not much health either. So still plenty of opportunities. PC419 are really on the back foot here. Oh, this drone.
Oh,
They don't see it.
They did not see it at all. There's the pre-fire. There's the double kill as well for Todd. The last man standing is spun for that dream of 2-0. Does find Todd, at least gets a trade. There's still 3 more people to play it out, but there's too many angles to contest. Ferox finally able to claw away the win. At the very least, it's going to be a draw here.
Well, a 1-for-1. That's, like we were saying, okay for PC419. In fact, they can be pretty happy with that. But also happy they took Ferox all the way in both maps. So very close. They know that if they meet them again, say in playoffs, that they're not such a scary opponent.
Correct.
They can beat them. But for Ferox, I'd say they're probably somewhat disappointed with the results. I mean, ever since they dropped map 1. But that said, they don't drop it all the way. They don't just let a 0-2 happen to them. They secure the 1-all, get the draw, and they can breathe a little easy until next week. So, I mean, look, what a fun match to open things up with.
And that is only the first matchup. We still have more to come. But yeah, I mean, look, my mind is blown.
Well, I mean, like, look, there's literally 1 round more that they could take it even further than what we just saw. So I can't imagine it's going to be just as close as this one. But we do get to debut one of my favorite team names ever. Coming up after the break, everyone. It's going to be taken to the skies because it's Rafflecopter versus Skyfire. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Season 3 of LPL Pro. This time, tonight, it is Rainbow Six Siege. We are halfway through the show. My name is Matt Smite Ross. This handsome man over here is Cthulu, and he'll be joining me for match number 2. And thank you to production for hooking me up a sweet bottle of water. Gotta hydrate, homies. But guys, we are coming back in. We've got another match to go. We just saw a tied-up series, Cthulu, between Ferox and PC419. And what a series. 2 overtimes.
2 overtimes indeed. It was a 1-1 win. Both teams claimed a single map win, which does put them at a draw. But look, I mean, this has been probably one of the longest first games that we've seen throughout all 3 seasons, I gotta say.
Oh, I mean, yeah, literally 1 more round would have made it, or the only way to make it longer. With that said, I mean, pretty sweet for PC419 to take it up. You can imagine Ferox is going to come back next week with a bit of a vengeance, but that's next week. Because we got 1 more match tonight. We're going up to the sky. It's Skyfire versus Rafflecopter GG. And well, you know, we've heard of Skyfire, Cthulhu. Who at Rafflecopter, though?
Well, let's have a look at the Rafflecopter roster right now, because there are some of the newer names and some of the returning names as well. We got Atlas, we got Boydie seeing their first introduction to the LPL Pro, and then a few of the Australian/New Zealand competitive scene veterans that are WarmoJ, Deptra, and Campo. Campo being just a ex-veteran for PC419, Deptra, ex-Ferox. WarmoJ, he was part of, I believe back then it was Rhythm, then they made a transition to Kanga, but overall the man has been pretty much all over the whole competitive scene in ANZ, so he definitely has quite some knowledge in himself. But yeah, that roster is definitely a very interesting one, I gotta say, and I don't think I would be writing them off anytime soon, really.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's take a look at their opponents, because we know these guys. It's Skyfire, runners-up last season. It's going to be Sequence, Smacker, Mateus, Archie, and Jigsaw. I mean, these guys, it's the same roster, basically, isn't it?
That's the same roster from Season 2. This is the roster that was able to get themselves to the Grand Finals, but unfortunately couldn't really get that win against Ferox, and did ended up, I believe it was a 2-1 scoreline.
Yeah,
if I'm correct.
It wasn't like a stomp by Ferox at all.
No.
Like, Skyfire certainly made it competitive, but you can imagine, kind of like Ferox after their first match this season, Skyfire coming back with a bit of a vengeance, because they want to go in, they want to come in and grab that top spot, and The first match going to be up against Rafflecopter GG here, and I want to touch on this because in our key featured player matchup, we've got two powerhouses here in the form of Smacker and Deptra. These guys are almost staples of LPL Pro at this point.
Yeah, both of them are veterans of LPL, really played out throughout, I believe, all 3 seasons at this point now. So yeah, definitely would be keen to see how will, first of all, how will Rafflecopter really perform here, and how will this kind of lineup really work out, and how quickly will they be able to nail their chemistry. But not only that, for Skyfire, how far will they be able to really progress themselves? They were the ones, like I mentioned before, get to the playoffs, get to the grand finals, nearly got the dub, but only came just slightly short, 1 map away from the glory. So here, within this season, I reckon they are most definitely looking at that top 2, if not top 1 position at the end of the round robin.
All right, well, of course, there's one more thing to do before we get into the game itself, ladies and gentlemen. It is to find out where we're going to be playing, and you know, it's going to be different maps to our first series. So first up, we are going to be going to Oregon, and that is picked up by the Rafflecopter boys. Then after that, we're going to be going to the club. We're going to be going to Clubhouse. So let's talk about Oregon first here, Cthulhu, because you know, we saw it a lot last season. It's quite a popular map, quite a popular pick. So I mean, does this favor Skyfire because they've stuck together as a roster, or maybe can Rafflecopter frag it out?
Look, Skyfire before, in the previous season, they played out Oregon a fair few times, and they were pretty confident on it. The thing is here, is that the fact that Rafflecopter are a new roster.
But they picked Oregon.
And they were the ones who picked Oregon, so I would imagine that they are rather more so gambling on the fact that it is more so of a kind of a dark horse. There's no VOD reviews, and for that matter, actually, there's plenty of VODs against Skyfire, where they played it out on a variety of ways, variety of occasions, and against a different playstyle of different teams. So, gotta say, while Skyfire have the experience, Rafflecopter have the element of surprise.
Yeah, and you know, between seasons, sometimes you can say, oh yeah, last season's VODs are not really worth that much. You know, they've changed their roster, they're playing a bit differently.
Yeah.
Skyfire are the same roster.
Correct.
Skyfire are likely going to play very similar, unless they've wildly changed how they play, which, you know, is certainly on the table. Unless they've done that, well, everyone's going to know what they are going to be playing like, right? That's the one disadvantage. But playing as a solid, consistent roster between seasons is so valuable, right? You build that synergy. You basically read each other's minds when you start making these plays.
Yes. At this point, yeah, if the moment you manage to stick with some of the rosters, you manage to almost rather minimize maybe some of the comms and rather just almost expect certain moves from your teammates. So here, having that kind of synergy is definitely going to help Skyfire to keep on adjusting to certain playstyles, but I'm still going to stay on my kind of thought of rather being curious how will Rafflecopter perform here, because whilst having 3 key players, or rather 3 experienced players in the LPL Pro is a big advantage, having a full 5-stack though, of experienced players that can also frag out on their own as a solo player, I'd have to say that that's a bigger advantage here.
Yeah, pretty scary for Rafflecopter. It's kind of like PC419 as well, where they're starting off the round robin with a very strong opponent, right? You're up against the runners-up from last season who almost took the whole thing. You know, they were actually, I believe Skyfire was the top of the table at the end of the round robin as well, so from Season 2. So in Season 3, for your first matchup, before you've had a chance to, maybe before you've had a chance to really get your roster synergy going, maybe get warmed up throughout the rounds, you don't get to play one of the easier teams first, you got to play Skyfire first. So, I mean, that's a hard ask. They don't really get the chance later on to maybe warm up and see if they can take them on then.
Yeah, this is certainly quite a tough matchup to kick things off, but I think that this is in a similar fashion how PC419 had it. They get to play out and eliminate kind of the need to really battle against the behemoths further down the line, and risk the fact that they would be able to strike them out, to VOD review them out, and rather have easier opponents to really play against further down the line, potentially. But we'll have to see how will it really work out, as we are just about to transfer straight into the Oregon There we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's Skyfire to kick things off on attack and Rufflecopter to get things running on the defense, as we are going to be starting the ban phase. It's Rufflecopter who will be banning out first for their offense. I would imagine an Ace would be probably maybe a ban. And, well, no, instead Ace, it's going to be a Maverick to be gone out from the play. So the ever-ignoring the reinforcement walls operator will not be seeing the light of play. And up next is going to be Thatcher. So Ace is, well, and certainly going to be in the play here, which I'm, to be fair, very much excited to see who will be the victor here.
Yeah, really keen to see Ace. I mean, obviously we haven't seen him at all since, you know, well, ever.
Yeah.
We've only had one match so far, and he's been banned out through both of those maps. Mirror is going to be the next ban coming out, so again, pretty common ban. I mean, you see this quite often, especially on Oregon, so no real surprises there. I think the biggest surprise, of course, is going to be that Ace that comes out, like you said. A reminder to everyone as well, Echo's disabled, so he doesn't have to take up a ban slot like he usually does.
Correct.
So Wamai is going to be he's going to take the fall for him.
Yeah, getting Wamai out of the way is a very peculiar thing, because while team would want to get rid of that kind of extra crutch to really rely on to catch the grenades, usually the ability to deny some of the info gathering is another huge thing. With Maestro kind of being made more and more kind of redundant, I suppose, with some of the meta, with some of the pace that is being introduced by a variety of teams, Echo is becoming more and more powerful, with him having the ability to essentially drone out for the defenders and be that live drone, as well as that being able to deny the plant. He is much more powerful comparative to his Italian counterpart, and there we go, straight off the bat. It's an Ace pick.
That's our man. And no surprises to see him picked up right in the very first round. So let's see what he can get done here, if it's going to be the difference made here, as they jump right on into it, into round number one.
Correct,
To
yeah.
jump here on Oregon. Skyfire versus Rufflecopter. I love that. I'm going to enjoy saying Rufflecopter every time they have a game.
Look, apart from that, like talking about the odd team names, I would have been actually keen to spell out Noble's previous name before they made the transition from one of the orgs to another. It was Meloncat HQ.
Meloncat was a great name.
Meloncat was awesome. And the meme that went behind it as well was just absolutely amazing.
5 seconds to go.
But yeah, look, at the very least, Rufflecopter, yeah, it's a pretty fun name to really spell out. I like the fact that they also decided to add GG at the end of it as well. Kind of trying to look all professional as well, whilst memeing it out.
It makes it look like an actual org, which
Yes,
is great.
exactly.
Although I don't know if I know any orgs with GG at the end of their name.
Oh
but,
no, there are a few.
Oh yeah. No.
Well, more so like, say, tier 2, tier 3. Yeah, but still, nonetheless, it's a meme in its own entirety as well. But I'm curious how will Rufflecopter perform, because while we know how aggressive can Skyfire be, we don't know how Rufflecopter perform. We know how certain players can play, but that is about all of our extent of our knowledge really here.
Yeah, so I'm keen to see if like Rufflecopter just say, hey, okay, Deptra, you're a god, let's just send you out and throw you into the enemy and see if you can get something done. Or if they kind of pull Deptra back and make him play a little bit more of a conservative role, because the man is a legend throughout LPL Pro. He's had some amazing runs so far. Oh my god, look at this drone. Okay, it gets spotted out. But yeah, look, he got so much info there. Smacker knows exactly where several members of the defense are sitting right now, and he knows they're not likely to move either. So, really good set of information. But as you can see, pretty much everyone from Rufflecopter are bunching up here.
Yeah, Rufflecopter are certainly not fans of giving, or rather taking any extended holds. They sitting pretty much just right on side and just waiting for the push to really happen. Looking at the general utility, I mean, right now everything is looking pretty good. Skyfire got all the utility still.
Barely anything's happened.
Yeah, Wixu is still also still has 2 of his Selma charges, so it's still from quite a few plays. Funnily enough, by the way, that's another name that we haven't mentioned. Cthulu is actually one of the newest additions, I believe, to Skyfire, or rather maybe just a name change. But either way, it's Jigsaw, or rather Saw now, that gets rid of Campo, and well, no more Campo. Instead, it's Clappo.
Clappo, oh.
Nah.
So, see what you did there.
Funny joke.
I mean, look, they get an opening frag, which is pretty great. There is one sent back, but Jigsaw makes it a double kill with that trade. So they've also chunked a little bit of health as well. But while this has been going on, a lot of time has been run down on the clock. So, from above, though, Jigsaw was waiting patiently and he's rewarded. And now, with the 4v2, it's set up for the final push here for Skyfire, but maybe some magic. Well,
good night.
That was magic for someone.
Yeah, that is magic, all right. Yeah, Atlas is the last man standing, trying to do something, or really rather trying to find maybe a few frags, but even can't connect onto Mateus with with the extendo barrel on the Vector. Things not really working out. Just decides to save the live and maybe save the stats. The plant is there, and well, Mateus gonna get the plant down now, forcing Atlas to try to go for the retake, but even that is not particularly gonna help him out at all, and well, maybe a drop down through the hatch will be the last thing that he will know for this round.
Yeah, look, sure, Cthulhu, I'm pretty sure there's a Atlas carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders joke here to be made, but we're only in round 1, so we'll save it for later on. Maybe we'll get one more good moment for it, but yeah, it's certainly going to be a very hard one to pull out here. I mean, look, 1v4. Oh, yeah, he gets one kill, and that's pretty sick. Okay. But this C4 needs to kill like 3 people. It does a little bit of damage to one person, and that is not enough. And so, with that, Skyfire set themselves up beautifully near the end there. I mean, it just felt like a walk in the park.
Exactly. I mean, Player has done an absolutely nuts job of just getting those pixel shots through what is now the wires, I'm guessing, of the bomb chassis, because the whole bomb chassis is now, by the way, a solid thing. No longer you can pre-fire through the netting of the bomb chassis like it was before. It is now a full solid block, but you can still pre-fire through a few pixels that may be between the shells, between the tip of the bomb. So look, I'm lost for words here, Smite. Just the fact that this man, as an Ashe, instead of going swinging straight in like all the Ashmans usually do, gets those amazingly tight frags. And if I was lost for words on the previous game, at this point I'm just gonna lose my tongue at the end of this game.
Well, maybe hold on to it, because it's been one round, Cthulhu. If it's anything like the first match, we got 29 more to go. Or 28, I guess. Because it was one round short of the full 15 on the second map there. But here in this one, I'm not sure if this one's going to go all the distance. I mean, look, we've only got one round under our belt. It's hard to tell already, but so far it looks like Skyfire are still looking like the better team. But like I said, one round.
5 seconds remaining.
You are right. One round is definitely not the entire game kind of showcase, I suppose. And sometimes it's just a way to set the general pace. But let's have a look at the general lineup as well. Once again, we're seeing Melusi. It's amazing how I think that is actually the first time when we're seeing both the operators that got introduced through the new season that are constantly being used. I mean, Ace got banned out 2 times throughout the Ferox versus PC419, and Melusi was brought on board pretty much at this point 100% of the time. Yeah. Now Ace and Melusi are being brought on board again. Second round in a row.
I expected to be brought every round. It's just they're both so
powerful, and they can both turn around so many things. Like for the clutch situations, if you're playing against defenders, if you run into Melusi, that's it. You're dead.
Well, already a little bit of damage has been cooked up here by both sides, so a little nice. But of course, you look at both of the players, and it's Valkyrie and an IQ, so they can both kind of hang back. IQ, if they want to be useful at least, do need to, move forward a little bit, put themselves in positions where, well, you've got to take out those electronics, but still fall back on that powerful gun and just rely on that instead. So for now, it's just a little bit of damage trade, but hey, look, it's more than happened by this point in the first round. So we know Skyfire do like to take it slow, at least from the first round. So it does feel like they pulled back a little bit from previous season, but again, one round and one down. Now as player falls. And that is the man you want to be taking out so far already if you're Rufflecopter.
Yeah, player did quite a few good shots there. Jigsaw is probably the main man to really watch out for. If they can get rid of him, Rufflecopter could really put themselves in a very advantageous position. But right now, Atlas being very low, Void as well quite low in health, so the moment the push is going to happen, things might be looking a little bit sketchy there. But right now, it's down to whoever's just about to come into the walk-in closet to get the kill to Atlas.
All right, ADS being drained now. Still 3 gas grenades left to go. Oh no, but he falls down. That's the smoke gone as well. That is a disaster. If you're Rufflecopter, what is happening to them? Those low health bars you were talking about, they got rid of them. A C4 to hope to bring the round back, but it hits nobody. The plant's going down, and it feels like
right now it's just about to be all lost out.
Attackers have recovered the
OJ
diffuser.
does manage to find the shot on one of the Skyfire players, but right now, not a whole lot of possibilities with a vertical play to happen. No information to be given out to him. No damage to be given out by him, and it's rather just all the punishment he is about to take. He does able to give a little bit damage out to Wixu, but that man is just absolutely relentless. That G8 is an absolute monstrosity. And, well, that's all she wrote for round number 2. Skyfire, yet another very confident swing there.
kind of shows the value of when you're doing trades. Just a little bit of damage you can get in is always going to be valuable, because there's no way Skyfire came back from that if they didn't drop those health bars so low. They were behind in numbers. They were running out of time. But then they make a push, and suddenly 3 people on Rufflecopter are gone. And so with that, I mean, that value they got earlier on, it paid off. So strong push with some good poke early on. I mean, solid from them. So now we're seeing, you know, a whitewash by Skyfire in round 1 and a way to come back in round number 2. We're getting the full spectrum here.
Yeah. All the shapes and colors of Skyfire here, burning through the Rufflecopter and just clipping their wings, I suppose.
Stretched for that one a little bit. They don't have wings.
Well, technically the propellers on...
No, that's not wings. Come on.
Well, they got pretty close to the sky. But there's the analogy to Hermes. No, not Hermes.
No. Who was it? It was was it Mercury? It's the Roman god, I think, not the Greek god. Because someone flew too close to the sun, guys. By the way, some god did, and then he got burned. I think that's it. I don't know. Someone correct us. I want to know now.
Twitch chat will probably correct us plenty.
Because I feel like it's like Hermes or Mercury or something, but something's telling me it's not one of the messenger gods. But who knows? I've been playing Hades, so
yeah, that's definitely not that.
I don't think it's any of those gods. But anyway,
Icarus.
It was Icarus. Icarus. All right. He was another messenger god, right? Was he just a runner?
He was just the dude who burned.
Oh, he did more than that. He did more than that. Anyway, you know, we're getting really sidetracked here. We found our answer, but still looking for an answer is Rufflecopter here, because they're still struggling to get any opening frags really onto Skyfire. Definitely in this round here, they've been again poked for damage. That's Cambo that got hit as well. So if that Jaeger is trying to roam at all, well, his position's been compromised.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Campo has been doing a few questionable things. I'm curious about how come there's no, well, just as I say, there's no presence in the laundry. It seems that Campo just got enough of that and decided to just long arm it right onto Sophia. Very nice frag, might I add, directly on Spaka, the person who had all the utility and all the weaponry to really make a difference there for his team.
Yeah, and that was just too many annoying walls to get through, all these annoying ADS to get through that Campo set up all over the place. So if there's ever a round for Rufflecopter to win, it should look like this one. But of course, Skyfire, they pulled back from rounds like this, you know, round 2, so they haven't got all that damage on them this time though. So these kills are going to be a little harder to get. We're not going to suddenly see 3 people dead on Rufflecopter in a second, so... Well, no, I say that. Who knows? Who knows what Skyfire are going to be able to bring out, but they're going to have to find it pretty soon. There's just a minute to go. So they've got a little bit of time to get that bit of intel and a little bit of extra damage there.
Yeah, quite a fair bit of damage actually, might I add. There's a little bit of a cheeky trade between Mateus and OJ to come around as both of them just trade headshots. That's been a reoccurring thing apparently nowadays. But there's another swing. Boydie just with an absolute ballsiness to that pig, able to bulldozer any positioning in the freezer, and like that, it's all down to Jigsaw and Wixo, who need to clutch it out in a 2v4 situation. With 36 seconds to go, I mean, if both of them get 2 double kills, that's still workable, but hey, right now it's definitely looking like a very tough thing to pull off, although few very...
Oh no!
Oh no! Few hiccups, and there it is, already plenty of time being wasted as a plethora of crossfires being done. There's the gas grenades as well. So many angles to contest. Jigsaw right now definitely not feeling too well here and about to get Thanos snapped out of existence, I feel.
Nah, apparently you can run away from the Thanos snap. That's what he's trying to do here.
Right.
I mean, there's no way he gets to the diffuser and lives. He knows he's done for. Oh, all right.
He gets an exit kill, that's fine.
Kills Thanos on the way out.
Yeah, gets at least an exit frag before losing the round, so at the very least, the stats are going to be there, so that's a pleasant thing, I suppose.
MVP.
MVP, straight away.
Definitely going on just stats alone.
Give that man's already $100.
Just contextless stats, that's how you get MVP. Just never die, hide away, just camp every round, and you know, your team loses everything, but then we're like, oh yeah, here you go, $250. Just
yeah, that's right. It's $250 now. We forgot to mention that, I believe.
Yeah, $250 for the Vodafone MVP award at the end of the season. So it was not done purely by statistics, by the way, guys. I'm just being a little sarcastic on that. Yeah, we're memeing, but we will be deciding MVP at the end of the season. So keep an eye out for individual performances for Shawsies. As this is Rufflecopter. They actually got a round back here.
Yeah, they were able to finally give themselves some closure there, and just to ensure that they're not getting completely outed from their game. So at the very least, they managed to make a return here. Although not a full comeback, we are not on a draw just yet, but it still needs a first step to that. So maybe for this round they will be able to make a return. I like what I saw from pretty much the whole roster. They were able to set themselves up really well. Campbell's opening onto Smacker was one of the first few things that kind of set off that chain reaction, I suppose. The moment Smacker went down, the moment we saw, I believe, Mateus go down, that was pretty much a sold deal, I gotta say.
I thought he wasn't going to be able to get the Valk cam back without breaking down the door, but he managed to snag it back. It was alright. But yeah, no, I mean, we're still waiting for one round to see if Rufflecopter can bring it back. But you're right, Campo. Very, very big deal on that round here. I mean, very anchor heavy for Rufflecopter in that round, but it paid off. I mean, Skyfire didn't really find a way in after that. I mean, they still had gas grenades to kind of use willy-nilly near the end.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, those gas grenades definitely came in quite handy to just completely shut down any kind of attempt to swing and clutch it out. And well timed, I have to say. The moment they kind of tried to swing in, this is where the gas grenade had already dealt enough damage to both of them and got at least one single frag. So yeah, well done. We are now going to be seeing an attempt to push into the walk-in closet, but it seems that the player is actually feeling a little bit hesitant there.
Yeah, very cautious. Fair enough. If there's every game to be cautious in, Rainbow Six is certainly one of them, but now, as we can see, caution to the wind as 2 people fall down. So we're still sitting on a 4v4 here, and that's all right, but I mean, look, Cthulhu, that's the smoke on it. I mean, you're pretty stoked to take that away.
Well, smoke for an ace, a hard breacher for the plant denial, that is about as even as it can get, really. And as well, again, Smacker, the Zofia for a mute, now that is more so in favor of a defense. Now, you don't have those capacity, you don't have the fantastic rifle, you don't have the swing capability. Now it's all down to players Soul and Wixu once again to try to clutch it back up. But this time it's, well, the 2 veterans are gone, OJ and Deptra, out of the equation. So now it's the two new bloods and the other veteran from PC419 to try to clutch it up.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough one for sure, but I mean, this is the moment to show off their talents and show off why they are sitting on a team here with some absolute legends. So we'll see what they can pull out. This 50 seconds, so still a lot of time for Skyfire to pull off moves just like that and get 1 kill and only pay a little bit of health for it. So now it's going to be actually Rufflecopter getting pretty aggressive. Boy's still hanging around the bomb as well, so he's under fire, has to retreat and give up the site. Is maybe looking for a retake here, but he runs straight into the face! Straight into the face of his opponent! And they all fall down.
Oh, he gets it!
No! He got the down. It's just up to Jigsaw now. One downed opponent and one full health opponent. 20 seconds to make this last one go. Secures the downed one. And now it's just a pure battle of skill here, but he knows his time is limited. He knows he has to go in for a risky push. He's going for the plant. Does he fall for it? Ah, no. Is he going to find a way in time? Throws out a C4, but I mean, there's nothing there, so he's just going to have to wait and see if he can get the retake. Oh, he's going for the push. He's looking for his opponent, looking for Jigsaw around every corner, every which way. But he's looking very hard from, oh no, under fire from the floor, but now he knows.
Oh,
now
he needs to stick it.
He can't. He has to sprint his little legs off to get there, and I don't think he can get there in time. No, he can't! Rufflecopter, defuse successfully.
Oh my goodness. Rufflecopter, Atlas. Fantastic read, gotta say. To just stick the defuse and just do it, and it was just the perfect timing as well.
Oh, Jigsaw though, I mean, oh, he shot through the floor and immediately
started running the opposite way.
Yeah, I mean, he knew that his position wasn't going to work down there anymore. So a little bit on the trigger finger there, maybe, perhaps, or maybe just going for a bit of a Hail Mary play. But there it is. I mean, you wanted them to even it up. You're at a 2-2 now.
And that's as even as it gets, really. Meeting Hole will be the next site to try to be defended, or rather be attacked by Skyfire, but here's an interesting thing that I noticed.
What's that?
Ace so far was not able to get any kind of advantage to the team of Skyfire.
Well, I mean,
Two
he
times
died straight away.
Yeah, he died straight away, and that is well, even on the rounds where where they won, I didn't really see the Selmas being used as much as I thought.
Okay, so let's get into here. I mean, we've tied up the series. We thought Skyfire were going to take a very early lead. But with that, I mean, look, tied up. I'm getting some hope for Rufflecopter here. Maybe this is going to be a team to look out for.
Maybe. Could be the thing here. Well, Rufflecopter, meanwhile, do manage to
5 seconds remaining.
themselves, at the very least, back to a draw. There's still quite a plentiful amount of rounds to be played out before we will be seeing at least the first map to go into either one of the team's hands. So, really, quite a whole lot of things to really be done here.
I mean, we kind of joked that this one would go to overtime too, both maps, but I mean, I don't want to call it early, but I'm getting the feeling here, Cthulu. I'm getting the feeling we might be here in the morning. We might see the sunrise.
We might just see the sunrise.
Be a little romantic. We can get we're in New Zealand, so we can actually go out to like a cafe and sit down with each other and see the sunrise. And we'll wear our masks though.
Yeah, we still need
still
to
be safe.
wear the masks.
Well, but we can go to a cafe. Pretty sweet.
Yeah, that would be going to a cafe is pretty sweet. Probably Melbourne wouldn't be able to relate.
Hey, they get in there. They get in there.
Oh, they get in there. Yeah, true.
And props to Melbourne. That's pretty sweet. Because we need you guys to get there so we can bring you over to the LAN eventually.
Correct. Yes. I would very much like to see a LAN event soon enough.
Want to see my Aussie homies?
Yeah, definitely. Well, talking about the Aussie homies, they're about to start and go in for the breach. Smite has already. The attic push needs to happen, but I believe there might be a mute jammer that is blocking all of it. So Jigsaw's attempt to do that very thing to get rid of the mute jammer will be quite successful. Not eaten up by an ADS, so well, there you go. Quick and easy breach, although there's already a bandit on the opposite side, so waiting for the right moment to peek. And the Selma device also going to start doing its job here. So multitude of the avenues will be opened up for the push.
Oh, they're trying to sneak up on Jigsaw, but he's too clever for them, but he gives it away. He gives it away with a few shots and immediately Rufflecopter back away from him. And now, they're in a bit of an awkward spot here. Oh, the C4!
Oh.
The C4 flies out and grabs a cheeky little kill here. That is excellent here, but we still have Skyfire very close to getting onto the site here, and getting an extra kill might be the next step they need to do it.
Sure is. Well, there it is. Player does manage to get himself that double kill as well before Deptra starts running him off. 3 versus 3 right now. Rufflecopter not looking too particularly fresh, but Deptra goes in for the swing, but to no avail. 2 versus 1. But the Maestro camera could really come into play. Boydie has got both of those cameras trained on him, and no diffuser plant will be yet started. There's the attempt at doing it. There's the attempt at plant. Player will be right now completely disarmed there. And well, there's the peak. Could be another one. Gets another one, and Boydie just wins it out. Oh my goodness, Rufflecopter just completely punishing Skyfire for each and every mistake.
It felt like they had a lot of intel as well, because you could see the pings out exactly where they were. They found them perfectly, and they come in and make the big swings there, getting the diffuser out of there. And it looked like they were trying to read him, and they almost got him. They almost got Boydie.
Almost, yeah.
But he was too quick for them.
Yeah, I think it's more so just Skyfire were expecting Boydie to just sit very passively and try to play off the cameras and just try to go for a bit of a ballsy swing, but I don't think they've expected the more so up close and personal Boydie.
Oh, you get really close.
Oh, he got
And
it.
it's a big gun too, so you know it's going to get the job done.
Like, you could see that pre-fire. He just could have held it like throughout the entirety of that whole gunfight between himself, player, and Saw as well. So
Yeah, who needs to reload?
who needs to reload when you have a 80-round box mag?
I think we saw it once in
Attackers
season 2
need to
actually. There was a
locate
few
and
memes of
defuse
that.
any
Yeah.
bombs
So someone had to reload on it, and we're like, I don't think I've ever seen the reload of an animation on a gun. But yeah, it does get the job done, and actually puts Rufflecopter in the lead.
Correct, yeah. Funnily enough, against what we would consider one of the giants of LPL Pro, Rufflecopter is doing pretty swell here. And it seems that the new blood that got introduced into the roster is actually doing much harder right now than the veterans of the LPL Pro from previous
10
seasons.
seconds remaining.
I mean, look at this. Boydie is on 6 frags. Atlas is on 5, whereas
5
Campo,
seconds to go.
OJ, and Deptra make a total of the same sum as Boydie's
Attackers are
frags.
moving
I just
out of
actually
the
managed to
bomb and
perform
defuse it.
the quick maths the right
Attackers
way.
bomb diffuser has been
You better
dropped.
hope you didn't get it wrong.
No, it's actually 6 between the 3 of them.
All right. I believe you this time.
For once, the Russian doesn't fail on the maths.
Professor Cthulhu.
Well, I mean, I have the glasses for a reason.
Of course. Makes you smart.
Attackers recover
That's
the
how it
bomb.
works.
By the way,
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Yeah, welcome to 20 years ago in primary school when we made that joke. But anyway, back on track here.
Back on track,
yeah, Skyfire being the favorite team here for sure. But we did say coming into this, there were so many unknowns about Rufflecopter. We don't know how these guys are going to go. We can say what we can about the players, especially the ones we know, like Deptra for sure. But, I mean, so far, I don't think we could have predicted this.
yeah, this is definitely the... Well, I was considering the off chance that there could be some some advantages that Rufflecopter would have gotten. Oh man, that is such a dodge as well. But
Just
wait,
catch it and throw it back.
wait, did that sequel hit the?
I don't know.
Imagine if it did actually. How big brain that would have been.
Because
But
I think it made it to him, but
yeah,
I don't know, man. Like it looked kind of weird, but should have just chucked it back.
Either
Should've
way.
just thrown it back. But anyway, there's one man down for Skyfire, so again, it could be Rufflecopter maybe taking a win.
Bomb located
Yeah,
by
I mean,
attackers.
it's early days in this round for sure.
here's the interesting thing though. They just wasted one of their smoke grenades on trying to push out that Goyo, whereas Goyo was already reinforcing. So they
Attackers
wasted
dropped the
some
bomb
utility
diffuser.
without even able to emphasize on that. Now they will have to though go and get the breach done, albeit and with the
Attackers
fact that they
recovered
still
the
have
diffuser.
Mateus on the ace, they should get those breaches fairly quickly. But what I'm rather more so curious is how are they going to deal with the roam of OJ, because that bandit I believe is still
Attackers have
offside.
recovered their diffuser.
Yeah, gotta watch out for OJ for sure. I mean, look, that's the tool that keeps Skyfire from just pushing in. They've got to do it 4v5, of course. Here it is. Here it is. He finds his easy kill for sure. And now there's only 3 people left. It's looking very dire for Skyfire to pick up a win here. OJ still going on a tear. Does his team let him get the ace? More importantly, does Skyfire let him get the ace? 30 seconds left for him to find it, for sure. But Skyfire, maybe they want to prevent more than the ace. Maybe they want to prevent the win as well. But they've been in almost this exact position before. It's not going to be OJ that goes down, so ace is still on the table, for sure. And alive as well,
15
as
seconds to
we're
go.
watching Jigsaw, his teammate. There it is again. The gas grenade's just going to block their path entirely. It's Mateus. He was trying to be sneaky, but he couldn't do anything while his friend is choking on the gas in front of him. And there it is. It doesn't even matter. He can't turn the corner. Rufflecopter, they're flying.
Oh, they fly indeed. My goodness, do they fly with some finesse. Big props to OJ for being able to continue the roam and get the timings right. He knew that he would get hunted. He knew that Smacker would be right on his tail throughout the majority of that round. But the moment the key pushes need to happen, he will fall back off his position. And this is where OJ was able to catch off God, the Sophia player.
Such a fun little dance between the roamers and the attackers, right? Because
yeah,
you've got to toe the line of when do they stop paying attention to me because they've got to push. Because you find that moment and you get kills like that as OJ. Just super easy, you turn the corner, they're not even looking at you.
It's almost like a game of chess at this point, Smite. The way how they kind of play, almost like a strategical game, just to try to figure out where, when, and how do they want to push, where do they want to have the rotation points, when do they drop out those smoke grenades. By the way, those smoke grenades were not used until those last 20 seconds, which we did not see during that Ferox versus PC419 game. So this is another very interesting thing to consider, given that right now Rufflecopter are have done an absolutely phenomenal job at just slowing things down. Now, with now the fact that first half concluded 4-2 in favor of Rufflecopter, by the way, for those who are just tuning in, can you imagine that? Skyfire now going to go onto the defense, bringing in just about a similar lineup. Actually, just same as Rufflecopter brought it on board here, minus I think that we've seen some off variants with Goyo, but
it was like Goyo or Mute.
Yeah, it was either Goyo or Mute, but I think Mute was more so played for the beating room. But nonetheless,
so, yeah, depends on the side.
Yeah, depends on the side. But yeah, just about the same lineup.
Oh my god, that thing, is it making noise? That's making so much noise.
Yeah, that will give away the position if further down the line if he keeps on just juggling
Is it one of those, because I'm not sure, is that one of those things that's client side though? Because I know bodies are client side. Is debris?
I think some of it. It's one of those things that is like 50-50. Wait, hold up. Bodhi is already an electrical.
What are you up to, Bodhi? How did you get
Bodhi
here?
already is an electrical, and I don't think Skyfire are expecting this.
Do they know? Oh, they know.
Never mind. Okay, I'll remember.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna go power out in the board.
That's alright. You can't go too far from me. We're connected by our earphones, so you guys might not be able to see. Well, in fact, you definitely can't see, but we have the same cable. We're sharing Cthulu. But yeah, I mean that's Boydie gone. A very high value player for Rufflecopter. They've already got you know, other people not even on full health. You know, Deptra certainly would have liked to be on full health with this push. So pretty rough here. It's going to be pretty hard to get through the site for sure, and there's still a lot of time. So they can think about how it's going to work, but I mean, look, Skyfire have every tool in the belt here to stop this.
There's the smoke darts around to try to get themselves maybe a few openings, maybe bait out a few attackers, or rather defenders. Deptra, fantastic coconut to get rid of player. That is the smoke, by the way, out of all the players. That is certainly a fantastic beginning, but right now with the fact that Atlas has been down amongst all of that crossfire, right now they need to get rid of that positioning behind the bomb chassis and get Atlas back up and running. Well, Capitao is back in. He needs to start yeeting those fire arrows right behind those shells, because this is where that bandit position is. And oh, fantastic play by OJ. Does manage to catch Mateus off the play, but there's still some presence in the freezer. Oh,
no
that is
way.
So exposed. No way he can get the plant down. Yeah, he will be shut down pretty quickly. Saw gets a double kill. Right now there's a flank as well. Campo keeping an eye out. Deptra needs to get that plant going, but with 20 seconds remaining, there's still some play to be done, but Saw is just a better gamer. He's just able to click a little bit better, and well, Campo now left in a 1v2. That's still clutchable.
He heard him on the stairs, so he knows he backed off. So at least he doesn't have to lock down two different angles. He knows that someone's there and he can find him as well. He's just looking for that peeking head. Doesn't find it just yet. So we'll live for a little bit longer, but no, he takes a bit of damage. But no, Campo takes a bit back as well. His health bar blinking red right now. He's trying to get the plant out because he has to. And that will be his downfall. Running out of time. Skyfire, pick up round 7.
That is rough there for Rufflecopter, but yeah, nonetheless, Skyfire able to keep up their integrity and able to keep up the rotations and the pressure from multitude of angles did ensure the success of their defense. So just like that, they were able to drop down the differential of the rounds by a single round. So
I think
not bad.
I think Rolfcopter tried to be a little bit too big brain on that plant, where they were trying to put it in the doorway. You could see, all right, they had the cover of the one player they knew was behind the bomb, but they weren't thinking of the other angle, and so that one took them out. They tried to retaliate, but we all saw how that went, and yeah, went a little bit downhill from there. So I liked the idea. There's just a few other factors they had to consider, and well, with that, like you said, the round difference goes up just a little bit. So we're still tight here, but I mean, I'm still surprised to see Rolfcopter in the lead. Not because the players are bad, but because Skyfire is so good.
Yes. Yeah, it's definitely looking like a pretty even competition here between the two teams. Rolfcopter able to keep up with the frags for the most of it, or rather be able to match the general momentum that Skyfire were bringing in on attack. But Skyfire seems to be feeling a little bit more comfortable on the defense here comparative to what Rolfcopter were bringing in. So they certainly are the ones to look at getting maybe the win here, and in a similar kind of fashion how for Ferox they were expecting a 2-0. Similarly here, I think Skyfire will be expecting a 2-0 for themselves, and Rolfcopter are just playing for an upset here.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously Rolfcopter would love the 2-0, but I think they can, similar to PC419, be happy with just a one-map win. So on the flip side, of course, that makes it devastating for Skyfire if they drop even a single map. So it could be a little scary for them right now, but after that defensive round, they should be feeling a lot more confident, knowing that it's alright, we just have to drop no more rounds, and that's alright, because Skyfire is certainly a team that can do that. So Campo's going to be poking his head in, he's going to have to just drone instead for now. Of course, we're still taking a bit to get actually inside. Knows there's a mute jammer around, so we'll have to play a little carefully around that, but luckily, he should be able to get his position on the stairs here.
Yeah, thankfully, he already has a pre-placed drone right at the bottom of the tower, so he won't be wasting any more time with that. Curious that... Ooh, that's an angle and a half to be used here.
God, you can barely see it.
Barely see, maybe just a few outlines. Could potentially catch a few defenders off guard, but apart from that, really, that could be very much of a double-edged sword. Boydie taking quite some damage here, and Saw is the one to clip in Boydie's life. No more of the top fragging, no more of the Ash playing around, and it's rather going to be the Jaeger, the Hunter, that will be victorious.
Yeah, it was all downhill last round after Boydie went down straight away, so I mean, Skyfire will be happy to see it go the same way this time. They've run half the round down so far, but Rolfcopter is still getting a little bit of progress, a little bit of information here. A man down is always going to be rough, but now they're starting to get these ADSs down so they can take a few steps forward, but they're still so far from the site Cthulhu.
Yeah, they need quite a fair bit of things to go into their favor. They need to get those frags. OJ does that very thing. Gets rid of one of the better performing players, that is Jigsaw, who's already on double digits. And he's attempting to find some more frags. Deptra unable to find a single frag. Well, funnily enough, there's nobody in the bedroom side, or rather in the main bunks. Kid's bedroom is still very much being occupied by the defenders, so there's a few of the angles that need to be contested. Now Campo just gets a free pass almost straight off the side without even checking the armory stairs.
That's two gas grenades, so they've still got one in the pocket. Oh! Whoa! What? 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 How is that not communicated? But with that, I mean, he just gets eliminated. He gets 2 kills easily. Are they going to pull it back? The last gas grenade now comes back, but this seems like desperation now by Skyfire to pull it back. The plant now going down. They manage to pull the comeback here. Skyfire going to have to work hard for this retake, but OJ shuts it down. I mean, it makes it impossible territory now. And for Smacker to bring it back, I mean, the man's got to be a legend. More than he actually is. Already.
Atlas and OJ is just so far making an absolute dream team combo, and I'm so confused. How was Campo allowed that double kill? It was almost like, at this point, like a T-Hunt just walking in, like just waiting for AI to realize, oh, There's somebody in the room.
You could see the moment of like almost hesitation from him, where obviously he swaps away from the hologram, but then he's like, "Am I really getting this? Is this just a second hologram or something?" Because he was standing still as well.
Yeah.
So.
Plus, the Alibi did have a default skin, so the only way to really distinct whether it was a hologram or not was either to shoot it
goggles,
or
right?
No, it's just the base under your feet.
Right.
So you can either if the goggles are a very hard thing to really see, especially amidst all of that chaos. So yeah, it was rather more so you either shoot it or you shoot the try to see if there's a base. But thankfully for Campo, he just managed to. The Alibi just moved then well. Yeah, that's pretty much all that.
I mean, either way, no way you should have been allowed that. But I mean, hey, look, if you're in a candy store and they're just letting you take it all and not pay for it, then look, man, fill your pockets up.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly what Campo did, capitalized on that play, and that was another dub for Rufflecopter. Already 1 round away from match point against Skyfire. Smite, this is forming up to be a very interesting storyline for Rufflecopter to begin with.
I mean, what a way to open Season 3 to have, I mean, maybe Ferox didn't lose their series, but it didn't go too well like we thought.
Exactly.
If this goes the same way, even if Rufflecopter lose the next map, if they pick up Oregon, like, that's still good. That's still exciting for the viewers. That's still exciting for everyone except Skyfire, really. In fact, it's even exciting for, like, Ferox, who's going to see Skyfire as a big opponent. They want them to lose to Rufflecopter here. Or maybe they can be scared of Rufflecopter now.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Who knows? I mean, Sushi mentioned it previously, even in the previous season interviews. Everyone could be an absolute gunner, and everyone could be an absolutely huge adversary to verse against. So, look, the way how I see it right now, at the very least, Ferox are going to be excited to see that maybe Skyfire won't be getting a 2-0. At least the way how so far the trend is going.
Yeah, well, remember we saw Ferox on match point, and they still managed to drop it in overtime. So Rufflecopter are not even quite there just yet. They've now lost Campo, who's been bringing a ton of value throughout a lot of these rounds. So they do still have Boydie, and Boydie's been a non-factor in the last 2 rounds, and yet they still managed to pick them up.
It's been Boydie, it's been OJ that has been turning up as well, so not all hope is lost. Matter of fact, Campo being lost is probably, he was the bottom fragger of the whole roster, so it's not as bad, say, frag-wise, but losing out already just on a body to do callouts with, that does have to sting, but still, 1:30 to go. There's still plenty of time to really perform all the needed motions with the players. So let's have a look how it will really work out. Already sequential breach is starting to happen with the Selmas, and the whole wall of the walking closet will be opened up with Void starting to apply some pressure as well.
It's a very big hole. They're going to have a lot of angles to fire through. The last few drones now going to be coming on out to see what they can CCC, and well, they're going to need to find everything here. There's 5 people to get through, and now they've only got 3 left to do it. As another one falls, it's Rufflecopter falling behind here in this round, 1 away from match point, but they may not get it. Oh, that kill though from Deptra might be their ticket back in here, Cthulu. They've got another one down, and just the accuracy, the Kobe, the beautiful play.
There it is.
Coming out from Rufflecopter. I don't believe it. Smacker, the last hope. He gets a C4 kill. A 1v2 is possible, but I'm still reeling from that grenade.
Oh my god, that was such a perfect grenade from Deptra to sort himself out with that double kill.
I don't think he even meant to get a multi-kill in that.
I don't think he meant it. He just meant to just finish him off. But yeah. Match point. Smite.
Off a comeback. We were just saying, like, nah, I mean, they're not even there. They're not even at match point yet. But here they are. They came back so incredibly from that one. It was a 3v5. A beautiful magical grenade. I mean, that is 3v5. That's a highlight there, if I've ever seen one.
Surely that goes into the highlights. Surely we will get to see that as highlights for the next week.
And not to mention as well, think about what that does to the mental of your opponents, right? They were in the lead. They had that round. They're like, okay, guys, we might be behind, but at least we're stopping them guaranteed overtime. And then suddenly more than half your team blows up to one grenade.
That is such a tilt, I gotta say. For Skyfire especially, my goodness.
Well, they still have to play. That's the thing. They can't just say, "Oh man,
Exactly.
I don't want to play after that." They have to.
Attackers need to
They have to
locate
come back and win 3
I would call it
rounds in a
quits
row.
if I would have lost that kind of a lead.
That's why you're not a pro player, Cthulhu.
Precisely.
And possibly a few other reasons like you suck, but no, I'm sorry. You don't suck.
I mean, probably you're not wrong at that point, really. Look at my track record as well in ranked. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that actually.
Yeah, well, look, people that don't suck are Wafflecopter right now.
True.
I mean, look, they managed to come back from that round. I mean, beautiful grenade, of course, but let's not forget all the other rounds they've been winning normally. So it's not like
10 seconds
they just
left.
found that out of nowhere. They are solidly in the lead here, and they are 1 round away from a. I mean, imagine if this is a 7-3 scoreline. That would be
Attackers'
ridiculous.
objective is to locate a bomb and
That would be indeed ridiculous. The grand final. Well, one of the 2 teams that went into the grand finals of last season to get 7-3. Oh, that's devastating.
Yeah. We had some maybe lying around for Wafflecopter thinking, yeah, look, they've got all the ingredients there, but is the recipe right? And so far, it looks like the cook has made a
Attackers have
beautiful
located a
recipe
bomb.
here. So I'm keen to see how it ferments over the next few weeks, and that is where the cooking puns will end.
Bomb
But
located by attackers.
coming in here, they're 1 round away, so Wafflecopter, keen to see if they can make it come in. Boydie, this man is so aggressive, so keen to push in. And he's looking for 1 kill. Does he die at the start of the round, or does he win it right here for his team? Gonna drain out those ADS, but they should know exactly where he is.
They will know precisely his position and potentially very soon precisely his intentions as well, as he would be looking at getting rid of that ballistic shield to take out any more of the config around there for Skyfire to hold from Freezer. So that would be Jigsaw's position taken out, which would be quite huge. There's already drain of the ADSs, so that ballistic shield is about to go down. So many shots are being traded around, but finally ballistic shield does fall, so at the very least there's that. But Rixo just punishes him just like that. Very nice long angle as well. That is a one heck of an angle to be held, especially by a Vector user. But nonetheless, still there's already a breach in the electrical, so at the very least they could try to apply pressure from there and get the Selma charges going. But Mateus fortunately only hurts himself and gets downed as well amidst all that chaos. But OJ would not know, at least just yet. At the very least, it's a slowdown for all the operations.
Jeez, OJ, settle down, mate. You're being so keen on these kills. He knows that they're just around the corner. He's clearing all the doors, but does he turn around and go for it? 2 kills, Campo! Campo suddenly put his team in the lead. 1 gas grenade's now out. There's still 50 seconds to go. Plenty of time for Wafflecopter to move in and execute. They've got 2 members on half health. You've got to watch out for those, including Campo, but as well as Boydie. So very careful. And these are the fraggers you're looking for too. Another one falls. And this could be it for Skyfire Cthulhu. This could be where Wafflecopter pick up the first map. They might be able to do it, but look at the health bars! Oh no, oh no, 1 more falls. Look at the health bars again. I keep saying it, but they're so low. 1 member remains. It's all up to player. He just has to go around and give them a slap each, but no! The 1 man left keeps it alive for Wafflecopter and wins Oregon 7-3 for Wafflecopter against Skyfire.
Whoa. I'm stunned here.
I had my hands on my head for like most of that round, most of the game.
Look, all I'm gonna say, I did have a few thoughts that maybe that roster of Wafflecopter would be able to bring in some Dark Horse kind of plays. This is not Dark Horse. This is the way how we've just seen them perform. It's absolutely just nuts, really.
Yeah, look, okay, it's 1 map. It's awesome to see, but we got to see them keep it up, okay, guys? Because look, there's no way Skyfire are going to sit back and say, "Oh man, 3-7. I guess we'll try and get them next time." No, they're going to be sitting back and saying, "All right, guys, what exactly do we have to do to win on Clubhouse? What exactly do we have to do to take out the next map?" And whoop, you're right there, mate. But anyway, I had such a good throw, and you threw it away. Anyway. Are they going to be able to do it back on Clubhouse? Find out after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and Rainbow Six Siege fans. It's LPL Pro Season 3. I'm Smite, and I've got my big buddy Cthulu here as well, and we just saw a banger of a match.
Oh,
We
yes.
just saw, well, I mean, it was the first map, so the match is still going, but Rafflecopter GG, Deptra's new team, comes in and 7-3s Skyfire on Oregon. And Skyfire, need I remind you, finalists from last season. Very, very tough team to go in your first round, and a 7-3 to open things up. It couldn't be better.
Oh man, yeah. This look, I'm just amused, shocked. I don't know. There's many ways to describe how I feel right now about this scoreline of 7-3 against Skyfire on one of their last season's comfort grounds. It does have to sting, although this was the pick of Rafflecopter, so this was their preferred ground as well to take it against the Skyfire roster. So now that we are going to go onto Clubhouse, which we'll get to see that very thing right now. There we go. There's another map that we get to see. This is a pick from Skyfire, which I definitely will have to say they played it even more than Oregon, and this is where I definitely think that where they can get very confident and very aggressive on some of their plays.
This is one of the maps that really, I mean, would you agree? It rewards creativity and team structure.
To a certain degree, yes. Although Clubhouse nowadays has been overshadowed, although with the integration of Melusi and Ace, I think that we might be seeing a slight change of meta here.
Well, I mean, it could be different. It could be fun, a little bit different to Season 2, but regardless, it's still a very comfortable map for, I mean, I'd say both teams, because, I mean, pretty much every player should feel very comfortable on Clubhouse, but you got to give it to Skyfire, because they've played this map so many times against very tough teams, you know, season in, season out, with even mostly this roster as well, so, I mean, you've got to imagine that they should have some pretty solid ideas on this one, especially because this is their map pick.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how will it really work out, because right now Rafflecopter are on the roll. There's no real way to really describe it any other way. Right now they are going to be feeling really well, really uplifted on their morale as well, with the fact that they just took a pretty nice W against what is one of the behemoths, I suppose, at this point, of LPL Pro, on the same stage as Ferox, same stage as Skyfire now. Maybe PC419 could be contesting for that position. Who knows, really? But at the moment, they're maybe looking at getting themselves the Clubhouse as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, with such a strong performance on Oregon, it's, you know, you can say all day that Skyfire should be more comfortable on Clubhouse, but, I mean, the evidence is right there from Oregon, right? 7-3 kind of speaks for itself. I mean, there's only so far you can take comfortability, right?
Yeah.
But, you've also got to remember that this is Skyfire, right? This is not a team that just takes a loss like that, even if it's very heavy, and just sits back and says, all right, cool, I guess we'll go into the next match, right? They're going to be sitting back and saying, all right, guys, we are not letting that happen again. We are not getting 2-0'd here. So already, like we were kind of saying, it's sort of a win for Rafflecopter already. They can be happy with their 1-1 scoreline. That's all good. But for Skyfire, they wanted that 2-0. I mean, they really wanted at least one of their, you know, quote-unquote rivals in Ferox would have had the same result, but they still have to close it out here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, they still get a chance to, at the very least, play now for rather the upset of the Rafflecopter's pace. The main thing here, I reckon, is that Rafflecopter, after getting such a dominant scoreline, they are now looking at getting that 2-0, because they're going to be feeling confident. I mean, comparative to what we saw from PC419 against Ferox, it was, both of them was overtimes. And after each one of those maps, it was kind of like still being left at a question is, are we going to be seeing the win from Ferox? Is PC419 going to make it a 2-0, or is it going to be another kind of a draw and then overtime again? So it's,
and then it was overtime?
It was overtime, exactly. So yeah, it was always kind of that debate, whereas here it almost feels like Skyfire are asleep. Like we know that they can frag out. We saw them make it to grand finals.
You would almost, it feels harsh to say, but you'd be almost a fool to predict Skyfire to win the second map after seeing that first one. Yeah, teams can come back. I mean, 7-3 is not the most dominating for sure, but I mean,
I see where you're coming from on that one, yeah, but I wouldn't call that it's impossible for. Well, you can't. Like, there is a chance to really call it out, and
It just feels like it's more likely.
it's more likely. Yes, yeah, definitely. It's definitely highly likely to that Rufflecopter could just run away with a dub, and Skyfire could miss out on the first dub in the series. But at the same time, maybe Skyfire would be able to finally wake up to get their plays underway, get their coordination sorted out, because some of those rounds that Rufflecopter were really able to run away with, under the right circumstances, under the right coordination, wouldn't have happened.
It felt like as well, small mistakes. By Skyfire were being punished really hard. I mean, a big example of that, now that I've had time to think about it after it was so exciting, was that nade kill by Deptra, right?
Exactly.
You got what was it, a triple kill, I think? Or like
It was a double.
Yeah, a double, right?
But it was a down first with the first grenade, and then the second person came around to try to pick him up, and then that's when the grenade kind of fell in.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, you're not always going to predict that. Yeah, I mean, you sometimes just have to go in and go for the res. But
yeah,
I mean, at some point though, you've gone in, you know the risks, you know something else might come out, and most importantly, you know Deptra will want to finish the job. You know he'll want to secure it. So being around that area is going to be a bit of a battlefield. So I mean, that's one example, right? But I think there were quite a few of them throughout that series where Rufflecopter saw an opening and they just went hard. They just jumped on it immediately and were rewarded almost every single time.
Yes. Yeah. It seemed that Skyfire kind of ran into almost a similar problem when they played against Ferox. The moment Skyfire made a single small mistake, Ferox would just chomp away, instead of a millimeter that was given to them, a full mile. Similar thing is being done here. It's just, it seems that that ragtag kind of band of all the, well, like three, well, it's harsh to say rejects from other competitive teams, it seems to be working out absolutely perfectly well.
You know, they've
migrants. Yeah, that will be a much more.
They've traveled.
Yeah, that it will be a much more mild kind of way to really put it, but
doesn't make the players feel bad.
Yeah, it doesn't make the players feel bad. But to give credits where the credit is due, big props to Rufflecopter for actually being able to swing the momentum. Boydie was a big factor for a fair few of these plays. Atlas done a phenomenal job on a few of the defensive rounds, and look, OJ.
I mean, that guy,
I gotta say, like, it's really tough. It's first time in a while that it's tough for me to say which one out of like a single roster will be an MVP for me, because each one of those players, if you think about it backwards, back to the whole match, each one of them was able to dedicate enough to be considered for an MVP throughout the whole of a map. We saw Campo play a few times. We saw Atlas get a few MVP plays. Boydie getting a few MVPs. OJ was continuously spearheading some of those approaches. Deptra with that great kill. It's just all of it, essentially what Skyfire was back in Season 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, to me, what this team looks like, at least so far from what we've seen on one map, is that it's a team that's not holding their players back. It's giving the full potential for them to go out and be aggressive and make these ballsy plays and jump on these mistakes, like we were saying. And so you get players like Deptra, like Boydie, like OJ, who are really keen to just go up and go for these swings that would make any other player say, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah,
but it works. They make it work.
It's almost like that kind of a hybrid of like higher end competitive play mixed with almost like ranked stars kind of play. They swing everywhere, just at everyone, and just go for some of those like wilder peaks. Whereas Skyfire already kind of they somewhat passed that phase of being kind of the competitive ranked stars, I suppose, if that's even a way to call it, really. And they make some of the rather more educated guesses, or rather educated ideas as to when, where, and how to push, and it shows in their coordination, in the way how they've pushed together, in the way how they always kind of go in either duos or trios to, if one of them dies, at the very least there's going to be a refrag. So there is that. So it feels almost as if it's kind of unpredictability versus, I suppose, time-proven experience.
Structure.
Or structure, yeah. That would be rather the better way to describe it. Yes.
Yeah, one word.
One
Does the job. But just to update everyone, guys, we are getting the players into the game. We're just a few moments away. Don't worry, the game is coming up. I mean, I'm really keen to get into it, so trust me, as soon as it comes up, we'll be jumping right into it. But, I mean, we're just a few steps away. We want to make sure everyone's happy jumping into that match. I mean, you definitely want everything to be going correctly if you're Skyfire, right? You don't want to go into this next match with anything wrong at all. So, I mean, look, let's ask the hard question then. What is Skyfire going to do differently to make map number 2 happen?
Well, actually, let's take a look exactly what they're going to be doing differently as we do get the map underway.
You know me, Cthulhu. You know what I want to see.
Exactly. Well, on the bans, we do see actually Rufflecopter ban out on their first attack. That is the Maverick that we'll be seeing out of the game. There's Maverick gone. First ban, and Skyfire to get things underway. Potentially could be banning somebody like IQ, maybe a Zofia, maybe an Ace, after they saw how potent he can be. No, Blackbeard instead.
Blackbeard?
Out of all the players. Okay, so they just don't want to mess with Blackbeard, albeit that's a very much of an odd pick. But let's see what they're going to ban for the defense, because I'm assuming it's going to be Mira and maybe a Womai, according to how... Well, if not Mira, then who else would it be? Valkyrie, maybe?
Valk's a pretty common ban here. I mean, yeah, Kaid kind of makes sense. It sort of locks them into the bandit play as well, which everyone and their mother in the pro scene knows how to handle here. They've done it so many times.
Yeah, with Kaid out of the board, it is definitely going to be a bit tougher here for Bandit to keep going, and well, Mira to close it out is it is a bit more of a understandable thing to see banned out. So, well, here we go. Let's have a look how we'll be able to see it unravel. Because Mira, funnily enough, I believe hasn't been really banned out as much as we would have seen actually.
But interestingly though, Cthulhu, is that Wamai does get to come in again.
Correct, yes. First time in pretty much the whole play day.
Tonight, I think, yeah. So everyone loves playing Wamai on defense on Clubhouse. You know,
prepare your frisbees.
yeah. I mean, you just stick him up in the garage in the rafters and just leave him there for basically the entire round, and he looks after himself.
It's either that, yeah, or you have him kind of stick around maybe construction area or cash room, and he can solo hold it pretty much against all that spam of flashbangs, grenades, Selma charges, whatever you want it. It's going to be there. Rufflecopter. There we go. Going to be starting things off on defense after... Look, it was a phenomenal play on Oregon. Got to give it to them. So, curious how will they be able to perform now on an even bigger conflict ground for Skyfire. Because Oregon, let's not forget, this was one of the maps that was fairly frequently picked by Skyfire amidst all the coastline picks, amidst all of the clubhouse picks. Occasional Villa, but Villa was kind of 50-50 as a coin toss.
But here, I mean, look, Clubhouse, just a well-known map. We're going to start things off here in Church and Arsenal, downstairs. Always going to be a fun one to go for. I mean, look, there's so many different angles you got to worry about, so many fun little firefights we're going to go through. We're not going to be playing around the garage door here today. At least
not yet.
Yeah, at least not in round 1.
Yeah. So we'll have to see how will rather the downstairs defense play out. Funnily enough, it's actually the first time in a while that I see teams starting things off straight away on Church. Usually it's either maybe a gym, maybe a CCTV start, but instead it's just straight away onto the comfort zone just to get the early advantage and be done. Interestingly enough, well, no contention on the breach of the hatch and kitchen, so that's fairly quickly opened up by Skyfire, and they're going to be looking at getting some early advantages. That's already some breaching charge action done, and could be huge, but won't be catching anything.
I thought he was going to throw it through the floorboards over to like 3 people, but no. Okay, he doesn't have that much spider sense, but that said, this is a lot of openings for Skyfire. It feels like they've just been allowed to do whatever they want and open up everything.
Yeah, just absolutely everything. Wigzu actually kicks things off onto OJ, gets a little bit of a cheeky revenge, but there's a roam by the Jaeger Campo. The person who was able to just get into the backline of Skyfire previously on Oregon now tries to do the same cheeky stuff once again.
Oh my god, look at all the openings over there. That's like a whole half of the room that you just can't stand in if you're Rufflecopter, right? You can see it's all just completely vacant. Now they're going to try and go through the tunnel, but the plant? The plant? Where is that going down? Oh my gosh, right next to the smoke. They cannot be stopped. He does walk around and get mowed down, and is this just going to be an easy defuse?
I think it could be actually. Jigsaw needs to go in for the swing. Actually gets pre-fired from up above, and it's rather the Hibana of Smacker that actually is able to shut things down. There's another crossfire. They can't contest with that with the Japanese operator, and right now with Boydie downed as well, they need to do something about it. 20 seconds remaining. Flashbang starting to fly in. Maybe another smoke grenade if there was in inventory there. Could have been huge, but alas, that is not to be done here at all. Skyfire, phenomenal post-plant situation, able to shut things down pretty swiftly.
Yeah, I mean, look, once the floor was that open and they got a plant down, I mean, how are you ever going to disable that when they can just easily rain Skyfire on you from above, right? So, yeah, that one was easy. That was easy. It was set up, but I mean, not as easy as that round for Skyfire. They just had the freedom to do whatever they wanted.
Correct, yeah. They Skyfire just kind of were able to sneak their way in right onto site, and without Rufflecopter even realizing it, or rather realizing it too late, right when the diffuser went down.
Missing the gas grenades too.
Missing the gas grenades, yeah.
Two of them, I think.
Missing the gas grenades, missing the fact that there was a Hibana up above, and having two people get down. Well, one down, one killed of that very same position. So there's a few mistakes that were made, and Skyfire made sure that they would capitalize on that very thing.
Very aggressive play. I love it. I love it. But Rufflecopter, I feel like, yeah, they're certainly going to have to try it up again here. They're going to go for a retry. Maybe they don't let the floor open so hard this time. Of course, they're going to have to deny those hatch plays, right? Because, well, first round, I mean, Skyfire could just go in and say, all right, we're just going to open these up and drop down a plant.
Yeah, they could have done that very easily, very quickly. But
I think they've learned.
Yeah, they learned. This time they are going to be trying to deny this as much as humanly can.
10 seconds remaining.
OJ needs to reinforce that position very quickly. Instead, he's going for a spawn peek. I believe his position got droned out as well, so full-blown information there to know exactly where to pre-fire should the attackers need it. And well, does connect a few bits of damage, but that's about all that could have been done there.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, would have loved to snag a headshot, but I mean, look, his position was compromised anyway, so that's all right. So, not really losing too much from that. Oh no! Through the pixel hole door. Get out of there. Another big advantage straight away for Skyfire.
Yeah, this time Campo was not given any kind of time to really roam around, so this is a huge opportunity for Skyfire to just set things off in the right direction. And there's a boom mine already that does alert the defenders that there will be a push into the main stairs, but apart from that, really, Rufflecopter not looking particularly too fancy, as they're now going to be forced to play on a bit more of a back foot.
Yeah, it is only one man down, and it was Campo who, you lose your Roma. That's pretty annoying, but they still have 4 people on the site, and they do not deny the hatch. Oh wait,
they partially
do.
Deny it.
Yeah, they pretty much deny it, right? No one's dropping through that hole, and so now they're just going to fire it again, actually get the hatch open. So now we're in this position again.
At the very least, they were able to drain the Hibana charges, so there's that. And only 2 Selma charges remaining, which means either Wixu can open up one of the hatches, or he could try to open up, say, the church wall. So he's going to be presented with a very difficult task, or rather, difficult choice to figure out where does he want to play off. Well, Wixu does make that choice quite easier, given that he does find the shot onto Boydie. Now it's Atlas, severely teched up. OJ out of the equation. Deptra out of the equation. All down to Atlas, the teched up Valkyrie player who just kind of tried to maybe go for a few exit frags, but even that is not going to really happen. Wixu able to shut him down very quickly, very swiftly. And so far, I mean, this is looking like it's starting to kind of repeat maybe the scoreline of the previous map, where Skyfire got the upper hand in the first 2 rounds, and then kind of Rufflecopter started to take full control.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good point, right? Skyfire did come out very strongly in map 1. We were all like, okay, that's normal, that's kind of what we expect. It's happening here, but on Clubhouse, I think it's just so much more impactful and so much more one-sided over to Skyfire right now in these first 2 rounds at least. We are not going to be going to Church and Arsenal anymore, Cthulhu. So we're going to be hitting up CCTV. I mean, we all love seeing this one. We all love seeing the dance around the garage door. And so now we get to see what it looks like with Ace.
Correct, yeah. Ace should definitely spice things up a little bit there, if not quite a whole lot. As now we have 2 remote breach charges.
And also no Thatcher ban as well means it's even easier to get in.
Yeah, it's going to be even easier. And quite a tough job for Bandit now that the Thatcher EMPs don't really destroy the Bandit charges. They only disable them. So you need to pick them up, place a new one, and only then you get the Bandit trick. So it's against Ace. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Against Hibana, yeah, you could most definitely do that. Funnily enough, actually, what I've found whilst testing the rework Thatcher, Kite is actually much more useful than Bandit.
Well, he just rips it back.
No, you don't even need to rip it back. Just throw in another Kite Claw.
Yeah.
And then whilst it's being activated, you pick up the disabled one. That's it.
Yes.
So it's even easier to now to Kite trick than to Bandit trick.
But of course, Cthulhu Kite was banned.
Obviously,
which
yeah,
could
for that very matter.
Yeah, a very, very strong play that could happen there. So ban it out of here, get it out of here. But now we're going to be opening up here. We're no longer going to the basement, at least not for a while. So you can see we've got, of course, infamous. Oh, stop! Wait. Did he get it?
I think one of the charges that's that. So at the very least, there's only one that has been opened up. But here's the thing that I was talking about. Now you have to adjust for the post-breach play. You cannot deny it any longer at the moment the Ace is in the play.
Yeah, that hole is going to be there whether you like it or not. So now you got to deal with it. And as we can see, it's actually Skyfire taking a slightly different angle here after they've opened up the door. So pretty interesting to see if they're going to be still looking to hold that. But now just below the site. They're going to see if they can get any free kills. Oh my lord!
That's a lot of damage.
A lot of damage. Very valuable. But man, that was close to a kill.
Yeah. Thankfully, the breaching charges are not yet that OP to the point where they can one-shot you with that explosion. But nonetheless, that's still quite a heap of damage that OJ will be feeling further down the line. Any kind of gunfight could pretty much be fatal for him without any kind of repercussions. And well, right now, whilst it's still a 5 versus 5, Rufflecopter will be feeling that health disadvantage.
Yeah, health disadvantage maybe, but it's not like Skyfire are inside yet. They're yet to get inside the garage, yet to get inside, the garage door itself, yet to find this Womai up in the rafters. Pretty fancy little Thatcher nade going off over there, and the first kill does now come out. And it's going to be the Ash taken away. So Jigsaw, no more playing around here. But there it goes, the whole line now flushed out. That is a strong position they can now take.
Indeed. Player does also find the shot onto Campo. And as one of the Romas, Campo just can't seem to get a grip there. But at the very least, Voidy is there to make a refrag. We're back to a 3 versus 3, but at the very least, the plant is going to start going down. There's already a crossfire to be made here by Rufflecopter as well. And there's the shot. Fantastic play by Smacker. C4, though, from OJ is able to deny at least one of the positions, but the plant did go down, so the diffuser is now going to be starting to tick away against the defenders.
Yeah, and 2 full health bars to defend it. That damage onto OJ! Oh, maybe it doesn't even matter, because his teammate gets a kill. Just OJ now. Oh my god, and there it is. Skyfire shut him down, and, well, they secure round number 3.
Yeah, Weeks are just going absolutely nuts for the team. Fantastic 2 pre-fires, able to shut things down and able to emphasize off the fact that the 2 remaining Rufflecopter players were very low on health. So, with that said, a 3-0 lead. Now, that is one way to really bring it back and kind of show that they're not out of this game just yet, Skyfire. They are ready to make to get a revenge, but at the very least already, Rufflecopter did play for the upset, so no longer Skyfire will have the opportunity to stay in the lead in the first week.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of already won, sort of, they can't lose is the thing, right?
True. True.
So that's a good thing. I mean, we were saying that it's like way more important for them to get the 1-1 than for Skyfire, who wanted the 2-0. So, look, they're all good to come in here. So I wonder if maybe that means some of the drive has been lost maybe for Rufflecopter to pick up a win here. But I mean, look, the last few rounds, they've been getting closer and closer to 2. It's getting a little closer down to the wire.
Yeah. finally we do have some very close rounds after first few rounds being a little bit one-sided there, but yeah, definitely Rufflecopter seeming to be able to finally recollect themselves, albeit still 3-round disadvantages certainly. It has to hurt.
Yeah, I mean, imagine having to win 3 rounds in a row to bring it back, and you know, making a reference to the first match where we saw that happen twice, two games in a row. But the question is, can Rufflecopter do it? I mean, we've seen them take some pretty solid rounds. We've seen them win some rounds from behind back over in Oregon, but here on Clubhouse, it just feels like, yeah, it's Skyfire kind of walking over them, and Cthulhu, to me, it looks like it's the big brains from Skyfire and the strategies that are really pulling it out.
I'm more so curious about rather the fact that, was it the fluke rather? That
you call a 7-1, you call a 7-3.
It could be. I mean, just to me, look at the fact that Skyfire were just not prepared for the way how Rufflecopter was playing, and so that kind of was allowed to happen. Whereas on Clubhouse, they now kind of realized, hey, they're playing like a little bit like a semi-ranked stars. Let's just play them in a more coordinated way.
That's what I mean. It feels more like Skyfire went away and recollected themselves.
Correct, yeah.
And came back just like the Skyfire we know. So I feel like that's more the case here. And now Rufflecopter really have the test against them. This is what we were expecting when we came into the series. So this is certainly looking like a tough matchup. There are some massive openings right now. You cannot sit on this site without being in danger here from Mateus from the outside. So very, very strong position and a very strong opening as OJ is once more taken off the table.
Yeah, with OJ now off board, Smacker now will be feeling much better. There is still positioning at the rafters, and Deptra is able to get rid of Mateus, who was playing as the Zafir, but there is a very confident swing there by Wigzu. Ooh. It's rather Smacker and
Attackers have located
player
a bomb.
that are able to find the frags, and this is all falling apart here for Rufflecopter, albeit Deptra and Voidy are still alive, but Voidy is taking quite a heavy amount of punishment, and it's now all down to Deptra to try to maybe win it out. Deptra does find that shot, does manage to get a swing onto player, but apart from that, actually gets a swing onto Wigzu.
Excuse me?
Gets it down as well. This is a 1v1 situation,
No way!
But Jigsaw shuts it down. But oh my goodness, Deptra getting that close to clutching it out in a 1v4. Now that would have been a flex and a half.
I was so ready for Deptra to turn it around. But I mean, look, you know what that means, Cthulhu? It means 4 rounds now in a row for Skyfire. I mean, they're 2 rounds away from hitting match point, 3 rounds away from just winning it outright. And Rufflecopter are yet to pick up a round. Like we've been saying, though, it's been getting closer and closer. And that was as close as it gets. Although, to be fair, only at the very end. That was a solid Skyfire round until Deptra showed up.
See, the thing is, the way how it seems that Skyfire are working is the moment they get that kind of that 1v2, 1v4 or 2v4, 2v5, they get overzealous about their pushes. So they start going in for saying, oh, let me go claim that kill, let me go get him, let me go swing at him. And Rufflecopter managed to punish them on those moments. Until that moment, Skyfire are playing a very well-composed siege, and this is exactly what is bringing them the win here, because Rufflecopter is trying to play for unpredictability, and rather for just swinging and everything and being unexpected. Skyfire already just managed to tune into that, and that very thing was able to net them those 4 rounds in a row.
4 rounds in a row. I mean, what could it be?
After the 7-3, it sounds surreal.
They've literally won more rounds than they did in the last
5
match.
seconds to go.
Already.
That is true.
In 4 rounds. In
That is
4
true.
rounds. So this is just so solid looking. I mean, a lot of teams, I feel like they almost favor defense on Clubhouse, and yet here we are, Skyfire. I mean, look, I'm gonna call that round solidly one-sided. Skyfire just felt like they got greedy at the end, and Deptra almost had the magical comeback moment, but it means that Rufflecopter have had barely a round, I mean maybe 2 if you count that last one, where they could have brought it back. So Skyfire aren't even really letting up in this round, in this game.
Yeah, Skyfire just kind of don't really want to lose any more rounds. They kind of saw the results of what happens when you allow Rufflecopter to run away with some of the wins. And, well, they got shut down in a pretty hefty way. Funnily enough, once again, it does come out the moment the EMP grenades do go off. So partially the fact that the Blackbeard ban came around kind of is hurting more so Ruffle rather than Skyfire. So yeah, there we go. It's more so kind of, supposedly just they banned the operator that they didn't really want to play against.
Yeah, I mean, when you leave things like Thatcher open and Ace open for your attack, it should go pretty sweet, right? I mean, that's exactly what you're looking for, especially on some of these sites. So, oh, I don't know like already. So, this could be pretty scary. They're just checking to make sure no one's around. Of course, not quite on the site just yet, but still very, very close right now. These castle barricades are going to be a little annoying for sure, but they have the tools to deal with them.
Precisely, yeah, they don't particularly care about those
The attacker's bomb
barricades
diffuser
just
has been
yet.
dropped.
There is some
Attackers
presence
recover
by
the diffuser.
the Melusi of Atlas, who might just get cut off by the Hibana rather. Jigsaw, he decides to go in for the pre-fire. Just wasn't too particularly ready for that Melusi to come around, and she is gone now out of the cache and CCTV. But that was a pretty good flush, although so much time wasted, 53 seconds, and only now the play do come around. Oh, there's a plethora of kills, 3 versus 3, with a down on the side of Campo, and now Deptra and Boydia once again left to be the last man standing.
Does he close it out though? It's 2v2 and they've got the health disadvantage again. So Rufflecopter really need to find some magic here. Catch Jigsaw by surprise, catch Smacker by surprise, but then again, it's Skyfire that have to move in. And they actually wait! They wait and it's Rufflecopter that push in on them. And so now they get 1 kill, it's a 2v1. They've even got the position to go grab the diffuser if they really want to go for that objective, but look at where we've got Deptra. He's pretty far away, but he's just sitting below. Oh man, does he deny it with the C4? Does he do it? The pings are there.
5 seconds remaining.
Silence.
Timer really is going around. Oh, the ping needs to come around. There needs to be the C4 to be flown in, but no, it just sticks to the floor, and well, there's the diffuser planted to go and down. Well, now Deptra needs to go in for the frags, and right now so many crossfires to be set up, and he does not expect that one from Hibana. 5th round in a row, Skyfire are certainly not letting this one go away.
And in typical Smacker fashion as well, he makes sure Deptra feels that loss. Make sure he knows that this is now 5 rounds in a row.
Smacker did the same move that Adesanya did to Costa.
Oh, he did the same move. did the same move that he did in the grand finals.
Correct.
I believe, in semi-finals as well. He was doing it all game, man. But
doing it always, yeah.
Look, dude, 5 rounds in a row. I mean, look, that one was a little bit closer for sure, but again, it felt like it was just short of a comeback from Rufflecopter rather than them winning a game, right? They did have a man advantage at the start because they took out Mateus really early, but even then, it still felt like Skyfire's game almost the whole way through.
Yeah. This is certainly looking like this is the map. This is the Skyfire that I was expecting to come out on Oregon. But instead we received a 7-3, which was also still a very pleasant surprise.
Oh yeah, not complaining.
I'm not complaining in any shape or form, but this is the Skyfire that made it to grand finals. This is that roster that was able to just obliterate a whole lot of the opposing teams, and only one was able to send them back to the second place. That was the Ferox lineup.
Well, just like Ferox, they might be able to bring it back for a 1-all scoreline to maybe take a sting out of losing Oregon. But I mean, look, if you're going to come back and win map number 2, this is the way to do it. This is the way to shut down any doubts people are having about your team right now. And look, this is giving me a lot of hope for Smite. Honestly, Cthulu, is that they can take a loss like that and just come back and just steamroll.
Yeah, I mean, look, if they will keep up like that, if they are able to recollect themselves that quickly, that is a very good sign for Skyfire's potential for grabbing themselves once again another chance at going for the grand final. Really, not a whole lot of teams are actually able to pull that kind of quick recovery off.
Not quite like this.
Not quite like this, yeah. And partially makes me now think that maybe partially that loss was just them kind of exploring all the possibilities about the opposing teams. Oh, yes, OJ, there's the flank. There's the play onto player. Funnily enough.
And that was the diffuser as well. So I wonder if they don't try and lock it down. They hand it back over to Skyfire. A one man down. We've seen them in this position before, Cthulhu, but they've evened it up. They've evened it up, and now it's a 4v4. So this is fantastically looking again. And remember, last time we were in this bomb site, the floor was totally opened up as well, just like this. And so Skyfire have set themselves up for a massive lead again. They've already taken down OJ as well now. Boydie's gone. They're looking to make it a third here as temperatures drop down to incredibly low health. They've only taken a little bit of damage to Wixu. But now that's the playback that Roffelcopter were looking for. Downing Jigsaw. Do they keep him down?
This is going to be the big question, but Atlas answers this pretty quickly as that C4 that does down Wixu as well to a very low amount of HP. So this could be the return of Roffelcopter. This is the round where they could make that big comeback, although there's quite a fair bit of vertical play to be done here by Mateus, and he would be one of the key players to really look at.
Yeah, well, they really need to secure the round now, because after this, it feels like all hope is almost lost. But they can't secure this, and it's, even then, still very even. A minute to go for Skyfire to work this one out, and they've lost yet another player. That was someone on full health as well, so Wixu still on barely any health. They've got to rely on Mateus to get the majority of the heavy lifting done here, Cthulhu. 40 seconds to go. Still a lot of time to make it work, but Roffelcopter are going to be patient. They're learning from the mistakes from the last round for pushing out too hard. They're just going to wait.
Well, just a few more steps until Mateus can find one of those defenders. He knows that there is some movement in the dirt tunnel, but instead gets a little bit impatient, goes in for the swing. Wixu, meanwhile, off screen, gets Deftra. There's a trade by Atlas. There's still that Malusi device going off. He did not check just enough of that angle, and with that, could really pay the ultimate price. There's still Campo just off the side. It could really go in for the swing. There's the diffuser dropped as well. No time remaining. Roffelcopter very much looking like they're just gonna grab that round, and well, there it is. There's the win. Roffelcopter finally do break the pace, but only after 5-round bleed, and that is quite a price that they have paid at the end of the first half.
Now the good news for Roffelcopter is they get the swap sides. So the good news for Roffelcopter is that if maybe they favor attack massively more, this is where they come back. It's got to be 5 rounds, you know, to match. They're allowed to drop 1 round in this half.
Correct, yes.
But, I mean, that's pretty scary after what we've seen from Skyfire so far. But it could be... Oh, hang on, we may be getting a rehost here as we've got a player dropping out of the game. So hang tight, guys, as we'll be getting right back into that one. But let's talk about it, Cthulhu, because I want to mention the fact that I feel like attackers are having it not way easier, but the fact that you've got things like Thatcher and Ace just left open,
Need to locate and
does that just
as many bombs as they
give a massive advantage to the attacking side?
At this point, yeah, I almost feel like right now the next meta is going to be actually Ace and Thatcher banned. Just from the sheer fact how effective that duo can get. No longer is the OG Thermite Thatcher combo.
Attackers have
It's
recovered their
the
diffuser.
Thatcher and Ace, as we are going to be returning back to our faces. You'll get to see us talk smack about some of the players maybe for a little bit longer. But yeah, the ultimate new combo seems to be the Thatcher and the Ace, and at this point, even the fact that Maverick could be in place on maps like Clubhouse seems like it's much more counterable comparative to Ace, because the moment the EMP charges go off, Ace's Selma busts through even before you can even get either the Kite charge or the Bandit charge to be placed back on the wall. So it feels odd, just the fact that how quickly those Selma charges can really just make that difference.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of the point, though, is that with Ace and Thatcher just being such a strong combo, I mean, is this where Roffelcopter had to come back? Is that the only reason we saw Skyfire take 5 rounds in a row?
It could be. Well, partially just due to the fact that they were able to cut off those rotations early into the round. They weren't allowing any presence in CCTV. They've opened up all of those windows. They've went for a push, taken control of the rafters pretty quickly, gotta say. So, look, there's a grand variety of all the ways how and where it could have gone differently, but it's just the way how much more coordinated, how much more kind of well communicated Skyfire are now comparative to what we saw on Oregon. Oregon felt like it was more of testing grounds here between those two rosters. It was kind of Skyfire's way of, hey, maybe we should have a look at how will Rufflecopter play, albeit unfortunately all of their testing resulted in them taking an L and unfortunately not granting themselves that 2-0. But the way how they're playing right now does certainly put in quite a statement with the fact that they just might be able to run away with a dub on the second map.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're very close.
They
They're
are.
2 rounds away. They had a fantastic half. I mean, even the round that they lost wasn't
Yes.
like all that far away from just making it a 6th round in a row. But, I mean, look, now that we're swapping sides, if there is any hope at all for Rufflecopter here, if you're a fan of Rufflecopter, you're really hoping that the composition can maybe carry them, or maybe just their style of play suits attack way more. I mean, look, these are guys that are pretty keen to move out and take swings. You could see them doing it on defense as well. But when you go into attack, sometimes it can pay off a little bit more. So, look, maybe, look, I'm stretching here, guys. I am really stretching here because they are 5 rounds away from getting back into this one. Whereas, yeah, look, Skyfire, I mean, all they have to do is win 2 rounds in this half.
Yes, yeah. Skyfire just need only 2 more rounds, and I don't think they will essentially pull a Ferox. Will they get to match point and then all of a sudden all of their ability to win the rounds just vanishes out? Not to take any big digs at Ferox, although that was quite an unfortunate turn of events at Villa.
Kind of funny too.
It was kind of funny, I'll have to admit. But yeah, it seems that Skyfire might just be able to just run away with the dub without really hesitating and just kind of pulling the trigger where, I suppose, where they wanted.
Pretty much. I mean, look, Cthulhu, I kind of want to see how this plays out here. So, I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty keen to get back into it. I'm pretty keen to see exactly if Skyfire are going to continue their rip and tear here, or, oh, hang on, we may have to go for another one here, because I do not believe that is the correct scoreline there, Cthulhu, is it?
Yeah, that's...
we were just talking about it. It was a 5-1, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's definitely quite a different scoreline there, comparative to what we just saw.
Yeah, so we'll be checking it out, what's going on, guys, and seeing... I mean, obviously there's a whole lot of chat going on, a little small to read from here, but for that all said, we'll just check it out. Everything we've said so far, though, does remain true. You've still got Skyfire in an insane position ahead. Gonna see if this does play out, or what is our update here, Cthulhu?
I believe we are just about to reset the lobby once again, unfortunately. Yeah.
There it
so
goes.
we are going to be returning back to us. Hi, once again. My name is Cthulhu. This is Smite, once again. Hi, if you, yeah.
That's all right.
We got the right. We got. Look at the headers. You'll get all the right information.
Yeah. Well, look. I mean, look. We've had plenty of time to talk about this so far. Look, Skyfire. Let's talk about what it means for the result here. I mean, they're pretty primed to get a 1-all scoreline, so I think that's like pretty likely here at this stage.
Yeah. After tonight, they will definitely be sitting at the first place if they will win. If they will get a win higher. Better than a 7-3.
Oh, I mean, yeah, if you throw out, like, tiebreaker situations, for sure.
Because, because look at it from this side. Both, so PC419 and Ferox are on a draw. Mm-hmm. So Ferox will be a round higher above PC419 right now. Skyfire and Rufflecopter potentially looking at a draw as well, with Skyfire just only 2 rounds away from a W.
But the round difference.
But the round difference is also gonna come in play, because Rufflecopter won 7-3. Skyfire are looking like they just might close it out on 7-1, 7-2. And if they do that, then they are getting themselves at the first position. Then Rufflecopter on the second, Ferox on third, and PC419, pardon that.
Oh, that's all right.
And then PC419 on the 4th position. But I have a feeling that maybe Rufflecopter are not done yet.
Yeah, it's really hard to say anything for sure until we see Rufflecopter on attack here. It feels like just... I mean, I've been harping on it a whole lot, partially because, there's been 2 rehosts now, but the Thatcher and Ace being open just makes attack a whole lot more comfortable, a whole lot more smooth, at least on, 2 of the 3 sites. Obviously, Church and Arsenal's a bit of a different story, and that was actually the one defensive round that was won by Roflcopter.
Correct, yeah.
So maybe a little tougher to attack that. But that said, I mean, like they still lost it 2 out of 3 times. So you know, they did kind of let Skyfire walk in. The question is, will Skyfire let Roflcopter do a similar thing? I mean, did we see the site that they picked first? I think it was CCTV.
Well, yeah, with CCTV, I think it was the CCTV pick. But the main thing that I reckon we might be seeing here is just the kind of Skyfire doing the same thing that Skyfire did pretty much the whole time on the defense, just be aggressive. I wouldn't be surprised if we are going to be seeing kind of a 6 pick onto Vigil maybe, per se, because Vigil was, I believe, one of Smacker's picks a fair few times during the season 2. And maybe we'll be seeing something like maybe a Legion. Well, obviously Melusi is going to be there because now Melusi is like a must pick to gain the information, slow things down, slow down the push. Essentially, she is like motion detector, goon mine, and the info gatherer in a single utility. Which
I mean, it's a little bit of utility there, isn't it?
Quite a fair bit. Oh, and forgot to mention, you cannot shoot it out unless you punch it or swing it or explode it. That's it.
Sounds fair to me, Cthulu. Right? Sounds like a lot of fun. But yeah, a must pick for sure. I mean, we're almost always going to see it. I mean, it's kind of surprising to see it not banned out. I mean, the fact that Ace has been banned out a whole lot.
I think it's rather just kind of a choice between one of the lesser evil, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah.
It's because think of it this way: if Echo would have been unbanned from the competitive play,
yeah, that's another one.
He would have been banned out most of the time because he introduces another thorn in the side. If not for Smoke, it's going to be Echo denying. If not for Maestro, it's going to be always Echo, no matter what. But look, Smite, at least for what it's worth, we are going back to the clubhouse.
Are you sure this time?
Yes. I think
100% sure.
Well, we do seeing a nice friendly good luck from Smacker for once in a blue moon, so hey.
I'm sure he means it. He does.
He does.
He does. It's all in good fun. No, I love Smacker, honestly. We've got to get him on interviews a whole lot more often, which should be showing up a little later into the season. Of course, not tonight, but let's get into it. You guys have been waiting so patiently, so thank you very much, dear viewers. We can jump back into it. I promise there won't be a rehost this time. You can laugh at me on Twitter if it is. So
look, I mean, if we will say something that the players won't like, I'm sure that they will add us on Twitter at some point.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they will, right guys? But I was right. CCTV is going to be the site of choice. So that Thatcher Ace combo that I've been hyping up a whole lot, is that going to be the opening for them to get it nice and easily?
Yeah, it could be. OG is back on the Ace that he was shredding with. Boy took a bit of a departure from the Ash plays previously, and now will be the certified Thatcher player of Roflcopter. So potentially, quick and early. Oh no.
Did you walk into a rotate hole or something?
I'm actually quite curious because
10 seconds left before
not a single C4 has been exploded.
5 seconds remaining.
Did he fall?
Oh no, he must have ran into a shotgun.
Attackers must locate.
That's gotta be it, right? Like,
he must have ran into the shotgun of Wixu, who was trying to maybe make a rotate hole. That's the only thing that I'm assuming. Well, won't really matter. Jigsaw with a run out onto Campo. Is that a... No. It's his go. Okay. I don't know what that means. Jigsaw, but I was expecting it again. But...
Oh, well, that's alright, because you know what you do if one of your players starts on not full health? You kill someone at the start of the other round. That makes it a whole lot better. They don't even know that Mateus did something to lose most of his health, so...
Was it season 1 when we saw on Bang to be played out when Kayed got down and then decided to go for a run out, gets a double kill? When it was literally just a headline. Kayed, too angry to die, gets 2 kills.
Yeah. Speaking of 2 kills, that's the second one now coming in for Skyfire. I mean, we were hyping up maybe Roflcopter on attack might be a different story. It might turn things around. It might turn around this 1-5 scoreline, but Cthulhu, I don't think it is. I mean,
don't think it is at all.
It's hard to hype it up off a spawn peak for sure. Maybe we'll have to see if that changes next round, but that's the next round that they're going to get. Because that'll put Skyfire on match point. I mean, assuming they close it out here against the three remaining defenders.
It's a pretty solid assumption, gotta say, given that right now the whole of Skyfire roster is looking pretty healthy, minus Mateus, but Mateus has been from the get.
They don't know that.
They don't know that yet. So for what it's worth, Rufflecopter do think that most of Skyfire are pretty much on full health.
Now I just want to know what he did to lose that health.
Surely it had to be the...
it's either he ran into a shotgun shot.
Shotgun. There was no C4 exploded. None of the explosive utility has been used.
Could he have like fallen off the railings in the garage?
There's not enough height on that, unless he did it like 5 or 6 times in a row.
Yeah, it wouldn't do that much damage, but
yeah, I find it very dubious.
Oh well, I'm sure we'll find out at some point. I'm keen to know. But anyway, that's only 2 attackers remaining for Rufflecopter here. Everyone on Skyfire is sitting primed, ready. Oh, hang on, not even just waiting. They want to go out and get it done. They get 1, and now it's all up to this man right here, all up to OJ. He's done a lot of work before, and he's continuing to do it. But of course, once you get that first kill, they know exactly where you are. Match point!
Match point indeed! 6-1 scoreline certainly looks like Skyfire want a nice and quick matchup. It's getting probably a little bit late there.
Not as late as here.
Not as late as here, obviously.
I'm pretty sure everyone in this match is an Aussie, so...
Pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't think there's any Kiwis. I saw the sheet before Cthulu. I looked for Kiwis.
10:58 right now currently.
Must be nice. You'd be wrapping up at a nice crisp 11 p.m. like, all right, time to go to sleep. Whereas
don't yawn just yet. It's getting to the point where it's it's just a little bit late, just a tad bit, but it's
for context, guys, it's 2 a.m. in New Zealand.
For context, yeah, it's about to hit 2 a.m. But I mean, it's just only the beginning of the gamer hours out here, so definitely. Still plenty of time to really play it out.
Yeah,
so.
we're talking like we're going to go to sleep when we get home and not just go play games.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Plus, there's only 20 days remaining on the Battle Pass grind for Siege, so hey.
We got to go get that money's worth.
Better get that grind done, yeah, exactly. Well, talking about grind, Skyfire are looking to finish their grind pretty quickly, as they're already on a match point, and while defending Church and Arsenal Room should be pretty much of a child's play.
Yeah, I mean, look, they attacked it super easily. We were talking like... this should be the site that's a little tougher to attack compared to the other ones where Ace and Thatcher are really strong. This is a completely different site, of course. No Kayat to deny the hatches nice and easily, but there are other ways to stop it.
Yeah, there are ways to essentially either go for impact tricking, maybe throw in a cheeky C4, maybe try to... Well, can't really reach Mew Jammer unless you pull off some mad pixel hopping kind of thing, which I think you can do for at least partially.
I've seen it on Reddit. I think there's like one spot.
The hatch, yeah, in kitchen, but it's a very tricky position and you definitely won't be able to refresh the Mew Jammer there.
Yeah, and it wastes a Mew Jammer because it doesn't get like anywhere else.
And you can pretty much easily shoot it out as well. That's
yeah. So it's like only good for that. Which is why it remains only on Reddit. So potentially one more round here for Skyfire. They just gotta hang tight, bunker up down in the basement, and then just let Rufflecopter come on in. Or perhaps they'll move out and stop them just a little bit, because remember that Rufflecopter let Skyfire rip the floor open above them and rain down Hellfire from above. And then also just jump down a plant. So
that's what they done previously, so hey.
Yeah,
that could be done easily.
Yeah, so they should know, Skyfire should know what to stop, what to deny Rufflecopter the freedom of doing. So you can already see they're just entirely taking a different approach anyway. Oh no! Oh, that is the worst way to start it off. Campo taken away. 4 people remaining in a must-win round for Rufflecopter.
Yeah, bit of a misdrawn there for Campo. Quite unfortunate. Missed out quite literally by a few pixels there, and well, paid with his life. An attempt at the vertical play could be coming out, but right now, there's going to be a few vertical engagements and won't be any kind of... Oh, no, there will be actually, as a matter of fact, the impact trick, and well, right in front of Deptra, who's unfortunately will be missing out on that. And that is the set of X-Kairos completely extinguished and no more for Atlas. So now an attempt to use this, the Selma. to get things away.
Yeah, and I love the sledge pick as well, because it means they can just open the floor up even more for Rufflecopter. But, I mean, time's ticking away, 1 minute to go, and they're just completely changing tack. They've got to go through the tunnel, or at least bring a few people here to bring in that crossfire, bring in the multiple angles, but they can't even take a step inside safely just yet. Now they managed to get inside, but now this should be pretty obvious that they know that they're in here. They're just going to throw out the EMPs. But, I mean, the steps forward are going to be what they need to get a little further. They need to get on the site soon because they can't afford to drop down. 1 kill will be a great way to start it here. They've got the opening in the hatch to go down in. But you can hear the gas grenades now going out, dropping down to his death.
Recovered the diffuser.
On death in a few seconds here. Once he does finally get finished off, and there it is. They had no time. They had to drop down, but it was to their doom. As Skyfire cleaned them up in a very dominating clubhouse to tie up the series.
Indeed. Well, there's the GG. Well played. A 7-1 scoreline with Skyfire ensuring that they will be having a first place at the end of the first play day on the leaderboards, as this is a very, very dominant performance from them, gotta say. Unfortunately for Rufflecopter, they weren't able to get anywhere further than a single round, and well, that is a bit of an unfortunate one, but at the very least they were able to play for the upset, which was essentially the draw between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, look, Skyfire, you know, they'll be stoked that they got that second map win so easily. I mean, that's kind of what they expected. It's what we expected. But Rufflecopter will also be stoked because they probably weren't expecting a 2-0 from themselves. Sure, they'd be aiming for it for sure, but picking up that one win against Skyfire, not a lot of teams are going to get that.
Yeah.
Similar to how PC419 got their win against Ferox. Not a lot of teams are going to get that. So in a round robin, any win you can get is absolutely crucial, especially in a season where that top 4, top 3 might be very contested, especially after what we saw from Rufflecopter. But guys, there it is. I mean, look, that's both matches, both draws. One of them went to a whole lot of overtimes, and the other one was just 2 stomps different ways. I mean, could not be more different.
Could not
with
be
the
more
same
different.
result.
Yeah, complete polar opposite results here, really. I mean, look at this. Skyfire, Rufflecopter 1-1, but yeah, whereas Rufflecopter seen a 7-3 win on Oregon, Clubhouse went into 7-1 for Skyfire. So, yeah, look, this already, if this is not the indicator how close some of the games can be and how can some teams essentially just roll one another, I don't know what else would be a good indicator. But look, I'm just excited for Season 3 because not only we got the full rehash of all the looks of our wonderful studio here in Auckland, but also we get some new faces appear on some of the older rosters, some of the newer rosters being introduced. So, look, I'm just keen to see how well further down the line this whole season will unravel.
Well, look, guys, let's take a look at where the leaderboard now leaves us. Like, of course, there's only so far it can go after 1 day of play, and of course, with 2 ties, you know, you're only going to have a few teams sitting up there right now, so we can't quite see the round difference properly, I believe. So Skyfire, Ferox, and of course PC419 and Rufflecopter, all scoring a win each, are going to be at least not at the bottom of the table, unless everyone draws tomorrow.
Correct.
And speaking of tomorrow, Cthulhu, let's actually take a look at the matches we're going to be getting tomorrow, because of course that's only half of the matches we've seen so far. So tomorrow we're going to see the ShadowNet come back to see if they can have a bit of a better season here, and they'll be opening up against Elemental Esports. Elemental Power, I think that's a World of Warcraft spell?
Yeah, that sounds like,
yeah, I think it is. But anyway, second match tomorrow night is going to be Bance Gaming versus Exto Gaming. And now, looking at both of these matches, I'm keen to see ShadowNet pop up, see if they can sort themselves out from last season. But I'm also keen to see what Elemental are going to bring.
Yes, Elemental are one of the fresh blood of LPL Pro. Did manage to come around through relegations and, well, definitely managed to earn themselves that spot. Although this season is going to be quite a challenge for them, I would imagine, as this is their first appearance throughout all of those seasons. So curious, how will they be able to perform? Maybe they will play for a few of the upsets, or maybe they will be the next victors and the next dark horse of the whole Season 3. So we'll have to see about that. But look, only time will show.
That's right. And so, ladies, gentlemen, and Rainbow Six Siege fans, that's all from us today, but don't worry because we're gonna be back tomorrow night as well at the exact same time with those matches you saw just below to wrap up week number 1. So thank you very much for joining us here tonight. Big shout out to our sponsors, WD Black, Vodafone, Sky City, Extrafy, and of course, Conquer. So big shout out to those guys for making esports happen here in New Zealand and Australia as well. So with that all said and done, Cthulhu, I think we bid you guys farewell and see you all tomorrow night.
It's all down to Mitchie to try to deny that. He's not able to deny the plan red. He's able to run down the time.
Here it starts again. 1 kill already done. Next kill already done. Numbers do usually win out, so they are going to pick it up right through the wall.
Camera in position.
Get behind me!
Tango located.
Hostiles in sight!